role we'll have, and them coming to Parliament. It's a talk of the support for the judiciary, investing in enablers of the economy, particularly infrastructure, and increased agricultural productivity, support for small traders, the youth, the mamamboga, the kinyozi, the makanga. All was in that speech. Credit provision, the Hustler Fund, better housing, universal health care through NHIF, better debt management, and say how we reduce our borrowing, proposing that we reduce the current budget by 300 billion shillings, better tax management, improving our social security, support for national government constituency development fund, and the Senate oversight. So, Speaker, all was there. And as I said, lacking in details and strategy. And it is our hope that that will come when policies come before us in the House, because that's how it's be. But, Mr. Speaker, there was a striking lack of mention on two things that, in my view, are most critical in this country, Mr. Speaker. One is unity of this country. It was mentioned here and there. I didn't see the emphasis. Mr. Speaker, unity is the key to harmony and development, especially after an election that was bitterly fought, narrow margin, contested. We didn't agree with it, but it went to court, and the court made a ruling, which in my view, Mr. Speaker, was a little flawed. Flawed because of the language. Mr. Speaker, it was enough to say that the evidence before us does not warrant negating the election. It wasn't necessary to go on words like wild goose chase, red herring, hot air. That, in my mind, flawed that decision. Despite that, we have accepted it. And Mr. Speaker, there is need for healing. And in paragraph 12, the President's speech again kind of didn't bring people together, referring to the role of the Deputy President becoming the opposition leader and vice versa. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that is necessary at this point. And even in paragraph 10, reference to personality cults, I don't think those are necessary at this point in time. We need, Mr. Speaker, to create a nation. Mr. Speaker, we have a country called Kenya whose boundaries were defined by the colonialists, and we accepted it. We have a state defined by the Constitution, the statutes, and all the MDAs, the ministries, the departments, the parastatals, the agencies. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a nation called Kenya on this earth. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? Because, Mr. Speaker, a nation resides in the hearts of people, and people believe this is ours, we all love it. We live it in together. We cry for it. We die for it. Mr. Speaker, this is something that in this country for the 60 years of independence, we have not fought for. Mr. Speaker, we have fought for control of the instruments of government and the instruments of power for the distribution of resources. We have never strived to create a nation. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, in this country called Kenya, if you stand in any of the streets in any of the towns and cities and say, Luos are this and that, Luos are stupid, this and that, or you say Kikuyus are bad in this way and that way, you insult them, or you say the Kambas and this, somebody will come and attack you because they feel that they've been attacked. But Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you this. If you go in the streets and say, Kenyans are stupid, Kenyans are thieves, Kenyans are this, nobody will attack you because nobody feels they have been insulted. Nobody feels that they belong to something called Kenya as a nation. That is why, Mr. Speaker, even we, very informed people, talk of the Luo nation, the Luhya nation, the Kisii nation. Mr. Speaker, this is a 1,000-mile journey that in this country we have not even made the first step. I thought the Azimio Kenya Moja, One Kenya Alliance, that in my mind is what we are thinking about. Even One Kenya Kwanza, again we all have it, but do we practice it? To me, Mr. Speaker, this is the bigger game that this country must start fighting for. Mr. Speaker, the other one is corruption. I didn't get much on corruption except in paragraph 19 when it came in the support for the judiciary. But otherwise I didn't. But this is the cancer that will eat, prevent any promises, dismantle any process that we will make to improve the welfare of our people. Any effort, if we don't address corruption, this document, this speech, seemed afraid to tackle that evil. And Mr. Speaker, we must look at this even in the appointments that are coming, and this House will be vetting people. I do not believe in the principle that we want to be guided by innocent until proved guilty. I think we should be guided by chapter 6 on integrity and morality, where we should say, stand until proved innocent, and therefore not fit to hold a public position. In my mind, Mr. Speaker, that is the direction we should go. Those two big principles should be the guiding.
Thank you, the Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to keep my word of yesterday that I would congratulate you today. Moses Masika Wetangula, for being elected the Speaker of the National Assembly by an overwhelming majority. And your deputy, the Honorable Gladys Boss-Sholei, my erstwhile classmate, and the one who knighted me, Sir George. The Speaker, I confirm that the National Assembly is in safe hands, and we expect the very best in this term. Most exciting, so that we come here on a daily basis to actually deliberate on issues that touch on our country. Allow me also to say thanks to the people of Tharaka constituency who gave me a second term. It wasn't easy. Tharaka people are known to be brave. Sometimes they say they are warriorsome. And all that put together is that they rejected all tokens given to them and chose development. Otherwise, that is how I came into this house, and I owe them one, which is a big thank you. I also want to thank the people of Tharaka Nithi County because they lived to their expectation. They always promised to deliver, and they actually delivered to Kenya Kwanza more than 92% of the votes cast. That was not a mean feat. and especially to the UDA party, which got almost all the positions, together with the sister party, the Service Party, that brought to this house our woman representative, the Honorable Susan Ngugi Mwindu, and she is here. As we speak today, Tharaka people and the people of Tharaka Nithi are hungry because there is ravaging drought in that area. There is also no water, and we are calling upon the government to make immediate interventions to that county, to my constituency, Tharaka, so that we are served with the food and water. I must confirm that to those who are newly appointed, I will be knocking the doors. We need water, we need food, we need roads, we need electricity, and all this. So all those in those dockets, especially those who came from this house, I tell them not to forget us. Turning to His Excellency the President's speech, the Honorable William Ruto, as it has been stated by every speaker, it was the shortest of the speeches, but the most elaborate, touching on the Kenya Kwanza plan, a plan that was actually very well worked on, produced to the country, and it has formed the basis upon which this coalition came to power. The President has assured all Kenyans that he will serve all of us, irrespective of our voting patterns. And this is exemplified by actually going to Nyanza last weekend, where he went to pray. We'll be calling upon all Kenyans to embrace His Excellency the President, so that he is able to serve us as the symbol of unity for this country. He represents everyone and is going to serve everyone. He has also promised to ensure that the three organs of government are separate and distinct, and that the parliament in which we sit as the National Assembly and the Senate and the judiciary are going to be independent in all aspects, including financial autonomy. The Kenya Kwanza plan, which he elaborated on as the bottom-up approach, including the Hustlers Fund, which has to be set up. It is my submission that once the legislative assistance is sought by the executive so that we can implement the plans of Kenya Kwanza, this House is more than willing, more than ready to ensure that that legislative agenda is passed and the country moves on. It was quite elaborate and emphatic that we must invest more in the country so that we are able to create jobs for millions of Kenyans who are jobless. This is what is hurting us even as we go to the constituencies, to find young graduates idling in marketplaces or wherever, jobless. Sincerely, as a house, we must rise to the occasion. We must now legislate in a manner that is going to assist our youths get more jobs. We have more investors coming in. We have more people putting down their money so that young people can actually get jobs. The trickle-down effect is what we are talking about, such that we do not always rely on money coming from the top. We now have to build the base so that we move upwards, the bottom up, as opposed to the trickle-down effect. Let us also become savers. We were told it's not a question of just consuming everything we get. And let that saving be commensurate to what we are earning, such that when you go to NSSF, your contribution cannot, you as members of parliament, you cannot contribute the same amount with the P1 teacher who has just been employed. Let it be commensurate so that we are able to save and we can borrow from those savings. The NHIF, which is very important, universal health care for every Kenyan, we must also contribute to it proportionately. There's no point of you contributing little money to take care of your family alone, when actually we know for sure you earn much more than the people we have up country. Let us pay enough for our family and a bigger number for our constituents, so that eventually, possibly at the end of 5 years, we have every Kenyan covered by NHIF, and they are able to walk into hospitals, walk out when they are properly treated. The housing project, which is part of the Big Four agenda that was collapsed because of various political reasons, now becomes the pet topic of our president. We must give him the legislative legal framework on which he can actually ensure that even those who live in the slums, in areas that are not very habitable, including those who live in deplorable state in our constituencies, are given better housing. Let us talk about infrastructure, because as I've said, my constituency, Tharaka, needs roads. We have numerous historic projects in Tharaka Nithi County, like every other part of the country. We need all these infrastructural development projects revived, completed, so that Kenyans can also enjoy development like the rest of the world. Electricity, he actually made a point on this, because there are many of the rural areas, including my constituency again, and my county, where the percentages are too low. Tharaka constituency possibly is at 30%. Gatundu South, Gatundu North may be at 100%. Let's move the money that is meant for those who are in 100% constituencies to those that are actually behind. This is what is called equalization, and we should not be shy to say these things, because some areas in the country are more developed than other areas, as a result of which we are lagging behind. The president is the symbol of unity. We have said so. Let's embrace him. Let's support his legislative agenda. Let us support his budgetary plans, whatever comes, for as long as it is geared towards assisting Kenyans, so that Kenyans can live better lives. Kenyans, even our counties, can actually develop. We can collect more money. We can do whatever is good for the country. I have heard it said we may not have spoken, he may not have spoken much about corruption. Corruption, in as much as the monster in this country, does not require songs day in, day out. Sometimes the more you talk about corruption, the more we think that you may be actually trying to shield ourselves, to shield our eyes from hearing this. So it's going to be part and parcel of the agenda. Let me congratulate His Excellency, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, because he's also a hands-on man. He has promised to assist the President deliver on the agenda, and we are looking towards this. Let me also thank His Excellency, the President, for he has done, or he has actually given us a historical event by appointing one of our own from Tharaka Nithi County, from Tharaka constituency, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Thank you for that. We have never had a cabinet minister, a cabinet secretary before, but now we have one. Thank you, Your Excellency. We know Professor Kindiki, and we promise he's going to deliver to the country. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Gilgil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to first of all congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of this House and the Deputy, Honorable Sholei. I also rise to thank Almighty God for this very distinguished opportunity and privilege to serve in this House, now for a third term, having served with you in the 11th Parliament, in the Senate, and elected to this House in the 12th Assembly, and now elected for a second time in this 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity to thank the people of Gilgil from the 5 wards, Elementaita Ward, Malewa West Ward, Gilgil Town West Town Ward, Eburumbaruk Ward, and Morindat Ward, for having the confidence to get me represent them in this House, Mr. Speaker. I don't take it for granted, and I can promise them that the opportunity and the foundation that we put in the 12th Parliament, this Parliament can only get better and can only get bigger, and we will definitely work towards making it a model constituency, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to also congratulate my colleagues in this House, and Mr. Speaker, I take it as a special opportunity to congratulate the women elected members who are representing single-member constituencies in this Parliament, the 29 of them, Mr. Speaker, and the 4 of them coming from the great Nakuru County. that is Njoro, that is Naivasha, that is Gilgil, and that is Bahati, Mr. Speaker. And we have shown the way that it is possible and it is doable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to this 13th Parliament for one reason, that it is a vibrant Parliament, more re-elections than have ever been in history. Mr. Speaker, we have never had 60% of us being re-elected in this House. I think it is a major milestone. That means that we have the institutional memory that is required to run this Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, this Parliament has also been restructured in terms of the committees. We know a lot of the work goes to the committee level, Mr. Speaker, and having 39 committees, that is 19 departmental and 20 that are select committees, will mean that work is spread out very well and the workings will be better, Mr. Speaker. I am also very proud that you served as a senator, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that these bicameral relations, just like was noted by the President in his speech, will improve in this 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because we represent the same people. We represent people from our constituencies and from our counties, and that these relationships, the sibling rivalry that we have seen before, will reduce, that we work for Kenyans, whether you serve in the Senate and whether you serve in the National Assembly. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have gone round, because some of the people who are in the 11th Parliament in the National Assembly ended up being in the Senate, in the 12th Assembly, and they were complaining. So, and the same have also happened to others who have become governors, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that we realize in every place that we have been elected, that the sovereignty that we actually practice and are proud of, Mr. Speaker, is donated by Article 1 of the Constitution. It actually belongs to the people. So I hope that even the issue of the bicameral relations that we are talking about, even sponsoring of bills that is across by members from the two houses, can actually be actualized so that we have a better, smoother House, Mr. Speaker. I am looking forward to this Parliament because what we had yesterday is a good start of the 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that this House becomes the area we debate more. We don't throw punches, we don't throw words. It becomes a debate floor, Mr. Speaker, that we can be able to respectfully debate regardless of what party you represent. And Mr. Speaker, that was also in the presidential speech, that it does not matter you came in through what party in this House. At the end of the day, Parliament is one. We must do our role of legislation, our role of representation, and our role of oversight as one House, Mr. Speaker. And to the presidential speech, Mr. Speaker, I'll pick a few issues. One thing he noted is that the unity of this country is not something we can bargain about, Mr. Speaker. Even if he was elected by the majority, the minority also must have their say, and he represents including the minority. And I think what he has already started to do, Mr. Speaker, even traveling to areas like Mutembei last weekend and areas that he did not get majority of votes, Mr. Speaker, has shown commitment that he's willing to embrace every person, regardless of the area you come from. And I hope that we can get out of the mood, even as leaders, Mr. Speaker, that even if you're elected through Azimio or you're elected through the minority, when the president in your area, you show up. Because at the end of the day, we are serving the same people and elections are done, and now we have work to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of bipartisan support from this House, Mr. Speaker, the president actually was appealing, and not to direct, it is to appeal to this House, Mr. Speaker, that we support his legislative agenda to push the things that he would want to achieve at the executive, Mr. Speaker. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that even if you're in the minority, if something is good for your people, you don't have to just oppose it just for the sake. And the same, you don't have to also support something that does not work for your people, because at the end of the day, you will be accountable to your people. Mr. Speaker, the issue of health, which is very partisan, which is very pertinent, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. The issue of universal health care, we spoke about it in the 12th Parliament, but how much was done, Mr. Speaker? Just yesterday, a lady from an area called Ngomongo in my constituency was in the office. She's called Mama Kamingo in the office, Mr. Speaker, in my office. She's 73 years old. She uses NHIF to get treatment, and you know, at old age, Mr. Speaker, you will always need funds to go to the hospital. She has not been able to contribute for a whole year, Mr. Speaker. It may look small, but with COVID, with the drought that has ravaged the country, raising that money to actually put in the NHIF card is not easy, Mr. Speaker. What we had last Parliament is the issue of getting the elderly covered under NHIF and under UHC, without paying. Mr. Speaker, we have good proposals. We have good policies. But where is the implementations, Mr. Speaker? Because at the end of the day, you get the cash transfer as a 70-year-old, 2,000 shillings per month, which, by the way, has not been updated for the last 3 or 4 years, Mr. Speaker. People who have reached that age are not getting that money. And even those that get it is late. And at the end of the day, if you have 2,000, you end up spending all of it on health issues, because you have arthritis, you'll have diabetes to manage, you'll have hypertension to manage, Mr. Speaker. You end up taking all that money to health. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, every person, and I don't think there is any member in this House who does not have a WhatsApp group to raise funds, to actually raise medical bills, even to get bodies from hospital. Mr. Speaker, this agenda has to be thought out well, and I hope that the nominated CSs, especially for health, will be very at the forefront to ensure that every person gets a good cover and is actually assured of treatment, Mr. Speaker. And the other issue on health is that as an agenda of the executive, it has to be a shared agenda with the governors and the county Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, under Schedule 4 in the Constitution, this issue is at the devolution, at the devolved units, Mr. Speaker. The issue of having dispensaries and health centers operationalized is very critical, Mr. Speaker, so that we read the issue of getting people going for malaria, going for ARVs, going for immunization in Kenyatta National Hospital or Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and we take it to the dispensaries, Mr. Speaker. That level should be able to cater for issues of malaria, of diarrhea, of immunization, of ARVs, of the issues that are small, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to leave the issues of referrals at the national and at the level 5 hospitals, Mr. Speaker, and level 6, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of education, and I think the President also touched on that, and that also is coupled by the nomination of the CSs. If there is something we must get right in this country, is the model and the issue of education that we are talking about. And I'm happy that he has also started the issues in policy in terms of getting task forces to look at the model that we are looking at, and we are talking about the CBC, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't mess up a whole generation of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. This issue of education right now, and I will tie it with the issue of CDF. Right now, so many children are at home. And I know many members are getting to be asked, we need bursaries, we need to go back to schools. Teachers are saying we cannot allow children in school because bursaries are gone. We need to get this generation back to school. The issue of free secondary education, Mr. Speaker, has not come out properly. People are suffering, and children, a whole generation will be lost if we are not careful, Mr. Speaker. The other issue, maybe to close it, Mr. Speaker, will be actually to talk about the issues of water, issues of housing, and I know many of us have slums, that this housing agenda of the President must be cascaded to the level of the constituency level. I have an issue in Bondeni, in Kasarani, and I hope that we can be able to actually expand that agenda to the rural constituency. But I take time to note, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Rahim Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, let me congratulate you for being elected as our Speaker, and as well as the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Sholay, and all the members of Parliament from the 12th Parliament who have been re-elected, and from the 11th, as well as, Mr. Speaker, the independents who have been elected to this Parliament, being 12, and that I think has gone a long way to show that sometimes we do not believe in parties because parties shortchange us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to even thank the people of Nordimenti for electing me now for the 3rd time. And Mr. Speaker, being elected as an independent was a very, very tough job. But I thank my people of Nordimenti for having faith in me. Mr. Speaker, I am the 5th MP since independence in my constituency, which had another constituency which has been split, Bore constituency. And Mr. Speaker, the first MP was Harvester Angaine, who was Colossus, the king of Meru. After that came Honorable, I think it was Ntere Mbogori, and I'm glad we have our Mama County, Meru County, Honorable Elizabeth Kailemia, the daughter, is with us now. And then after that, we had Honorable Muiraria. Then we have had one-term MP, Silas Murioki. So me being the 5th MP since independence, I'm very happy, and this is my 3rd term. Mr. Speaker, going on to the President's speech, first of all, I would like to congratulate the President Ruto, together with his deputy, Deputy Rigathi Gachagua, on the election. It was a tough campaigns, and the worthy competitor, the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, together with my former leader of NARC Kenya, Martha Karua, congratulate them for accepting that they did not win after the Supreme Court judgment. And I heard Honorable Nikal talking about the terms which were used in the Supreme Court. I mean, those were not offensive at all, according to me, but that being what it is, there is a government of the day, and the President has been chosen. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the President's speech, where he talked about reducing the price of fertilizer. Yes, the price of fertilizer has been reduced to 3,500. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that is as far as it goes, because if you go to the cereals board, yes, you will buy, some people will buy at 3,500. As soon as you are out of the gate, the prices go up to 5,000, and not everybody gets it, even those who have registered. I have complained to the administration, national administration. Mr. Speaker, we should go further, because we have devolution in place. We have got devolved units. We have got even the Ngao, that is the ACCs, the chiefs, assistant chiefs. We need to take the fertilizers up to the point where the people are, to the sub-locations, to the locations, to the divisions, and not just to the county headquarters, because unless we do not do that, then we will not achieve what was meant to be done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to know regarding the Hustlers Fund. I believe it is a good idea if implemented well. Mr. Speaker, the members of Parliament who are here and who were there in the 11th Parliament, they know about the Uwezo Fund. And many funds in many constituencies, the Uwezo Fund has been depleted. Unlike some who are doing good, like my constituency, my Uwezo Fund from 16 million right now, I have dispersed up to 60 million, Mr. Speaker. So we need to replicate the Hustlers Fund, probably be based within a Member of Parliament's office, so that we can join it together. We reduce the paperwork and the red tape and do it through the Uwezo Fund. It would be much better and easier to manage, but we should even do it in a way that people are told, the members of Parliament are told, that this is a revolving fund and not for free. It's not money for free, because until we do not inculcate that into our people, then people will not repay that. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke about informal settlements as well as housing. Mr. Speaker, we, like in my constituency, we've not had titles for 1 or 2 places for the last, from independence. Mr. Speaker, it is very important, if we are to empower our people, they should have title deeds to their property, because if they do not, then how do they even develop what they do not have papers for? So, Mr. Speaker, my place in Meru, which we have done surveys for a long time, and I wish the incoming CS for lands and housing will look at Shauriako, and that is an informal settlement. I'm not saying Shauriako to our speaker, but it is an informal settlement which is called Shauriako, which is next to the sewage plant in Meru, and next to the biggest open-air market, Gakoromone market, in the whole of East and Central Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, up to date, we have not got the titles. Mr. Speaker, the housing dream is a very good thing. One of my colleagues has already spoken about Kibera. will change. I think it was the Deputy Speaker, she talked about Kibera being changed. Mr. Speaker, we need change everywhere. Where there are informal settlements, let's have slum upgrading projects, which were there initially, but the funding was not there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is good that our President has promised the judiciary more funds so that justice can be dispensed. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we are saying justice to be dispensed, we would, and I think the President spoke about it even yesterday, judiciary, even the head of judiciary comes from my constituency, the Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome. But I would want even her and the whole judiciary not to put roadblocks on any legislation which comes out of this parliament and delay whatever is supposed to be done. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking, we are, we are speaking from two sides of the mouth. Where we are talking about the CDF Act of 2013 being said it is unlawful, yes. But we did changes in 2015 where now it is NGCDF. And it is two different things, because I believe in law, something is a different name, is not the same as the other. So, Mr. Speaker, the President in his speech talked about CDF being a game changer. I think we need now to know whether he has said in private, yes, he supports us having a CDF, but we need now to move with haste so that we can entrench this NGCDF into the Constitution. And I believe there is already one of our members of Parliament who is pushing for that. And we, as members of Parliament, we need to ascertain that we need NGCDF, because kids are at home right now because the bursaries are not there. And if the bursaries don't come, and if we are not, when we talk about free primary or free secondary education, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing like free. Just yesterday I got a call from one of the parents telling us we are asked for this money for one thing or the other. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is about debt. Mr. Speaker, we need to reduce our debt. And I agree with the President that we need to reduce the 300 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, the 300 billion should not be removed from the development budget. It should be removed from the recurrent expenditure, not from the development budget, because we all need roads, we all need a lot of things in our constituencies, and we need that money for CDF. So they should not even think, when they are going to bring a supplementary budget, to remove the 45 billion of CDF, because that supplementary will not pass in this House. I believe that is the feeling of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and want to congratulate you again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kilgoris.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I also wish to begin by giving thanks to the people of Kilgoris for electing me to Parliament. It has been noted that this has been a long hiatus away from this House, but, Mr. Speaker, I have also spent useful time serving as Kenya's ambassador to China, and though that was a very useful moment. And I want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, for your election to this good seat. I know you are quite capable, and this House will sometimes enjoy some of your good humor. I hope you still have it the way I used to know. And I wish to congratulate the Honorable learned friend, Gladys Boss, for her election as your deputy. Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, there was an opinion poll that held that Kenyans were the most optimistic people around in the world, I think. And 10 years ago, we attended a very colorful ceremony at Kasarani. The ceremony was the inauguration of the Jubilee President and Deputy President. very well conducted by the now Deputy Speaker. And I was sitting next to some prominent Kenyans, and we watched the way Kenyans were watching the presentation of the agenda of government at that time. And I asked my senior colleague of mine who was sitting next to me, what do you think about what do you think about the new government? What do you think about the president and the deputy president? And that senior colleague, who is now deceased unfortunately, said to me, I think these two people will perform very well. And he was very optimistic that Kenya was going to go places. And they actually digitally showed us the Kenya of their dreams. And we were all very hopeful, and we went back home. Some of us went back to our legal practice and waited for the great moments to happen. 10 years later, Mr. Speaker, the successor of President Kenyatta had this to say. He says, I have news, and it is not very good news. Our financial situation is not very good. Mr. Speaker, the President of Kenya has said that the financial situation is not good. The economy is bad. In fact, the Deputy President has used much clearer words and said the economy is very bad. Mr. Speaker, of course, there are questions that would be asked, that we would like to ask, as to how we arrived at this situation. From a situation of optimism to a situation where we have now declared our economy to be very bad. We would have loved to do some postmortem on what actually were the causes of this situation. But I don't know whether that would help much. The situation as we find it now requires our attention. And this parliament should consider itself not as a war government or as a constitutional government or parliament, but in fact as a parliament that must sort out the economy. And more than anything else, the thing that will pain us, the things that must set us to scratch our heads is how to bring back the economy to shape, because we aren't doing any good. The many things that we promised our people on the campaign trail depend on the economy. And unless we sort out the economy, there is very little else we are going to do. So we now wait for the government to present to us their economic policies to see what can be done differently. Because what I know, Mr. Speaker, is that most of the people who are in the Jubilee government are also in this government. The only consolation we have is that I hear that the president is very well advised by economists. I hope these economists will now crack this nut and tell us what ought to be done so that we can come out of this conundrum. Mr. Speaker, the economy is what has caused a lot of unemployment. And of all the problems honorable members will face in their constituencies, I think we will be able to tackle many. But I think the one that will give us a lot of disappointment is the employment issue. Where are we going to get jobs for the many young people we have today? If we don't sort out the economic problems we have, I tell you, many of us will not be re-elected because the young people do not want to hear about it. They want jobs, and they don't want you to go back and tell them that we went and faced I think sharks on the Jordan, because they do not know in the first place that there was a Jordan to cross. So we have to sort out the economic issues today and not tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the president has laid strong emphasis on agriculture. And coming from an area of where agriculture is the main activity, must say that the president's efforts should be supported. But Mr. Speaker, the problems are because of production. production in agriculture is a very expensive thing in Kenya. Not just the fertilizer, but beginning from the tractors that you hire, the fuel that you put into it, and therefore the fertilizer. However, it is a good step that we have addressing the issue of fertilizer. Unfortunately, if you get farmers to go to the NCPB to buy fertilizer and say that they must be registered farmers, that is not good, because that is creating red tape. In fact, that will encourage corruption. Put this fertilizer on the shops, in the shops, so that people can buy them from there without having go to get a signature from the DO or from the chief. They need to buy to access their agriculture, their fertilizer from the shops. Mr. Speaker, the President has addressed the issue of health. And as far as I can see, health is a very, very touchy issue. We are looking at it from the point of universal health care, and I think that is okay. But I would also like to ask a question, whether this house, although it is a house that believes in devolution, whether health is actually ripe for devolution. I think myself, Mr. Speaker, that by giving health to people down there at the county, before we prepare them properly, we are risking the lives of many of our Kenyans. And I think it is time for this house to reconsider and to whether this issue, health, shouldn't be brought back a little bit to where the experts are more, because not every governor is ready to see health the way the rest of the country would like to see it. I believe myself that we should not have devolved health too soon. We still need our doctors to be controlled centrally, to be posted centrally, so that we can be able to develop the facilities well. And Mr. Speaker, I think at some point the government decided to hire machinery, which they would have bought at the same price. We should now target the acquisition of X-ray machines, of MRI machines, of cancer machines, and place these within the hospitals in our localities. Mr. Speaker, I wish therefore to register my thanks to this speech.
Honorable Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to register my thanks on the President's speech. First and foremost, I want to congratulate you, Honorable Speaker Moses Wetangula, for your election as the Speaker of the National Assembly, and also Honorable Paul Cholet for being elected as the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the great people of Endebess for having seen it fit to elect me as their Member of Parliament for the third time consecutively. I want to assure them that I'll continue delivering the services as I've done before and make sure that there is great development within that area. Honorable Speaker, when you read our Constitution in Article 1, it says that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. The people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through this democratically elected representatives. On 29th, Honorable Speaker, I was glad that when the President came to this House, we had all the three arms of government, because the Constitution recognizes in the same Article 1 that the sovereign power under the Constitution is delegated to the state organs, and that is Parliament, the judiciary, and the executive. And when the three arms of government were able to be in this House during the President's speech, it brought us as a country together, and that was very important, Honorable Speaker. I listened and I've read again the president's speech. When my senior colleague in the profession, but also the same, we are in the same category as members of parliament, Honorable Nyikal, referred to Article 10 as being divisive in the president's speech, I had to reread it again. And when I reread it, the president said, I submit to you that the fact that the election was so close is an indication that what unites us is always much more greater than what divides us. With the support of Kenyans, we've lodged ethnicity as the central organizing principle of our politics, thereby retiring it for good, the ethnic mobilization and personality cults, together with their culture and practices of exclusion, discrimination, patronage, tribalism, and nepotism. Many of the young Kenyans in the street, Honorable Speaker, they do not look at themselves as Kikuyu, Sabot, Luhya, or anything. They look themselves as Kenyans. This issue of people talking of maybe the Kalenjin nation, the Kikuyu nation, it is we politicians who are polluting the Kenyans. But when you sit down with your child to speak at home, they never think of themselves as any other person. They think themselves as Kenyans. And it is upon us to cultivate that culture among our people. In the president's speech, Honorable Speaker, the president talks of his administration allocating 50 billion every year to the Hustlers Fund, from which micro, small, and medium enterprises can access affordable credit to start and expand their businesses. Many Kenyans outside there are looking forward to this Hustler Fund, and they are looking into this house to see what legislation we can be able to provide, because as far as the president is concerned, he laid down his policy. He didn't have to give the details. It is upon us, because I've heard some people talk about why we've seen the president's speeches being very short. It lacks the details. It is the details that it is upon this house to come up with. How do we operationalize the Hustler Fund? The president has said we can be able to allocate that 50 billion every year to make sure that Kenyans are able to access affordable credit. They are able to access the Hustler Fund and do businesses. The mamambogas, the border-borders, and everybody who is outside there, your constituents. So this calls for the unity of this house to come up with legislation and regulations in which to be able to operationalize this Hustlers Fund. The president went further and said there is tremendous opportunity for the House to fully take up its role in resolving the systematic issues that limit access to affordable homes and affordable finances. And we've seen the president the other day going to Mukuru Kwanjenga and launching the housing project. We've seen him going to other areas and talking about the same housing projects. My friends, Honorable Kaluma and others from Homa Bay, you missed an opportunity, because I think your people, I don't know whether in Homa Bay town, people must be, I don't know whether they have enough affordable houses. Your governor was away, Honorable Kaluma was away, and you tweeted to say that you needed to have been informed. But it was in common knowledge that the president was going there for church service. But it was also, it was upon you to make sure that you welcome the president and raise the issues concerning your people, especially in housing matters. In the president's speech on matters health, which I'm passionate about, considering my background as a medical doctor and a consultant surgeon for that matter, the president talks about universal health care. And he goes further to say that we must be able to look at it right from the area of preventive, promotive, and looking at chronic illnesses. We are in a society where many of the lifestyle illnesses, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and other illnesses are setting in because of our lifestyle, our lifestyle nature. We should be able to look at issues of universal health coverage, right from the promotive, preventive, and chronic illnesses. We should also be able to make it affordable for every Kenyan, that every Kenyan can access insurance cover, because many of you, you've heard that we are moving ATMs. Many of you, when you go home, our constituents will come and say, I need a Harambe because I have a huge hospital bill for my father, for my brother, for my sister. And it's not possible for all of us to be able to be raising that money for Harambe every now and then. But if these people are provided with universal health care, where you walk into the hospital, you are treated, you get medication. If it is an operation, you're operated. If it's a question of asking for any other investigation to be done, it is able to be done. You are given medication, and you walk out of the hospital. Then it will make life much easier for all of us. And lastly, among other things, is the issue of fertilizer subsidy. This, considering that Endebess is an area that is agricultural productive area, our farmers will welcome it, and we would want the National Cereals and Produce Board to have a better way of making sure that this fertilizer reaches to the farmers in a more accessible, efficient manner, so that we can be able to increase our production. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to record the thanks to the President's speech. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bonchari.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. I take this opportunity to thank you and to congratulate you being elected as Speaker of the National Assembly, and Deputy Speaker Gladys Bowes, who was my teacher at Parklands Law School. I also take the opportunity to thank the people of Bonchari for having confidence in me and electing me as Member of Parliament. I will be representing you in this august House through motions, a debate, statements, questions, legislation, as a way of representing you and your interests, as we talked, as you advised me during the campaigns. I've taken time to look and listen to the speech by the President in the 13th Parliament, and like it has been noted, that it lacks in detail, but I hope in due course there will be policies to support it, his intentions and wishes for it to be actualized. I know that it talks about cutting recurrent expenditure on paragraphs 40, 41, 42 of the speech. It talks about enhancing savings so that we have money for our investments. It talks about controlling the public debt, which has grown so astronomically. He also talks about the poor culture of savings, which undermines investments in this country. It talks about affordable housing. Now, with regard to savings and investments in this country, often we forget to take note that investments are both local and international and foreign. And when you look at what makes Kenya attractive or not attractive as an investment destination, there are a number of things that we need to learn and take care of. The cost of doing business in this country is quite high. You talk to any investor, foreign or local, the cost is pretty high, which needs to be looked at and be controlled through this 13th Parliament. In addition to that, there are inefficiencies there is corruption, there are a lot of gatekeepers. When looking for simple things like approvals and licenses, it takes up to 5 years to start a business in this country. I'm writing a book with some people about doing business in Kenya, and when you do research, one of the things that stands out, Kenya compared to other countries in the region, is that we are not very attractive because of the reasons I just said. Now, in most cases, when we talk about affordable housing, we tend to focus on urban areas. But the reality is, for those of us who come from rural areas or constituencies, housing is a big problem. A lot of people don't have decent housing. I hope and pray that we are going to look at this so that we have decent housing for our folks in the rural constituencies like Bonchari. What we learn around and what we hear around is that our foreign reserves are dwindling. The cost of living is skyrocketing. And as we talk about trying to move towards the free market, but let's take cognizance of the fact that we need to take care of our indigent and the poor members of society so that they are not disadvantaged, even as we want to move towards the free market economy. Even the most developed economies have initiatives or programs that provide nets for the poor and for the elderly people who otherwise are disadvantaged. The youth unemployment, particularly in Bonchari, stands at about 60%. We need to have a conversation now. We need to deal with the youth unemployment. It's a time bomb that needs to be addressed now, and I hope that there's going to be legislation in this House that is going to address this problem, which I believe is not unique to Bonchari, but elsewhere in the country. Our youth, our future, they have talents, they have the skills, they just want opportunities. The poverty index in Bonchari is one of the highest in the country, around 44%. And I hope that I'll be bringing statements or legislation or bills that are going to help alleviate this problem in Bonchari. The Bonchari people are very hardworking. They are good farmers. They just want opportunities. They want to be lifted. They want a little support so that they can fend for themselves. One thing about this country, particularly those of us who come from agricultural areas, the prices of our commodities are very poor. The value chains are inefficient, something we need to look at, something we need to, as parliamentarians, representatives of the people, we need to take care of so that the value chains are made more efficient and the farmers get a decent pay for their sweat, and they can be encouraged to contribute to supporting the economy and making this economy grow. After all, agriculture is the mainstay of this economy. Education standards in the Bonchari are not very pleasing. The infrastructure is very poor. Even when we heard about the allocations from the Ministry of Education, we didn't get as much. I'm hoping that in the current budget, and maybe budgets to come, we're going to have budgets that are going to support the infrastructure of our schools so that we can have the infrastructure and the environment that is friendly and is enabling for our students to learn and get the education and the skills they need to be useful members of society. Bonchari probably is one of the few constituents that doesn't have a TVET. I hope in the next 1 year or 2 years, we're going to have a TVET built in Bonchari so that for the many young people who want to acquire skills in plumbing, in masonry, and so on, can get a place where they can acquire these skills. The infrastructure in Bonchari is very poor. Our roads, energy, we need a lot of energy. I'm going to be pushing, and I hope that I get the support of this parliament so that we can have the roads we need and enable our farmers to take their produce to the markets. Our social protection in this country is something far from celebrating. Those of us who have taken these positions every day, you're going to get phone calls, you're going to get people coming and asking for help just because they are not able to afford the basic commodities and services that they need for their livelihood. We need social protection. We need the money that is allocated for the elderly people to reach them in good time. We need the record to be updated so that those who have fallen in that age group are taken care of and are supported so that they can be able to buy food, they can be able to buy their clothing, they can be able to buy their medication. I'm big for universal health care. This is something that we've talked about for a long time in this country, but looks so elusive to be accomplished. I pray that this time it's going to be accomplished. You can be able to do it, because one of the things you're going to be receiving that from all our people is about medical bills. The cost of healthcare in this country is very high, and I hope that we can be able to find a solution to that. You go to any hospital, you go to any physician, when you come out, it's very high, and it's even worse for the ordinary people in the villages. I recognize that's the function of the county governments, but I think we can support we can bring ideas, we can bring motions that are going to make our healthcare affordable and accessible to the people. Otherwise, we'll be attending burials every other time. Like in my constituency, there are so many. We can't afford to have that. It's unfortunate and it's something regrettable that in this century, in this era, a number of people in Bonchari don't have title deeds to their land, particularly the people of Simwaga, in Bonyando, in Ogiakumu ward, they don't have title deeds for their land. I hope that the government can look into this and make it possible for them to acquire title deeds for their land. The people of Ogiakumu, the people of Wamorenda, the people of Riana, the people of Mariba, I thank you very much, and I am here to work for you. I'll be advancing your cause. I'll be pushing your interest in this parliament, and I hope that we develop our constituency together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Gatanga, Honorable Edward Wakili.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me start by congratulating the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and his Deputy Rigathi Gachagua for being elected as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, and also take this opportunity to congratulate Moses Wetangula as the Speaker of this House. And also, Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate you, my able classmate, Gladys Sholei, or also your election as a member, as a Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Madam Speaker, allow me first of all to thank the great people of Gatanga for giving me an opportunity to serve them as their Member of Parliament for the next 5 years. That's a great honor and dignity, which I promise to reciprocate by serving diligently with all my might, knowledge, and wisdom God before me. Madam Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, I want just to make a few remarks on the presidential speech, which, in my opinion, resonates very well with the great people of Gatanga. The great people of Gatanga are farmers and traders. And in the presidential speech, the president has addressed the issues of farming and has addressed the issues of trade. Madam Speaker, the president has elucidated on the need of the government to provide cheap fertilizer. The reason why the unga today costs 220 shillings is because of what we call added costs in the process of farming, from the seedlings to fertilizer, cost of input, and that's why in the presidential speech, I want to support it and say this, he addressed on the issue of production as opposed to the issue of consumption. And I'll happen and pray that as we go further, other than getting what we call cheap fertilizer, we expect to get subsidies in terms of cheap seeds, cheap inputs and implements, even reducing the cost of power, especially for farmers who pump water to do irrigation. Madam Speaker, I also want to address the issue about agro processing, which is also connected with farming. Gatanga sadly has almost 60% of our youth unemployed. And we do believe that the moment we embrace agro processing in agriculture, the way we have done in tea, we do it in avocados, we do it in macadamia, we also do it in tea. I do believe and trust that our youth can be able to get employment, and we're able to absorb all of them and be able to make sure that we are able to expand the net of the people who are contributing to the taxes of this country. And to that end, Madam Speaker, it is my agenda that to do meaningful farming, we also need to embrace what we call modern day technology. And one of the things to do is to ensure that we are able to avoid relying on what we call the natural rain and embrace irrigation. Madam Speaker, I'll bring in a bill shortly to address the issue of water in Gatanga. It's sad to mention this, that the Kaine Dam, which has been supplying the whole of Nairobi with water, all that water is carted away and not a single drop of that water is consumed by the people of Gatanga, either domestically or even in terms of irrigation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll bring us a bill shortly before this House to be able to address the issue of irrigation, whereby that water, so that this can have what we call equitable distribution of that water in such a way that the people of Gatanga, where that dam is situated, that water is used for irrigation, and people are able also to consume that water as well as we serve the people of Nairobi. Madam Speaker, I also want to bring up the issue about the universal health. One of the biggest challenges in where we come from in Gatanga, and I've seen honorable members elucidating to it, it touches in almost every corner of this country, is the challenge of health. The members of parliament are carrying huge loads. Every day we are getting messages, we are putting in WhatsApp groups, whereby each and every day we are contributing money toward medical support of our people. And the president elucidated that he's going to make sure that we are able to embrace universal health in such a way that our people will get the NHIF card, and the burden which they have, which you are busy supporting them, is offloaded from our shoulders, and they can be used that money doing other things. And therefore, I pray to the members of parliament, when the legislation is brought before this House, to revamp, restructure NHIF in such a way that it can be responsive to our people's needs. Madam Speaker, I expect the members of parliament to be able to support it fully. Madam Speaker, I also want to support the presidential speech, especially when it comes to address the issue pertaining to Hustler Fund. That is the way to go, because as you find, our people, Kenyans do not want to be given a fish. Kenyans want to be given a hook to go and fish. And the moment we are able to put aside 50 billion each and every year to support the hustlers, the mamamboga, the mkokoteni, the kinyozi, what we are doing is to ensure we are empowering our people at the bottom to ensure that everybody puts a shilling in their own pocket and they can be able to contribute to the economy. And to that end, Madam Speaker, I am planning to bring in a vendors and hawkers bill to this House. Because despite the fact that we can be able to bring those funds to our people, there is no legislation which is recognizing the hawkers, which is recognizing the vendors in our streets, which is recognizing those small traders. What happened is that the county governments, whenever they see them on the streets, they chase them away and they cut their goods. So even before we bring that, before we bring the Hustlers Fund, we need to come up with a legislation to protect and empower and recognize those hustlers. Madam Speaker, sir, I also want to support the issue of the CDF, which the President also supported in his speech. The CDF, as we have seen in almost every part of this country, has done marvelous. And I want to assure the people of Gatanga that the CDF Act 2015 is alive and kicking. We shall be able to support education. We shall be able to support the food program, and we shall be able to support all the infrastructure development which are pending to ensure there is proper services to our people. And finally, Madam Speaker, sir, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the President for nominating gallant soldiers in the CS position. I want to, first of all, make sure that I recognize the nomination of my mentor, Honorable Moses Kuria, Honorable Alice Wahome, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, Kidiki Kithure, Jogona Ndongo, Rebecca Miano, and I wish and pray that this House will find favor and give them support and nominate them. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much.
Honorable Member for Mandera South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will take this opportunity to, first of all, say thanks to my constituents for having elected me as their Member of Parliament. It was a tough election in my constituency and in many parts of northern Kenya, particularly because of the raging drought, and many pastoralists went through very difficult times choosing between tendering their animals and also participating in the democratic process of electing their leaders. And therefore, I thank them very much for having elected me as their member. I come from Mandera South constituency, which is a constituency in Mandera County, bordering a very difficult neighbor, Somalia on one side, and Ethiopia on the other side. Coming back to the President's speech, I would say that the President's speech, particularly between paragraph 5 and 7, encouraged a lot about the confidence that Kenyans have in Parliament and also the executive. The President's speech was very inspiring in the sense that he noted that a lot more members have been re-elected in Parliament and also a lot more members were re-elected in Senate. And he also mentioned about the broad-based support the government has got in 39 counties, having achieved 25% in the 35 counties. And the President reminded us, and maybe it is a challenge to us, that the confidence shown in us, both as Parliament and Executive, must be translated in terms of raising the bar to serve Kenyans and also to ensure that there is accountability to the electorates who have elected us. As a member of Mandera South, I think my people that I represent in Parliament will definitely be happy to support the legislative agenda of His Excellency, the President, because the agenda actually is transformative on many issues that affect the people of my constituency. The President particularly talked about people living in, people living in the region where I come from, northeastern, particularly Mandera County, have historically felt left behind or marginalized. But the president's speech was very inspiring because he said his administration will be an open and transparent administration, and he assured us that his government will serve, quote, all people in all wards of each constituency and all constituencies in every region. That was very reassuring, and it is very hopeful for us, the constituents who live particularly in peripheral areas of this country like Mandera. The president's promise to seek additional resources to support the bottom-up scaling of justice, as well as his promise of allocating Kenya shillings 50 billion to the Hustlers Fund, is particularly inspiring because majority of the people I represent in Parliament happen to be at the bottom of the pyramid, and both initiatives, which is part of the president's legislative agenda, that is bottom-up scaling of justice, and the Hustlers Fund, the 50 billion Hustlers Fund for MSMEs, is a timely and most welcome idea. And I would say, Madam Speaker, that we need bottom-up scaling, not just in scaling of justice, but also scaling up of key government departments in some of these peripheral constituencies like where I come from. Like, for example, we need to have NHIF offices in that part of the world. We need to have, for example, birth and death registration departments in that part of the world, ID registration offices in that part of the world. So we need not just scale up justice at the top level, but we also need to scale up justice bottom up in some of those key departments that I've just mentioned. The plan of scaling up productivity in agriculture is also a very welcome idea, particularly from the region where I come from. And I would emphasize particularly that the need, the livestock part of the agriculture should be given equal prominence, just like the crop part of that agriculture. And I think when we talk of consumption and subsidies in favoring of supporting and investing in production, I think that initiative should go beyond fertilizer program and also improve livestock production as well. My take there is, just like we have seen the support to fertilizer, we need to see some kind of subsidy in terms of livestock production so that we can have livestock development and improvement in our production. And I am planning to bring on the floor of this House a bill on livestock insurance, basically to deal with the perennial drought problem, which wipes out animals, livestock that is the main economic lifestay of our people in that region, so that if our livestock die, people can be able to insure them for compensation. Electricity, the president's speech talked about electricity as a major hindrance to development, and the idea of planning to facilitate the development of innovative and effective modalities to provide better off-grid system is very welcome. I come from a constituency where a large part of that constituency is not connected to electricity, and electricity goes along with, for example, connectivity of internet and telephone. When you don't have electricity, you may not have access to the internet. And given the importance of internet in this country now, for example, even for those who are in business, most of the procurement processes in the county and at the national level are done through online system. So if you are not connected to electricity and you are not connected to internet, it means some of Kenyans who are disadvantaged will not be able to access those opportunities. Even for students who join university, nowadays you have to do it through the COOPs, and it's an online thing. So if you are not connected to electricity, that's a major problem. The planned restructuring of NHIF to make it a better fit for purpose of social insurance is a good idea. Definitely is an idea which resonates very well with us including the restructuring of the NHIF and NSSF. The most important point I would also like to mention here is the question of drought. And the President mentioned that the response to drought to 3.5 million Kenyans who are affected in 23 ASAL counties. The President talked of some solution in terms of mitigation, but I will say that plan should go beyond mitigation and look at the adoption measures and how to deal with loss and damage. For example, I come from this region where drought is a cyclic phenomena. And when we talk of cyclic, when you are in that part of the world, you are either struggling to get out of a drought situation, or you are preparing to get out of one, or you are preparing to get into one. And that is the cyclic nature of the drought in that part of the world. And drought has been a problem in that part of the world majorly because of the climate change, a climate which has been affected by pollution, pollution which has majorly been contributed to by major powers with big industries that contribute to the pollution of our environment. And I think we need as a country to look at how we approach this matter, especially with the COP, that is the Conference of Parties 27 coming up in Egypt very soon. We need to look at this question of climate change and pollution so that the principle of the biggest polluter pays can also be put on the table and we approach it as a country. Because this idea of giving our people relief every time there is drought, I think we can go beyond that relief and start asking the biggest polluters of our climate to start compensating our people, because the problems that we are suffering now in northeastern and many other parts of northern Kenya are a result of people who are polluting our environment millions of kilometers away. And therefore, I think that question of mitigation as well as... Time is over. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate on the presidential speech. But before I get into that, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate you and also our Speaker. I also want to congratulate our President and the Deputy President for running a very serious campaign and for winning the elections and for all that is in place now. I thank God for giving me the opportunity to be here in the 13th Parliament, as I thank the people of Marsabit for electing me and for giving me the opportunity to sit in Parliament, in 13th Parliament, on their behalf. Madam Speaker, the presidential speech was one of the best from my experience, and he spoke on the matters that affects every Kenyan, matters that has been affecting us. And for the last few years, Kenyans have faced challenges due to COVID-19, poor economy, the drought that is affecting, and they needed to hear that message of hope from the President. And so the message came at the right time, whereby Kenyans were eagerly waiting, and he spoke to the issues that affect us, as I said. He was able to cover every part of the country in his speech. He also, in the brief speech, he was able to demonstrate high quality of leadership with good understanding and showing people that he's ready to keep the promises that he made during campaigns. Madam Speaker, the President spoke about the elected or re-elected members
together with women who have been elected, and also about the peaceful elections. That, to me, means a lot, because when members are re-elected, then it means that we are building our leaders, we are building confidence in their leadership, and that they'll be able to provide that quality leadership and also finish some of the projects, and there is continuity in the work that has been begun. When he touched on the women that have been elected and encouraged women in leadership, it gave me a lot of hope, putting into consideration the challenges that women go through as they go through elections, as they give themselves for leadership positions, the challenges they face from the people and from their counterparts. Madam Speaker, this shows that our president is ready to work with women in a very special way, such that come 2027, we'll have even more women. Mine is just to encourage women with dreams to be leaders, with dreams to be one day members of parliament in whatever capacity. I just want to encourage them, because it takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of prayers, and it takes a lot of determination. You cannot just sit and say, yes, the government is for us as women. But I just want to encourage women like me to work hard, to fight for their space, and to be there so that they can be elected by their constituencies. Madam Speaker, again, the president touched on the peaceful election, and that gave me a lot of hope, because the issue of ethnicity that has always been there is no longer a problem to us. 2022, we went through a lot of dynamics. Kenyans united, Kenyans elected the leaders they wanted without putting into consideration clanism and ethnicity. This is something that has affected many parts of the country, and especially where I come from, though not in election time particularly, but it is something that has dragged Kenya in a big way. It has hindered development. It has stopped us from electing visionary and capable leaders. But this time round, Kenyans have demonstrated a different way of dealing with that, and it gives us hope that soon and very soon we will get out of this challenge. I congratulate our country and the citizens for remaining peaceful throughout election time, and also for bearing in mind what unites our country. We are together, we are one nation, we will live together. It has given us a good example of taking care of each other and being your brother's keeper. His Excellency has assured us that in his administration will be open, transparent, and will rely on oversight. Madam Speaker, giving assurance to Kenyans that his administration will be open enough and transparent, whereby we know our past experience. This will give every Kenyan the confidence to give their best to the nation. We know that Kenyans are very hardworking people, and everything depends on the leader. By the fact that he has given us the assurance, I'm sure this will encourage the 30 million, the 40 million Kenyans who are working hard every day to feed their families, to even go extra mile so that our country can be one of the best. He also, in his speech, touched on the idea of CS to explain policy and answer questions on the floor of the House to enhance accountability. This is one of the best things that can happen, and it gives us good working relationship. Accountability is one thing that has been missing in our country, and by doing this, we'll be able to feed the country well with information, as information is power. Every citizen will be following what is happening, and as questions will be answered on this floor, in this floor, members will know that the members of the parliament are doing their work, and the cabinet secretaries are also doing their work. With that good representation, then we are only assured of good progress. Madam Speaker, the President also spoke about affordable credit, which makes a huge difference in the rate of business growth. Access to affordable credit is what Kenyans need today. Families have lost their businesses since COVID-19 came. Families have lost their businesses because of poor economy. Families have faced financial challenges and constraints. Many have committed suicide. Many people are depressed. People have developed terminal illnesses, and they are not able to sustain their families. This has affected Kenyans in a very negative way. The speech gave a lot of hope, and especially the idea of affordable credit makes a huge difference, as he says, and Kenyans will be revived. People will be able to revive their businesses. People will be able to enhance their businesses and start their businesses and move on. Madam Speaker, there is no better gift to our citizens than this. In addition to that, he mentioned about the 50 billion hustler fund per year. This is a big relief. As we know, poverty is one thing that has affected our country for many years. By doing this,
Honorable Member for Sabatia constituency. Honorable Member, oh, he's there, okay. Member for Sabatia, I think you better go to the back. There seems to be a mic working.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity that you've granted me to address this House for the first time. And before I say a few words, I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and his deputy for being elected in those offices. I also want to thank the Speaker, the Honorable Moses Wetangula, and you, Madam Speaker, Madam Boss Sholei, for being elected by this House as the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker. I also want to thank the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Chief Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya, who happens to be a resident of Sabatia constituency where I represent. He assisted me so much, and I must say thank you to him for the support that he gave me throughout the campaign period. I also want to thank Sabatia people for the opportunity that they have given me to serve them as their area MP for the next 5 years. We have 6 wards in Sabatia, which I would like to name with speed. Liaduyo Izava Ward, where I come from, Chavakali Ward, Sabatia West Ward, Busali Ward, Wodanga Ward, North Maragoli Ward. Those are 6 wards. The people from these wards overwhelmingly supported me, and they voted me in as their MP with the highest number of votes, and I would like to thank them so much. I also want to thank my woman rep, Madam Beatrice Sadagala, and the outgoing MP, the MP who was there before me, Alfred Agoi, for the support they accorded me. I must thank them. I also want to thank my opponents, whom we battled so much. They gave me the experience that I required to emerge the winner, and I also must thank them because they were worthy opponents, and I must thank them for being there to help me get to where I am. The people of Sabatia have a lot of problems, and just to name but a few, we have youth unemployment, which is hitting hard in that constituency, and I must say we must do something to ensure that we are rectifying the situation. We have poor road networks, which is also making connectivity in the villages and to the nearby constituencies a very big problem. So we will be seeking to push this agenda through this House to ensure that we have good roads through the CDF that we are hoping will be reinstated very soon. We have bursary issue, where in the past we have been seeing discrimination in the issue of bursaries, and we are seeking to ensure that once CDF is reinstated, we will do equitable sharing of the bursaries based on the need basis. We also have the housing problem in Sabatia, where many people are living in abject poverty that they cannot put up homes for themselves. We have leaking roofs, which in the past we have tried to work on a few, and we are seeking to continue doing the same through the programs that we are going to set in the nearby future. Touching on the President's speech, I singled out one element to do with the Hustlers Fund. The President said we will capitalize on existing technologies both in the public and private sector in distribution of the Hustler Fund. I'm urging the people and especially the youth in Sabatia to tap into this by going for ICT training so that they can be part of the Hustler Fund distribution, which I'm very sure is going to work well for them. I also want to commend the President for proposing transformation of KRA from Kenya Revenue Authority to Kenya Revenue Service in a bid to make it a people's friendly. One thing is that when we are paid, especially for those people who are earning salary, a big percentage of that money goes to KRA through pay, and so this one is supposed to, the change of name from Kenya Revenue Authority to Kenya Revenue Service is supposed to make KRA a friendly partner to the people who are paying taxes through the same organization. Far from that, security has been a problem in our home constituency of Sabatia, where there are so many cases of rising cases of insecurity, and this, the security organization in Sabatia, our police stations are understaffed. So we'll be seeking maybe through this House, when the standing orders are amended to allow cabinet secretaries appear before Parliament to answer to questions, we will be putting questions to the cabinet secretary in charge of internal security to ensure that our police stations within and across Sabatia constituency are well equipped and well staffed to ensure that we are increasing the security situation in our constituency. Far from that, the President also touched on subsidizing fertilizer and bringing the prices down to 3,500 shillings. I want to report through this House to the people of Sabatia that our fertilizer was received at the Chavakali NCPB depot, and the farmers should be ready to purchase the same fertilizer at that rate through that depot. I want to thank the President so much for the second time for having stood with some of us to ensure that we are making it to this house. Lastly, it was supposed to be the first, but I thought it should come last. I want to thank God Almighty who made all of us come to this house, and I'll seek all MPs who have been elected for the first time and those who are in, let us stand together. Let us ensure that we are working for our people, and I'm very sure my neighbors in Muhaya, Amisi, Vihiga, and Luanda will stand with me as I will stand with them to ensure that we are addressing the issues surrounding our constituencies in a good way to make our county of Vihiga a better place than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Malava, who will be then followed by a member for Migori County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I register my thanks to the President's speech, I would like to congratulate you for being elected as a Deputy Speaker and Moses Masika Wetangula as Speaker of this House. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the people of Malava for electing me the third time as their MP. I think it's because of what I did for them. They have trust in me, and I want to assure them that this time again, I'll serve them so diligently to the levels that will satisfy them as their MP. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank our President, William Samoei Ruto, for being elected as our President, and most importantly, for him proving that he's a honest person, he's a trustful person, because as I speak, I'm speaking from the position of ANC, who joined hands with him, UDA, in Fort Kenya. What he pledged that he would actually grant us, he has lived to this. He has not been so deceitful, and I want to thank Moses Wetangula and Musalia for choosing to work with William Ruto, because even the people of Western are so happy that this time around, for the first time, as we usually vote, it's the first time the Western people have really benefited from the person they have supported, unlike before, where some of them you suffered so much, like Wetangula, I remember in the last parliament, he gave a lot of support to a particular friend, our neighbor. He actually demonized him. We recall what happened in the Senate. We recall also what happened here in the National Assembly. So thank you, Mr. President, for being faithful, for being honest, avoiding politics of deceit. Now to the President's speech. Madam Speaker, some people have been asking, even I've been hearing here, that the President's speech was so brief. But Mr. Speaker, our President seems to be a very brilliant man. We look at his speech of half an hour. Interestingly, it captured the aspirations of most Kenyans. So whoever is imagining that it was so brief, maybe the lengthy bit of it is now what we are trying to air on the floor of the House. What touched me most, Mr. Speaker, was the issue of loans, particularly to small-scale persons, the so-called hustlers. Mr. Speaker, I have a case, particularly for us, persons of Western. Most of the persons in Western have a phobia for loans. This is from the history the people experienced with the AFC loans. In the 1970s and 1980s, our people used to get loans from AFC, but most of them, these loans did not help them. Instead, when it came to repayment, because of the high interests, because when the loans came about, most of our people went for it, and what they were giving us surety was land. And most of them, because of the high interest rates, were defaulting, and most of our people lost land to AFC, to the government. So these loans have been so difficult for them to go for. When they had begun opening to the loans, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the institutions that were giving these particular loans who are also now asking for very high interest rates. So again, these people had developed some fear for the loans. But I'm very happy for the president to have actually talked about ensuring that our hustlers get money at lower interest rates. This will really boost the economy because we know most of us are where we are because of actually accessing loans affordably. Mr. Speaker, even as our hustlers get this money, I would urge that the law, we design the law such that it does not actually, these interest rates do not change along the way. Because what happens, again, sometimes when you're collecting this money as a loan, along the way it changes. Banks are really fond of this, that you take a loan which tells you the interest rate is 13 per annum, but along the way it also changes, so it makes it so difficult for the hustlers to operate. Madam Speaker, we also know that when it comes to these small-scale persons, they pay taxes. You realize that currently we have so many taxes. We have taxes from the national government, we have taxes from the county governments. So, Mr. Speaker, I would that as we develop this, we also take care of the numerous taxes that are actually affecting the small-scale persons who will really go for these particular loans. And I want to thank the President because of his commitment to the hustlers, the so-called Fuliza, for which has been hurting our people most. Some action has already been taken. I'm also seeing some action is being taken by Cooperative Bank of Kenya, lowering some interests and appealing to persons to go for their loans at affordable rates. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, sorry. The other thing that also took me with a lot of interest is the NHIF, Madam Speaker. When you look at NHIF, the way it operates, most of the people who are really paying a lot of money, in my opinion, is like the hustler. Because when it comes to me, who is earning, and most of this what these MPs are earning anyway, we are earning over $1 million. And what we are paying for over $1 million, what we are paying for NHIF is 1,700 every month. But the hustler is required to pay 500 shillings every month. When you look at the rate the hustler is paying, which is 500 shillings, you compare with what I'm paying, which is 1,700, it's actually the hustler who is paying a lot of money. Madam Speaker, this is a step in the right direction where we actually contribute to this depending on how much we are earning, so that the rich, the well-up persons like ourselves, can contribute more so as to carry these people who are really even relying on us to help them in terms of medication, to help us in so many things to do with their health. But Madam Speaker, something that I might also want this NHIF to do is currently what happens with the usual hustlers. They are restricted to only one medical facility. For example, me, I have employees whose families are in the rural and themselves work here. But Madam Speaker, they are restricted to only one facility. So now the question is, when the one I'm working with falls sick, you know, he has now to travel all the way to up country. And interestingly, now NHIF is, for example, looks like it's for the well-up persons who have a lot of influence. When us fall sick, we go to any hospital as listed by our insurance companies. The NHIF normally follows us there to take care of our medical expenses. But how come when it comes to the common mwananchi, they are restricting them to a particular facility, which is only one, instead of having several of them, because this is what it is. It's a national, we're talking of universal health care to all Kenyans. If we restrict them to one facility, then we're also being restrictive to these particular persons. Madam Speaker, what is also of interest is the Hustler Fund. And I would argue that probably we have come to a stage where we have to harmonize these funds. You know, Western Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, all those that they come into one fund that can be useful to our people. Madam Speaker, our experience, or my experience, when it comes to group workings, it varies from one community to another community. I've realized that when it comes to waste of fund, which goes to groups, the issue of formation of groups is a challenge somehow to most of our youth, to most of our women. I would argue that when it comes to the hustle fund, and together they merge with waste of fund, we individualize these funds so that we are talking of individuals who take these funds and they become responsible by themselves. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to applaud the President for choosing most of the cabinet from here. The last government collapsed because of the so-called technocrats, CSS, who did not have the feel of the people who put them into government. They were so rigid in terms of their operations, but I want to thank the President for choosing persons who have tested politics, who know what politics is all about, persons who will open their doors to the sitting MPs to access them for the sake of the persons who have actually sent them to Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I register my thanks to the President's speech.
Thank you, Member for Malava. We now go to Member for Imwar Dikir, Honorable Johanna Ngena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also getting this opportunity and to make a contribution towards the presidential speech. And first, before I make my contribution, Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate the President of the Republic of Kenya and his deputy for that election. I also wish to congratulate the Speaker and you yourself, Madam Speaker, for winning also the election in this House. I know the Senator, the Speaker, the current Speaker, was also the Senator of Bungoma. And I also wish to congratulate him for winning that particular seat also in that particular area. Madam Speaker, I also wish to thank the people of Murwadikir for finding it also good and useful to elect me back to this House for the third time, and also giving me an opportunity to serve in a new government. Remember, Madam Speaker, this is a new government, and serving in a new government is a very important opportunity where when the government is forming new issues and also partaking the matters of the country, it's also very important. Madam Speaker, I wish to also say that the speech of the President was a very important turning point in our country, Madam Speaker, and I think that is actually what I'm going to tack on. I used to state clearly that I support the speech of the President, which dealt with so many things, Madam Speaker. Number one of the issues which the President raised in this House is the fact that the intense election which we undertook on 9th, Madam Speaker, had so many bruises in this country, and it was very intense competition, and there were a lot of issues which were being undertaken. And Madam Speaker, I used to say that the President mentioned that the country needs to come back now together and work together and move forward. Madam Speaker, the President dealt with the issue of the plan which he has for the country. The President mentioned especially the issue of the housing that he wants to bring as a very fundamental issue in his government. Madam Speaker, remember our country, most of the people in this country live on temporary housings. Most of the people in the country live on on slums. And Madam Speaker, I think it is a very important issue for the President to have put it as one of his undertakings to ensure that people live on good houses, and houses also which can be affordable. Madam Speaker, we pay rents. Several employees in this country, Madam Speaker, pay rents. Rents which, if it was to be accumulated, Madam Speaker, it would have bought houses at the time or the time those people are employed. Madam Speaker, I think it is a very good idea, and I wish to support the President and say, if it was possible, Madam Speaker, to even divert the rents or the house allowances which most of the employees are being paid in this country, Madam Speaker, towards buying these houses. Madam Speaker, I think at the end of retirement of these employees of government, people would have bought houses. Madam Speaker, also the President talked about the food sufficiency. Remember, currently as we speak, Madam Speaker, there are some areas which are ravaged by famine, drought, and all those, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy the President looked at the question of subsidizing fertilizer, the production, not even the end. Madam Speaker, even on the fuel issue, the President was also proper in stating that he wanted to remove the subsidies of the end products so that we can, if we were to subsidize, we subsidize the production. And that will actually, in the end, bring down the price of those foodstuffs that we are using. Madam Speaker, the President also talked about the 50 billion money that is to go to to his agenda of the Hustler Fund. Madam Speaker, this was his very major campaign tool while he was going around the country. And Madam Speaker, I believe these 50 billion, Madam Speaker, will go down in a big way to assist the hustlers who are down there, the women, the men, the youth, who will be accessing this particular fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the President also talked about the management of public resources. And I think, Madam Speaker, for a long time, our country has been losing a lot of funds, a lot of money, which are allocated to different ministries, Madam Speaker, because of wastages and because of mismanagement. And I think mismanagement and wastage is bigger than even corruption, Madam Speaker. So if the President was to put more scrutiny on the question of management of resources and management of, and actually the question of wastages, Madam Speaker, the country can come back to its vibrancy. Madam Speaker, I think also the President addressed the question of corruption. And by putting resources on the judiciary, Madam Speaker, I believe if judiciary is empowered and given its autonomy, Madam Speaker, they can deal with the corruption cases firmly and in a very fast way. Madam Speaker, remember, the arms of government that are meant to deal with corruption are the DCI, the EACC, and the courts. So, Madam Speaker, if these autonomous bodies are given proper funding by the government, Madam Speaker, then I believe that corruption will go down in this country. It is actually not the executive that deals with corruption. It is not even this parliament that deals with corruption, Madam Speaker. It is the DCI, the EACC, and the cases that ends up in the courts. Madam Speaker, if we allow the courts to do their work properly without twisting, without intimidation, Madam Speaker, I believe corruption will come down in this country. Madam Speaker, the President also talked about the debts, which has actually put this country down. As we speak, Madam Speaker, we are told of trillions of money which this country is paying every year. Actually, we are talking about doing a budget of collecting around 2 trillion in this country in the form of taxes, and we are paying around 1.5 trillion to the debts that the country has incurred, remaining with only around 600 or around 500 billion, Madam Speaker, which is not even enough for recurrent expenditure. That means, Madam Speaker, we are even borrowing to pay the recurrent expenditure, an undertaking, Madam Speaker, which is very wrong. So I believe the statements the President made about the debts incurred by the country is very correct, and we wish to support him in that undertaking, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the President also talked about the health. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that although the health, part of health has been devolved, Madam Speaker, we still believe, just like one member was stating here also, that health should not have been devolved, or if health was devolved, then parts of health should have remained with the national government so that it has proper management. Madam Speaker, remember, many people are admitted at hospitals, and these people don't even pay, or they cannot manage to pay the bills in those particular hospitals. Madam Speaker, the President talked about enhancing the NHIF so that it can easily pay for the people who are taken to hospital. Madam Speaker, there are so many people who are selling parcels of lands, people who are selling almost their fortunes because of hospital bills. And I believe if proper enhancement is made on the NHIF, Madam Speaker, then obviously these people will not be incurring those much losses. Madam Speaker, the President also talked about the Equalization Fund and the CDF. Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund has been in this House. It has been in the budgets. It is in the Constitution, but no particular, there was only one disbursement which was done by the government. And I believe this government will put more effort to ensure that those areas which had been marginalized for long will also benefit from the Equalization Fund. Madam Speaker, the question of CDF, Madam Speaker, as had been stated majorly by most of the members, is that we need to align it with the Constitution so that the CDF can continue helping the people in our areas. Madam Speaker, remember now schools have been opened and parents are complaining of the fees because there is no CDF at the moment, no dispersal of CDF. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to support the speech by the President, and also I wish to congratulate members who have been appointed to the CSS positions, and we are waiting to pass them here, scrutinize and pass them here. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Next is member for Game. But before even he starts, I just want to assure members that we are doing well and we'll have sufficient time even in the afternoon for those who don't get time now. So we appreciate your interest. And we do still have at least 6 or 7 members who can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to congratulate you for your election and that of Honorable Wetangula. Having said that, allow me to thank the people of Game for having given me a second chance and for having voted with confidence and acknowledged the developments that I've done for them during the past 5 years. Allow me then to comment on the President's speech. I think from the onset, the President mentioned that the elections that are conducted were very competitive. I think he took cognizance that even the difference in his victory was just 200,000. And therefore, he's cognizant that this country was divided into two. And I believe, given the tone of his speech, he's going to work hands-on to ensure that Kenya is united. Having said that, part of his speech, he mentioned on the need for the reduction of 300 billion. I think it's something that is possible, but I think our technocrats at the Treasury have an easier job to do. If you were to ask me, the easier way to reduce the 300 billion would be to look at the last 5-year absorption rates in all the ministries. If you look at the percentage absorption, majorly, it borders about 65 to 70%. So if you are to use the absorption rate based on the ministries, it will be much easier to reduce the 300 billion without specifically looking at the line items. So I encourage the technocrats of the ministry to look at the absorption in line ministries to determine how efficient a ministry is in absorbing their budgets. He also spoke about agriculture subsidy. The world over, agriculture is not meant for profitability. All countries, including America, including the UK, they subsidize agriculture so as to ensure that the citizenry have food on their table. So I support that initiative. What we need to do is to look at the framework, the regulations that will govern distribution of fertilizers to the farmers. And I urge the relevant ministry to think about when Kenya attained independence, we had officers in the field who are able to collect data and ensure that the farmers are supported. I encourage the county governments to rethink about that strategy if you have to ensure our food security is sustained. He also spoke about the Hustler Fund, which I believe will help the hustlers. But more importantly, it's important, I think, is on our foothold to ensure that the regulations are done better than the way we distribute ways of funds. As you'd realize, once the hustler fund has been, the framework is set for issuance to the hustlers at home, it is important that you're clear whether the hustler fund is going to be given as a grant or is going to be given as an interest-free support to the hustlers. Because majority of citizens will believe that this hustler fund is for free. Then the leadership from the functional cooperative ministry will have a problem in recovering the hustler fund. So it's important to think about it that way. The president also spoke about KRA, which I think is important for the country. I think for a long time, small businesses in Kenya have been closed by KRA. The mistake they do, as they close these small businesses, the many Kenyans that are employed by this small business lose jobs, and their families end up suffering. So I believe if we rebrand KRA to Kenya Revenue Service, they'll be able to reevaluate their mandates and ensure that they treat those who pay taxes in a way that creates traction for them to pay more, not in a way that they look at paying tax as a punitive measure of killing businesses. Also, I think he spoke about the cost of living. But what did he not speak about, which he missed in his speech? The president missed an opportunity to tell us how we are going to lower the cost of electricity. It is only in Kenya, the whole of Africa and the world, where supply and demand law does not work. In a country where you have more electricity than demand, the price of electricity should go down. In our country, for example, we produce about 2,900 megawatts of electricity per day. The consumption in the evening when Mama Mboga is cooking is 2,237. It means we still have a difference. What the technocrats should ask themselves, how do we create traction for the 600 megawatts that is not being used so that we can use that to lower the cost of electricity to the ordinary Kenyan at home? And I urge him to relook at the Lifeline program, which him and the former President Uhuru Kenyatta started, where they were charging 12 shillings per kilowatt hour for the ordinary Kenyan. I think we are here to ensure that Kenyans enjoy cheap electricity. We are here to ensure that the manufacturing sector becomes robust because we are able to create traction for consumption of our kilowatt per hour charge so that this country can grow. It is important to note that as we talk about lowering the cost of electricity, it's important to note that the country is investing in nuclear. I think site characterization has been done in Lamu, but we have not got funding to ensure that we can have a nuclear reactor in Lamu, in Kilifi. What is important to note, this will help in having a robust health system in the country. If you have a nuclear research reactor, it will help the country in the production of isotopes that is useful in the treatment of cancer and in the research of both agriculture and medicine. Issues like COVID, issues like Ebola will have ultimate technological solutions to help the country manage the menace. So it's important that as we focus on issues that are going to reduce the cost of living, we focus on issues that will help sustain lives. in the long run. The President spoke about health, which I think is a good thing, and I believe that from a CDF perspective, from a county perspective, we need to have a formal framework where when we are giving NHIF cover as constituencies, it's not duplicated at the counties. So we need to think as members of parliament whether NHIF is going to be given to the counties or is going to be given at the CDF level. Last but not least, the President did not talk about how he's going to stabilize the shilling. I expected that he would mention that he's going to encourage those who have kept their money abroad to bring the money back, and that he's going to give the thieves an opportunity to get money back to this country. I am sure and I'm certain that in the last cabinet, there must be CSS who ship their money abroad. I expect that in the near future, there'll be traction for them to bring money so that the shilling can stabilize. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Now we shall have a member from where?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to start by congratulating you on your election as the Deputy Speaker of this House, and your Speaker, Mr. Honorable Moses Wetangula, as the Speaker of the National Assembly. I'd also like to thank the great people of Mwea constituency for electing me to this august House and for electing me as their first female member of Parliament. I promise them that I will do everything within my capacity to live up to their expectations. Allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak briefly on the presidential speech. And I'll touch on a few areas. On healthcare, in his speech, Madam Speaker, the President spoke to the issue of universal healthcare for all. We all know that a healthy nation, Madam Speaker, is a wealthy nation. Our people, Madam Speaker, are out of reach of the expensive healthcare in Kenya. They have resorted to self-medicating. Others are even going to herbalists because they cannot afford the expensive health care in this country. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a very good start that the President mentioned in his speech that the universal health coverage is going to be taking care of chronic ailments. We are all, as members of Parliament, in WhatsApp groups where we have to raise funds for chronic ailments, expensive chronic ailments like cancer, Madam Speaker. Families have been drained financially and cannot even make ends meet. So with the delivery of universal health care, I think the country will be headed to the right direction. On judiciary, I support the President's speech in increasing funds for the judiciary. This is indeed an indication that all the constitutional government agencies going forward will be working independently and with utmost independence. On the subsidized fertilizer, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to support the President in his speech where he mentioned that we are going to have a policy on production subsidy. And going forward, I hope that the subsidy production is going to be extended to other areas like certified seeds, herbicides, acaricides, and others. This way, Madam Speaker, we shall be food secure and even increase our food reserves. Madam Speaker, the President also did mention something on private-public partnerships. It is my prayer that these PPPs are going to come up with projects that are going to harness the overflow of water into the Indian Ocean. It is only in Kenya where we have floods and we have famine in the same country, and we cannot marry the two situations. Madam Speaker, I support that if this is done, if the water harnessing projects are taken up by the PPPs, that we are going to be food secure, we are going to increase our food production through irrigation, and that we are going to also increase food in our reserves. We could even, Madam Speaker, be exporters of food in this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker, but overall, the President's speech was full of hope for this country and was full of inspiration. It was a great speech. I thank you.
Thank you, Member from Mwea, for being brief. And now we shall have a member for Mumias East.
Members, Honorable Speaker, sir, you got me off guard, but let me try to see what I can say. I've just come to realize that there are many things that are happening in this house that maybe before I speak what I have, let me begin by just saying thanks to my people of Mumias East constituency for giving me this opportunity. More so to the women of Mumias, you trusted me. You said that you'll give me your votes without giving you anything. So I'll serve you in full capacity. First, Madam Speaker, there is this issue of the monos in this house. Madam Speaker, with the people who are the first timers, we are not being given time to address. Even sometimes when there is a very good motion for us to contribute, we are always told that to wait a bit, we cannot comment. So, Madam Speaker, it's very much unfair for people like us. So we want to seek your intervention going forward so that we can also be given time to give our contribution going forward. Number two, we also have, there are those committees, like right now we have had our president giving out his speech. And in his speech, when he was giving it out, he said about our economy and how we can revive our economy. And you can realize that there is this committee called PIG. And you realize that many members in this house, they are really salivating for that PIG. My request is that those people who have been there previously and they have not provided leadership in terms of oversight in those PIG, they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees so that we can have right people to provide oversight. We have seen many parastatals in this country, like Nzoia Sugar, others are not performing very well. And this house should be providing enough oversight to do the necessary job. When the President talks about the issue of the electricity, I support that move very 100%. Because you realize that the cost of doing business in this country is very high. And it's very important that right now we must legislate on how we can reduce the cost of electricity by allowing other consumers so that it should not be only the Kenyan to provide electricity in this nation. We must do away with that monopoly. And even Kenya Power is also not doing so well in terms of that. So it's also another area, as we're going forward, we need also to legislate on that. I also want to congratulate him when he spoke about our issue of the agriculture. And this is an area whereby we need to do value addition. Most of the things are being imported, things that have really weakened Kenya shilling. And so we must also do a lot in terms of research and get to know going forward how we can make our life for our Kenyans to be to go down. Another issue that I'll also address is that about the issue of I've been brought in this house because I've been fighting for the revival of mere sugar. And you realize that the sugar industry has been taken over by cartels in this country. You find one person only has 60 companies, but our industries for the government are not performing so well. So I want to ask this house that we must push forward so that we can have the sugar bill going through, so that we don't, and there is that animal called AFA. Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, sir, my wish to you is that AFA must be disbanded, because that AFA, and this issue, because this is an agricultural economy, we cannot say that all food crops can be, every crop is being put as food crop. So let the sugar be a cash crop. So they have, and that's why there is a lot of confusion in that AFA, Madam Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, sir, there is also, you know, we are having a lot of issues to speak. Madam Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, pola pole ndio napata. Aya. So I also want to ask about this issue of electricity. Like most of the women there, they were telling me that when I go to the parliament, they want to see me on the TV when I speak. And so there is that called REA or something of the sort. It's not performing so well the way Kera is also doing its work. So my request is that we need to get more transformers in our villages so that more women can get electricity and follow programs the way it's happening the other side. So, Madam Speaker, sir, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful in this my then speech. As youth, we are going to deliver. My minutes are they over or not yet? I also want to I want to congratulate Madam Boss Sholei. You know, when we were, you have a lot of information. In terms when we are there, you guided me last time when I was asking many questions. So you provided leadership. But most important thing, give us more time to express our issues. The issue of the veterans, tuliwaangusha veterans. So we are all equal in this house, and we must not. I was monopolized in Form 1, and I cannot be monopolized in this house, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, member for Mumias East. Thank you, member for Mumias East. And thank you for the compliments. I just want to assure members we still have today and we have tomorrow. So we'll be able to have, many of you will have an opportunity to speak. But just to respond to the member for Mumias East, no one is doing what you are implying to do, which you were informed by the speaker is unparliamentary language. So I won't respond, I won't mention that word. But you'll all have get an equal opportunity to be able to speak. In fact, you have donated 5 minutes of your time voluntarily. So now we shall have, and I've seen many members who have put in interventions, but at the same time, they are on the queue and we are actually almost reaching them. So obviously, I know you're trying to catch my attention, but definitely I can see everybody from the screen here. So let's now have the member for Mwingi West, and will be followed by the member for. Just go on. I will.
Thank you,
I think
Madam Speaker.
Next will be the member for. Because I think he's also trying to.
Give me this opportunity to address this House first time. Madam Speaker, let me take this earliest time to thank, appreciate, and acknowledge people of Mwingi West for re-electing me second time to represent them in the August House. Madam Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate
Almighty God for giving Kenyans peaceful elections. But all in all, let me appreciate the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, and all the principals, including the President and Deputy President, for accepting the verdict of the Supreme Court, regardless of the outcome that was actually produced by the Supreme Court. Madam Speaker, we are taking these responsibilities during the most difficult time we are facing the global challenges such as inflation and drought, conflicts in almost all the parts of our Eastern Europe, that is Ukraine and Russia. All in all, we need to forget the past and stop blaming or apportioning the failures of past regime and concentrate with what is on the earth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the President was very articulative in terms of the issues he raised. He was brief but very articulative. Number one, he celebrated the issue of dislodging ethnicity in our country. We are yet to see it in practically, Madam Speaker, and we are patiently waiting to see how he is going to balance the appointments. I'm talking of the CSs, the permanent secretaries, the ambassadors, and everything during this during this period, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is also another issue President actually articulated, which made every Kenyan happy. And I would like to say he committed in front of these Angus House and in two houses that he is going to serve Kenyans fairly. Madam Speaker, let us wait. We give President time, but we expect each and every appointment to address the issue of gender, ethnicity, and religion. So I salute President for that. Madam Speaker, President committed to rely on both two houses for oversight duties. And I am calling upon my colleagues who committed to preserve, to protect the integrity of our Constitution. Let us not make decisions based on how our parties are going to dictate us, but on the basis of how we are going to protect the interests of the Kenya. And that is why the President said he will overly rely on these two houses in matters of legislation. The other issue that came is facilitation of cabinet secretaries to appear on the floor of the House, the August House, to answer the questions members have been facing. The last Parliament, 12th Parliament, we had a lot of challenges. Cabinet secretaries failing to attend committee meetings after some consult. I think this will be, it will be appreciated if we can have them on the floor of the House to articulate their issues on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker. The other issue President promised the country was scaling up productivity in agriculture. But, Madam Speaker, let me be frank, we have started on the wrong foot. We cannot allow GMOs to take place in our country. We know the impact. We know how GMOs can be detrimental to our nutrition, Madam Speaker. That is why we need to address the issues of scaling up agriculture in terms of constructing dams, adding more earthy dams, water pans, and we need to emphasize the issue of clean agriculture instead of reintroducing GMO. Europe have not seen GMOs actually operating, and even developing countries are emphasizing on clean agriculture more than GMOs. So I'm calling upon the President to focus on irrigable lands, issues of earthy dams, water pans, and dams, to ensure there is plenty of food production in our country. Madam Speaker, I cannot emphasize on the issue of affordable credit facilities. Many of the Kenyans have got great ideas, great business ideas, and they only lack capital to implement what they have in their minds. And the President is committed on ensuring there is free and affordable credit facility in our country through the creation of the SME, which we just saw that ministry. Then the CRB has really been punishing Kenyans. The approach on credit scoring has been very punitive, and we would check the President to, I hope the President will commit what he promised Kenyans in terms of changing the formulation of CRB, the way they have been doing things, to credit scoring system, Madam Speaker. The issue that we need also to address, and which really addressed, was the issue of capital projects. Madam Speaker, we have got so many stored projects in our country, not even in our constituency. I am just reminding President one project, Kabati Mingwani Bondoni Road, which has stored from Kitui Kibwezi Road. We would like to see, I would have actually wished President that day to commit that he is going to complete all the projects initiated by the previous regime. And I'm actually urging him to do so that we can have completion of all the projects which stored. Issues of water, issues of roads, issues of electricity, and we will be very happy as Kenyans to see that happening. Electricity. Jesus Christ, this is a department that needs serious attention, and I'm happy President acknowledged it. We have got so many fake transformers which were installed 10 years ago in our country, not even constituencies alone. There is also inequality in terms of distribution of power projects, electrification. There is also issues of metering. You find that most of the time, Kenya Power or RIREC actually installs electricity, but they end up delaying in installing meters, and we have been facing this issue. We need adequate and timely distribution of electricity and metering, Madam Speaker, as the way the President put it. There was issue of management of public debt, and I'm happy this House has created a committee on public debt management, and we will look at that. When I don't have an issue of borrowing money in this country, the issue is, are we borrowing money to do projects at the right price and implement the right project that will spur the economic growth? That is the issue I am having. Madam Speaker, we can speak so much, but allow me to comment on the issue of CDF. So many students, so many parents are eagerly anticipating President to issue an executive order ordering CDF to be distributed immediately to our constituencies, Madam Speaker. With those few remarks, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mwingi West. Now we'll go to Member for Kilifi North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Kilifi South and not Kilifi North.
Apologies.
Thank you. First of all, Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate you for the position you hold. Indeed, for people like us who are following what you are doing, you really earned it, and your past experience actually is in tandem with the position you are holding. Congratulations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to say thanks to my people from Kilifi South. It's one constituency which normally does not elect an MP twice since time in history. But if they found value in electing me for the second time, I really appreciate them so much. Straight to the presidential speech, Madam Speaker. The speech was in all ways very exciting. The presidential speech was very good. It really touched most of the areas that we were interested in, more especially when he talked about the CDF. As we speak right now, Madam Speaker, all these calls which are coming, students are out of school because they have no money. For the president to see that, to have recognized that it plays a vital role in the community, we really appreciate that, and I hope this parliament will move very fast to align it so that in the future, those who are supposed to benefit from it can benefit. The issue of managing the GDP is another thing that also was well received by the people. Madam Speaker, all said and done, in my opinion, the only observation that to me I think did go down well was the time that the president took to present his speech. The speech was so short. We were expecting so much from the president. Members of parliament actually were ready to wait until 7 to hear all the basket that the president was carrying. But I was surprised why the president made it so short. And I know him very well. He's my friend. Yeah, he's not the person who maybe in the evening would like to have something somewhere. And also Mama Rachel was seated there. I don't know why he was so much in a hurry. We wanted to have time with him. In fact, at some point I was going to tell him, don't run away like Muria, the way he was being told, Muria, don't run. But I could see the president just walking out in a time when we seriously needed him. Why am I saying this, Madam Speaker? There are quite a number of serious issues that we expected to hear from him. One, the issue of land acquisition and squatterism in Kenya. The place where I come from, more especially look at around cost. 80% of the land is cost is actually a reserve of government properties. And yet, there are so many people who do not have a place to stay. There is serious problem of absentee landlords, which to some extent, those who have access to the Ministry of Lands and headquarters have taken advantage of this opportunity, transferring these parcels of land into their names and selling them off in their interest, forgetting the plight of the people that are undergoing. This is one thing that needs to be addressed, and it's not only at the coast, it's actually nationwide in Kenya. And we wanted to know if there are any structures that are being put in place. There are so many commissions, the Ndungu report, so many reports regarding land. Nothing has come to this floor to know what is contained in those reports. Yet, people are looking forward for the government to address this. This is one thing that I wanted to hear from the president. The other thing also I wanted to hear from the president, in the year 2020, we had a global forum here at KICC on matters regarding the blue economy, kwa Swahili uchumi samawati. In that conference, we were told the biggest resource that Kenya is sitting on, the biggest wealth that actually Kenya can benefit from is from the blue economy. If you look at the ocean, you look at the waters, the lakes, the Victoria, the Baringo, we are being told there is immense resources down there. And we know there are some organizations that have been established to make sure that we are able to access this, the potentiality of these resources. But now, nobody knows what is going on. We were told thousands, millions of jobs are lying there for the youth. But up to now, we have not seen anything. We wanted to hear something from the president regarding that. The other thing that also I wanted to hear from the president, the issue of corruption. Corruption has eaten our country. To be honest, the poverty level that is being realized in each homestead is as a result of corruption. Last year, we had the president, the just retired president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, complaining that Kenya is losing close to 1 billion every day, 2 billion every day as a result of corruption. 2 billion, that translates to 60 billion in a year, in a month. In a year, it translates to 720 billion. This is not pocket change. This is money that can change the lives of our people, women, children, to a better level. But this issue was not discussed. It was not actually came into the fore, Madam Speaker. This is one thing that I equally wanted to hear. The other thing that I also wanted to hear, we have so many government parastatals which actually are non-performing. They eat on the economy of the country. We are spending so much resources on these parastatals. What is in stock so that whatever is being spent on these parastatals can translate into the value of the people of Kenya? These are other things that I also wanted to hear. Unfortunately, it never came out. Madam Speaker, this Kenya, Madam Speaker, this Kenya has come a long way to see all these challenges. Indeed, what Honorable Elisha was saying here, there are some innovatives that need to be empowered. He talked about the issue of the nuclear energy and the nuclear board and the empowerment of the nuclear board. As we all know, everybody who contracts cancer today, Madam Speaker, has to rush to either India or some of the Arab world because they have perfected in the manufacturing of nuclear isotopes which treat cancer. Many of our folks in the villages are actually dying out of this problem or out of this disease. We have the nuclear energy board with us here, but for over 10 years it has not made any stride. Right now they are putting up a plant somewhere in Kilifi North. Is there any measures that are being put in place to ensure that this organization makes a leap so that our people can actually be able to access this medicine for the sake of having hope of life? Madam Speaker, with those few remarks that I've made, I really appreciate for you giving this opportunity. And I know, as much you were on the other side as Mio and you people in Kenya Kwanza, the promise the President had made in this House when he was giving his speech, that he is going to ensure that Kenya remains and works as one, we are yearning to see that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kilifi North, you said. Now we shall have a member for Sigawet Soin constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity so that I could also register my thanks to the President for the speech which he gave in this August House. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the President and his deputy for being elected to lead this country, and also to congratulate you and the Speaker for being elected to preside over the affairs of this August House. Madam Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to thank the great people of Sigawet's own constituency for seeing it fit that I come back to Parliament. I represented them in the 11th Parliament. I got to stay out of Parliament for 5 years, and I think the thought that comes into my mind is that to consider is a good thing, and to reconsider is even a better thing. I want to thank them most sincerely from the 4 wards of Sigawet's own constituency, that is Kaplel-Artet, Soliat, Sigawet, and Soin. I promise, Madam Speaker, that I'll serve them diligently as per the oath of office which I took. Madam Speaker, coming to the subject matter of our debate today, I want to thank the President for his exposition of the process of transforming this country as per his agenda. My colleagues have alluded to the fact that the speech is short. To me, Madam Speaker, the 52 paragraphs were fittingly short. We will be able to get more details, of course, in the legislative proposals, in the policy interventions, in the regulations, so that we can be able to give the President the support he needs to be able to transform this country. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have spoken on quite a number of issues, and I would not like to go into them. But in brief, I want to thank the President for the decision that he has taken to reduce the debt in this country. The fact that the President says within 3 years we should be having surplus in this country is quite good, and I want to commend him for that. It is, of course, dangerous for a country to have the kind of spiraling debt which we've been witnessing in this country in the last few years. Madam Speaker, on the issue of savings, the many tourists that come into this country, they are ordinary people. They are not necessarily the rich people from the countries they come from. But the culture of savings in those countries has been improved to the extent that even the lower income people would be able to go for tourism in other parts of the world. We want to impress upon our people to make sure that for whatever they earn, there's a bit of which they will put aside for savings. Madam Speaker, there is the reform on the education sector in this country. CBC had very, very good strategic intent, but the burden that it has given to our pupils, the burden that it has given to our parents, Madam Speaker, requires that that system of education be reformed without, of course, losing the strategic intent which made us change from the 844 system to the CBC system. Madam Speaker, the President talked about water for all, and I want to say it is a good thing that we need to have water. My constituency, much as people may think, Kericho is green and raining throughout. I come from the most marginal part of Kericho, and we need water so that at least our people can be able to do irrigation, our people can be able to have domestic water for domestic use. Madam Speaker, something that the President touched on is the NGCDF. Madam Speaker, this kitty has been very transformational. If you compare the kind of development that we see in our counties, the county governments get more money than us in CDF. But when you look around all our counties, you will see that there are more projects funded by CDF and less projects funded by the county governments, even though they have more money. I want to request my colleagues that when it comes to that day that we will discuss the NGCDF, let's all be available. And let's not shy from the fact that we as representatives of the people do perform important roles in development, even if it means constitutional amendment, entrenching the CDF in the constitution of this country. We should not shy away, and we need to do that. Madam Speaker, in the 2010 constitution, the people of this country created two houses, the Senate and the National Assembly. They did not opt for the House of Commons and the House of Lords as in the United Kingdom. They did not go for the House of Representatives and the Congress as in the United States of America. They opted for a Senate with distinct responsibilities and opted for the National Assembly with distinct responsibilities as per Article 94, 95, and 96 of the Constitution. We should not, Madam Speaker, as leaders entrusted with leadership in this country, engage ourselves in tough wars that do not help the people of our nation. If it comes to a situation where we need to support the Senate so that they can be able to perform their oversight role, it is my submission, Madam Speaker, that we will have to do that. The Senate and the National Assembly is a brotherhood created by the people of this country to be able to serve them better. There is no lower house, there is no upper house. It's just a brotherhood of two houses separated by a passage, and that is what the people of this country decided to go for. Madam Speaker, the issue of subsidies. In all economies in this world, the better intervention is to provide subsidies at the production level, not at the consumption level. And I want to thank the President for that bold decision. We cannot subsidize consumption, we need to subsidize production. And as we do that, Madam Speaker, it is not just the issue of cheap fertilizer. We need to go beyond that so that we can give our people better seeds, we can give our people drought-resistant seeds, we can give our people the kind of technology they require that will improve agricultural production and productivity in this country. Madam Speaker, we are still basically an agricultural country. And if we were to grow, if we were to industrialize, if we were to improve the economy of this country, the fact of the matter is that the base of that improvement is agriculture. And all interventions that we must do in agriculture even including irrigation, we need to do as a country, Madam Speaker, so that we can have enough food and have enough food for export. Madam Speaker, we should also be bold enough to remove the cartels and the busybodies that have occupied the value chain in this country, such that the farmer who moils and toils on a daily basis in this country is one very disadvantaged person, while those in the value chain are rich and the sweat from the farmer has got no benefit. Madam Speaker, we would wish that at the time when we're discussing all those interventions which have been proposed by the President, we should be able to give our ideas. Finally, Madam Speaker, as a student of communication, I was taught that people lose interest when you speak beyond 7 minutes. People start losing interest. And the speech by the President was a good 30 minutes. I want to say that speech was long enough to draw us to what we need to do as the legislature so that we can take this country forward. Madam Speaker, in agreement with what I've just said, I want to end my speech there and say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity so that also somebody else can be able to get the extra 2 minutes which I've donated to be able to speak on this important subject matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. I just want to let honorable members know that I have been informed and I have noted the challenges that some of the members have had with their cards. Member for Kangema, member for Jomvu constituency, and member for Moiben constituency. I am informed that it shall be addressed, and therefore they shall get an opportunity in the afternoon. And also members, I think we've made very good progress, and I think we shall be able to make also similar progress in the afternoon. And I think for now, I would like to call the member for Soy constituency.
Madam Speaker, allow me to take this great opportunity. First, to thank the people of Soy for electing me to represent them as Member of Parliament for Soy. There were quite a number of issues that we discussed during the campaigns and also during the public participations, and I want to assure them that we are going to make sure that we are going to deliver. I know there are quite a number of challenges that are on the ground, but let them relax, and as soon as the government in place, we are going to make sure that we embark on those development projects that will change their lives. Secondly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, being our women representative and also the Deputy Speaker for the National Assembly. I want to thank you on behalf of the people of Uasin Gishu to say that as leaders from Uasin Gishu, you have our maximum support, and we shall work together for the people of Uasin Gishu. I will also want to thank all Kenyans, and in particular the people of Soy, who participated fully in ensuring that the government of Kenya Kwanza is now in place, and we want to assure them the only thank you that we are going to deliver is to make sure that we do the developments that we have set forth through our manifesto. Before I embark on the presidential speech, I want to say that we have challenges as a country, and Kenyans will be looking after Parliament and after the National Assembly to make sure that some of the independent bodies, including the IEBC, is made to function properly. We put there men and women who can stand independently so that we can avoid the Cherera and the group. So we want to call upon this Parliament to make sure that as we embark on business, one of the institutions that is so important and dear to Kenyans is the IEBC. We need to put up commissioners who are independent, who are fair, and who are able to adjudicate on elections. On the presidential speech, I would like to really congratulate the president for having made the best speech ever. Although some of our colleagues are saying it was the shortest speech, it might be short in length, but in content, it had everything that we need to look at so that we can improve the life of Kenyans. One of it that was actually our campaign child is the issue of bottom-up. And I want to tell all the hustlers in this country, let them relax. We are going to make sure that the hustlers fund is in place. And Madam Speaker, when we shall be putting up the legislation and the policies to govern the hustlers fund, we need to make sure that the policies that we are going to put in place will be accessible to the mama mboga who is down there. We have had so many funds. We have had the WESO fund, we have had the youth fund, we have had the women fund, but this hustlers fund, if we are going to set it up, we set it up in a situation whereby it is accessible to those who didn't go to school, to those who went to school, and I am seeing the model that will work better is to anchor it through the CDF model so that we have officers from the ground, that is the village level, up to the national level so that we can make it a success. Another issue that I really support the president now that I come from Uasin Gishu, and you know Uasin Gishu, Madam Speaker, is an agricultural county. And we really want to thank the president for having put subsidy on the fertilizer. Now we have a subsidy on fertilizer going at 3,500. Our people are requesting that it can further come down to 2,000 or 2,500. It is very important that as a country we tell ourselves the truth. We cannot subsidize consumption. We cannot subsidize ugali. We can only subsidize production, because at the end of the day, we need to live within our means. And the current national debt is so high that we have to tell Kenyans the truth. Let us tell Kenyans the truth that we cannot afford this manner of subsidies, especially the consumption subsidies. Let us subsidize our farmers. And I want to also take this opportunity. There is a lot of work to be done in the Ministry of Agriculture.
Honorable members, I want to thank you very much for your interest in the debate. A lot of you have put in great insights and great suggestions on this, and I want to appreciate each and every one of you. I also want to thank you from personally, because you have for your congratulatory messages inside and outside the house, and thank you for that. And also for the balance of time, the honorable member for Soy constituency was on his feet, Honorable David Kiplagat, will have 6 minutes during the next sitting in the afternoon. Honorable members, and the time being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 5th October 2022 at 2:30 p.m.
of the National Assembly morning sitting. This is the second sitting of the National Assembly since the commencement of the first session of the 13th Parliament on the 4th of October. Today is the 5th of October 2022. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. On the order paper this morning, or the order of business that is set aside to be considered or debated by members of the National Assembly this morning is a motion on the debate on the address by the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, that was made. It was a joint address that was made on the 29th of September, the year 2022. On this motion, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Sholei, will be leading the House in debating this address. A number of issues that were raised by the President touching on the legislative agenda for the Parliament. And on the motion is that the House will take 4 days, 4 sittings to discuss this particular address. This morning's sitting will kick off that debate on the address. It was a 33-minute speech by the President that was made during the inaugural joint sitting of the 13th Parliament. And this morning, Deputy Speaker Honorable Gladys Sholei will be initiating debate on that address. Members are trickling into the chambers, of course, ready to take part in this debate on the address that touched on a number of issues. MPs, both the senators and the members of the National Assembly, of course, hailed that particular address, saying it has raised critical issues that touched on the Constituency Development Fund. Another issue that was touched on during that debate, touching on these two houses, or the August House, is the Senate Oversight Fund. There was also the doctrine that President Ruto told MPs that he will respect the doctrine of separation of powers. Another issue that was raised is that the MPs should consider amending the standing orders that will enable cabinet secretaries to come on the floor of the House to articulate issues or agenda touching on national matters. As is, cabinet secretaries cannot come on the floor of the House because standing orders considers them as strangers. But that was a call that was made by the President that the House considers making such amendments or making that particular provision for the cabinet secretaries to be able to appear on the floor of the House, to be able to articulate issues that touch on the national agenda. A number of issues here will be considered. Members will be taking a number of time to give their views on that address. Of course, the debate on that motion has been allocated a number of time. The mover, who is the Deputy Speaker, will be taking 20 minutes to move and 10 minutes to reply. Then members will have around 15 and 10 minutes to make their contribution. Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, as you can see on the screen, has stepped into the chambers. He will be presiding over this second sitting of the first session of the 13th Parliament. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good morning. My name is Kamchemenza.
Natuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya hii nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, order number 1.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
No, there is none. There is none. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, motion, debate on the address by the President, first allotted day.
Honorable members, we go to order number 8. The Honorable Deputy Speaker will move the motion as I directed yesterday. And just as a reminder, she has 20 minutes in moving. At the closure on Tuesday next week, she'll have 10 minutes to reply, by which time we'll have decided who the majority and minority is. She may surrender the position to whoever will be occupying the position to reply. Designated party leaders, that is the Honorable Ichungwa and Wandai, have 15 minutes each, and all other members have 10 minutes each. It's also important to notify the House that we have quite a large number of colleagues who are first-timers, who have not had a moment to make their maiden speech. The tradition and rules of the House is that when a new member is making a maiden speech, they will be heard in absolute silence, no interruptions, no points of order, unless such a member is so outrageously out of order, then the chair will intervene. But for honorable members, try and resist any temptation to rise on points of order when our colleagues are making their maiden speech. Thank you. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of the public policy contained in the address of the President delivered on Thursday, September 29, 2022. Honorable Speaker, I will also take this opportunity in moving the motion to do my thank yous and congratulations. First, I'd like to congratulate His Excellency the President and his deputy for their election, and also congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, for your election. I also use the opportunity to congratulate members of the National Assembly here present for your congratulations. Having been in the campaigns myself, I know that that is no mean feat. Congratulations again. I also want to use this opportunity to thank the great people of Uasin Gishu County, the city of champions, the home of champions, the source of champions, for electing me. I am greatly humbled by this opportunity. The fact that they allowed me time off the campaigns locally in Uasin Gishu so that I could undertake time in the national campaigns was a big sacrifice on their part and showed the great honor that they gave me. I know that I did not even pick my own certificate from the Electoral Commission, but the people of Uasin Gishu did it on my behalf and allowed me to have time to do larger duties there at the Bomas of Kenya. And for that, I wish to use this opportunity to thank them. I also want to finish my thank yous by thanking the members of the National Assembly for showing great faith in me by electing me as Deputy Speaker of this House. I also want to thank the members, most specifically, because I know there are members who are from the opposite political divide who did vote for me, and for that, I thank you. And lastly, I wish to thank Honorable Farah Maalim, my worthy opponent, for the great sportsmanship he showed. He undertook that if I won in the first round, he would concede and would not go to the second round, and he's kept his word. Thank you. I wasn't a better candidate. You were the better man. Thank you for that, Honorable Farah Maalim. And I look forward to working with you in this House. Kenyans also deserve a thank you for having campaigned peacefully, voted peacefully, counted the votes peacefully, announced the votes in their various respective polling stations peacefully without any incident. That shows that our country has reached levels of political maturity that we have sought since independence. And in commenting on the President's speech, I think I wish to note that it was, to me, one of the boldest and most transformative agenda-setting speech. He has promised to transform the lives of Kenyans. I am particularly, and the people of Uasin Gishu, are indebted on the point relating to affordable fertilizer, affordable credit, because this touches on my own county, which is the breadbasket of Kenya. Also, on the point on agenda on initiating and ensuring that we have affordable housing in our country, I welcome this. And for me, this is something dear to my heart. Having worked in Kibra in a program called Shining Hope for Communities, which is run by two young people, Jessica and Kennedy Odede, and I've seen the squalor, I have seen the lack of sanitation that exists in Kibra, which is just one example. I now see in this speech that the dreams of the people of Kibra, where I've worked, will be able to have what they've always wanted: affordable housing, clean areas, safe spaces, and a place with sanitation and water, and power also. I also wish to comment on the issue that I hope and appeal to our members that when the matter comes before the House, it is something we should support. Ensuring that we have a reformed social security system in Kenya so that we can end old age poverty. All of us know that we look after our aged. We pay for medical bills for our parents. We take care of our parents at retirement, no matter the fact that they have worked all their lives up to including to educate us. To know that that is something will be of the past, we will be having legislation coming to this House, and I look forward to it, as was stated in the President's speech, that It doesn't make sense to save 200 shillings a month and after 30 years only carry home 72,000 shillings. That must change. It will take painful processes, and each of us, I know, will be called upon to try and help. Particularly welcome also in the speech are the reforms of structuring our healthcare system and our access to universal healthcare for all. Again, this is something that every member of this House has endured. Everyone has no less than 20 messages a day relating to fundraising events for someone who has either died and has left a pending bill in the hospital, or is in hospital and is unable to get treatment because they cannot afford. We hope that this 13th Parliament is going to be the Parliament that will put that to an end forever. And that, I think, is encouraging because it's an agenda that was clearly out in the President's address to this House. Honorable Speaker, I know I can go on and on this point and in moving this motion, but I wish to be able to stop there so that I can give other members, especially the new members who need to make their maiden speech. I would like to be able to donate my time to them rather than take the entire time. Thank you. And now I beg to ask Jerusha Momanyi to second this motion. I hope she has come to the House.
Honorable Jerusha Momanyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You can come in.
Take your stand and second the motion.
I told you yesterday, the speech. Oh.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I want, first of all, to apologize, but I have reached. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion of the speech of the President, but before I continue supporting it, first of all, I want to thank the people of Nyamira County for having elected me the second time. I want to thank them, and I want to thank that person who gave me the name, Ntogoro, which gave me a great mileage, which made me to be victorious in the 2022 elections. And I promise that I will work for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I second the speech of the President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable members, I'll now propose the question that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President delivered on Thursday, September 29th, 2022. The Honorable Member for Molo, Kuria Kimani.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this presidential debate. First of all, I'd like to thank the great people of Molo constituency for the confidence that they showed in me for the second time for re-electing me as a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I will note that since the start of multi-party democracy, Molo has never re-elected anyone. And I am here as the first person for the last 30 years to be re-elected in that great constituency. This shows, Mr. Speaker, the confidence that the people had in me, in the services that I offered them, without discriminating against the various communities that there are in my constituency, noting that Molo is a very cosmopolitan constituency. Mr. Speaker, I note that in the presidential address by His Excellency the President, the President saluted the great women that have been elected in single-member constituencies and again re-elected in this 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in the great county that I come from, the Nakuru County and City, we were popularly known as the Nakuru Girls because we produced the highest number of single women members of parliament in our respective constituencies, elected a woman governor and a woman senator. I say this as a proud father of a daughter, that my daughter can look forward to dreaming to be any person or any leadership position she would like to hold in this great republic. Nakuru is very unique. At the start of our county, we elected our senior most Honorable Jane Kihara. At the tail end of our county in Nakuru, we elected the youngest, who is yours truly speaking this morning. But of course, we are happy to have our newest members, the Honorable Mutahi from Kuresoi North, and of course the Mamba that swallowed the Jogoo in Rongai constituency. Mr. Speaker, I would like to note the great number of youth leaders or young people that have been elected in this 13th Parliament. And this also has the highest record of young members who have been re-elected as members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that young people that I was elected with the 13th Parliament, to know just a few, the Honorable J.P. Mwirigi, who was the youngest in the 12th Parliament, my colleagues at Kenyatta University, the Honorable Didi Nyoro, the Honorable Karemba, and the Honorable Pato, all got re-elected. Mr. Speaker, this means that we have with us a record of people that are going to become career politicians. I've often said, Mr. Speaker, if you wanted to get a lawyer who has 30 years of experience, you will get plenty of them. If you look for a medical doctor with 30 years of experience, you'll get plenty of them. But if you look for politicians of members of parliament with 30 years of experience, they are very few. And the ones that are there now, for example, you as truly the Speaker now of the National Assembly, the Honorable Moses Wetangula, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. And this means, therefore, that this breed of young people, that we are giving them experience in politics, among us will be our 6th, the 7th, and the 8th presidents of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. His Excellency the President noted that the last election was issue-based. When I was campaigning for Kenya Kwanza in Molo constituency, I did not have difficulties explaining how President Ruto is a Kalenjin or how he is not. But our mantra at UDA, pesa mfukoni, quote unquote, would get everybody driven to that agenda. Because Kenyans are tired about politics of ethnic mobilization, and all they have learned is that when maize flour is sold at an expensive price, whether you are a Kikuyu or a Luo or a Kisi, the price is the same. When people have unemployment, when you're facing unemployment in the country, the people facing this unemployment is irrespective of the communities that they come from. So I'm very happy with this progress that we've made, and I hope that all of us are going to remain committed, that our politics in Kenya going forward will never again be based on our ethnic communities. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President noted the concern that your predecessor, Honorable Justin Muturi, had raised several times about the role of Parliament in oversighting the executive. Many a times, we issued invitations to cabinet secretaries to answer to audit queries or questions from honorable members. But, Mr. Speaker, even when these cabinet secretaries came to address us in this floor, Mr. Speaker, the answers were unsatisfactory. They used to give excuse after excuse how they would not be available to answer to the members of Parliament. And this really undermined the role of Parliament as an oversight of the executive. I'm very happy, therefore, to note that this Parliament will start reviewing our standing orders to allow these cabinet secretaries to come and answer this question on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker. I'm particularly even happier that several of our colleagues have been appointed to the executive. The Honorable Aden Duale, the Honorable Alice Wahome, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa, among all the other politicians and ex-politicians that will now be serving the executive. As I congratulate them, I hope that they will not forget where they came from. I hope they will not forget the troubles they had reaching cabinet secretaries for them to have to raise questions or lobby for projects in their constituencies. And we therefore hope that when we go to knock at the doors of these people that will be in the executive, we listen to us the way they would have liked to be listened to when they served as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, the President promised us that fertilizers will be accessible to wananchi. And true to his word, this fertilizer is now available in stores across the country. Mr. Speaker, this was a great depart from the economics of subsidizing consumption at the expense of subsidizing production. And Mr. Speaker, what we saw in the previous government, the subsidizing of consumption led to expenditures that could not be accounted for, and even trying to lower those prices, we never succeeded. Because research has shown that if you really want to subsidize the cost of a product, the easiest and the most rational way is to subsidize its production rather than its consumption, Mr. Speaker. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the President in his address, and I quote his speech, that we are overtaxing consumption at the expense of taxing wealth. Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we have had the assumption that if you increase the rate of taxes, then you will collect more revenue. But scientific research has shown, for example, what in economics we call the Laffer curve, that you will increase the rate of tax up to a particular point where a further increase in that tax rate will lead to collection of less taxes. And I'm therefore hoping that this 13th Parliament, as we look forward to debate the finance bill, we are not going to have the proverbial increase of the tax rates, hoping that we'll collect more revenues. But we're going to have a tax system that is sensitive to the hard economic times that we have, and noting that as increasing the tax rate will not necessarily lead to an increase in tax collection, Mr. Speaker. The President in his address talked about housing as one of his key agendas. In addition to providing thousands and thousands of jobs to our young people, this will also lead to a decent way of living for our people. In Molo constituency, Mr. Speaker, quite a rural constituency, we have a big slum called Kasarani. We have families living together in a single room. You have the father and the mother sleeping there and adult children sharing that same tiny wooden room, Mr. Speaker. And I'm therefore hoping that when this project kicks off, that Molo is going to be one of the first beneficiaries, and we are going to provide decent housing to our members of this country, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of savings, yesterday I received a call from one of the constituents asking me to move a bill in Parliament to increase the age of retirement from 60 to 65. It is because the savings that I have been doing in NSSF is not enough to cater for them in their retirement, Mr. Speaker. And although this will be a pinch to us, in the long run, we need to be a saving country, and we need to save enough so that we don't overburden our children when we get old, for them to support our livelihoods. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the President's speech. May I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank you, to congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of this House. Mr. Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to thank the people of Seme for electing me for the third time. Mr. Speaker, this is a great honor and privilege. I don't take it for granted. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the President's speech, and let me say, it is the shortest President's address to Parliament that I've listened to in the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, it is a fairly good summary of the president's manifesto and what he said during his campaign. But let me say, it was rather lacking in strategy. I believe that will come later on as we go into the details. But as it was basically a good summary. The 52 paragraphs actually covered everything he said during his campaign. It commented on the affirmative action in Parliament, where more women have been elected and are increasingly being elected, the re-election of many members, serving all Kenyans regardless of how they voted. The Speaker has talked of the role of the ministers and the oversight role we'll have and them coming to Parliament. It's a talk of the support for the judiciary, investing in enablers of the economy, particularly infrastructure, and increased agricultural productivity, support for small traders, the youth, the mamamboga, the kinyozi, the makanga. All was in that speech. Credit provision, the Hustler Fund, better housing, universal health care through NHIF, better debt management, and say how we reduce our borrowing, proposing that we reduce the current budget by 300 billion shillings, better tax management, improving our social security, support for national government constituency development fund, and the Senate oversight. So, Speaker, all was there. And as I said, lacking in details and strategy, and it is our hope that that will come when policies come before us in the House, because that's how it's be. But, Mr. Speaker, there was a striking lack of mention on two things that, in my view, are most critical in this country, Mr. Speaker. One is unity of this country. It was mentioned here and there. I didn't see the emphasis. Mr. Speaker, unity is the key to harmony and development, especially after an election that was bitterly fought, narrow margin, contested. We didn't agree with it, but it went to court, and the court made a ruling, which in my view, Mr. Speaker, was a little flawed. Flawed because of the language. Mr. Speaker, it was enough to say that the evidence before us does not warrant negating the election. It wasn't necessary to go on words like wild goose chase, red herring, hot air. That, in my mind, flawed that decision. Despite that, we have accepted it. And Mr. Speaker, there is need for healing. And in paragraph 12, the President's speech again kind of didn't bring people together, referring to the role of the Deputy President becoming the opposition leader and vice versa. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that is necessary at this point. And even in paragraph 10, reference to personality cults, I don't think those are necessary at this point in time. We need, Mr. Speaker, to create a nation. Mr. Speaker, we have a country called Kenya whose boundaries were defined by the colonialists, and we accepted it. We have a state defined by the Constitution, the statutes, and all the MDAs, the ministries, the departments, the parastatals, the agencies. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a nation called Kenya on this earth. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? Because, Mr. Speaker, a nation resides in the hearts of people, and people believe this is ours, we all love it. We live it in together. we cry for it, we die for it. Mr. Speaker, this is something that in this country for the 60 years of independence, we have not fought for. Mr. Speaker, we have fought for control of the instruments of government and the instruments of power for the distribution of resources. We have never strived to create a nation. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, in this country called Kenya, if you stand in any of the streets in any of the towns and cities and say, Luos are this and that, Luos are stupid this and that, or you say Kikuyus are bad in this way and that way, you insult them, or you say the Kambas and this, somebody will come and attack you because they feel that they've been attacked. But Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you this. If you go in the streets and say, Kenyans are stupid, Kenyans are thieves, Kenyans are this, nobody will attack you because nobody feels they have been insulted. Nobody feels that they belong to something called Kenya as a nation. That is why, Mr. Speaker, even we, very informed people, talk of the Luo nation, the Luhya nation, the Kisii nation. Mr. Speaker, this is a 1,000-mile journey that in this country we have not even made the first step. I thought the Azimio Kenya Moja, One Kenya Alliance, that in my mind is what we are thinking about. Even One Kenya Kwanza, again we all have it, but do we practice it? To me, Mr. Speaker, this is the bigger game that this country must start fighting for. Mr. Speaker, the other one is corruption. I didn't get much on corruption except in paragraph 19 when it came in the support for the judiciary. But otherwise I didn't. But this is the cancer that will eat, prevent any promises, dismantle any process that we will make to improve the welfare of our people. Any effort, if we don't address corruption, this document, this speech, seemed afraid to tackle that evil. And Mr. Speaker, we must look at this even in the appointments that are coming, and this House will be vetting people. I do not believe in the principle that we want to be guided by innocent until proved guilty. I think we should be guided by chapter 6 on integrity and morality, where we should say, stand until proved innocent, and therefore not fit to hold a public position. In my mind, Mr. Speaker, that is the direction we should go. Those two big principles should be the guiding.
Thank you, the Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to keep my word of yesterday that I would congratulate you today. Moses Masika Wetangula, for being elected the Speaker of the National Assembly by an overwhelming majority. And your deputy, the Honorable Gladys Boss-Sholei, my erstwhile classmate, and the one who knighted me, Sir George. The Speaker, I confirm that the National Assembly is in its safe hands, and we expect the very best in this term. Most exciting, so that we come here on a daily basis to actually deliberate on issues that touch on our country. Allow me also to say thanks to the people of Tharaka constituency who gave me a second term. It wasn't easy. Tharaka people are known to be brave. Sometimes they say they are warriorsome. And all that put together is that they rejected all tokens given to them and chose development. Otherwise, that is how I came into this house, and I owe them one, which is a big thank you. I also want to thank the people of Tharaka Nithi County because they lived to their expectation. They always promised to deliver, and they actually delivered to Kenya Kwanza more than 92% of the votes cast. That was not a mean feat, and especially to the UDA party, which got almost all the positions, together with the sister party, the Service Party, that brought to this house our woman representative, the Honorable Susan Ngugi Mwindu, and she is here. As we speak today, Tharaka people and the people of Tharaka Nithi are hungry because there is ravaging drought in that area. There is also no water, and we are calling upon the government to make immediate interventions to that county, to my constituency Tharaka, so that we are served with the food and water. I must confirm that to those who are newly appointed, I will be knocking the doors. We need water, we need food, we need roads, we need electricity, and all this. So all those in those dockets, especially those who came from this house, I tell them not to forget us. Turning to His Excellency the President's speech, the Honorable William Ruto, as it has been stated by every speaker, it was the shortest of the speeches, but the most elaborate, touching on the Kenya Kwanza plan, a plan that was actually very well worked on, produced to the country, and it has formed the basis upon which this coalition came to power. The President has assured all Kenyans that he will serve all of us, irrespective of our voting patterns. And this is exemplified by actually going to Nyanza last weekend, where he went to pray. We'll be calling upon all Kenyans to embrace His Excellency the President, so that he is able to serve us as the symbol of unity for this country. He represents everyone and is going to serve everyone. He has also promised to ensure that the three organs of government are separate and distinct, and that the parliament in which we sit as the National Assembly and the Senate and the judiciary are going to be independent in all aspects, including financial autonomy. The Kenya Kwanza plan, which he elaborated on as the bottom-up approach, including the Hustlers Fund, which has to be set up. It is my submission that once the legislative assistance is sought by the executive so that we can implement the plans of Kenya Kwanza, this House is more than willing, more than ready to ensure that that legislative agenda is passed and the country moves on. It was quite elaborate and emphatic that we must invest more in the country so that we are able to create jobs for millions of Kenyans who are jobless. This is what is hurting us even as we go to the constituencies, to find young graduates idling in marketplaces or wherever, jobless. Sincerely, as a house, we must rise to the occasion. We must now legislate in a manner that is going to assist our youths get more jobs. We have more investors coming in. We have more people putting down their money so that young people can actually get jobs. The trickle-down effect is what we are talking about, such that we do not always rely on money coming from the top. We now have to build the base so that we move upwards, the bottom up, as opposed to the trickle-down effect. Let us also become savers. We were told it's not a question of just consuming everything we get. And let that saving be commensurate to what we are earning, such that when you go to NSSF, your contribution cannot, you as members of parliament, You cannot contribute the same amount with the P1 teacher who has just been employed. Let it be commensurate so that we are able to save and we can borrow from those savings. The NHIF, which is very important, universal health care for every Kenyan, we must also contribute to it proportionately. There is no point of you contributing little money to take care of your family alone when actually we know for sure you earn much more than the people we have up country. Let us pay enough for our family and a bigger number for our constituents so that eventually, possibly at the end of 5 years, we have every Kenyan covered by NHIF and they are able to walk into hospitals, walk out when they are properly treated. The housing project, which is part of the Big Four agenda that was collapsed because of various political reasons, now becomes the pet topic of our president. We must give him the legislative legal framework on which he can actually ensure that even those who live in the slums, in areas that are not very habitable, including those who live in deplorable state in our constituencies, are given better housing. Let us talk about infrastructure, because as I've said, my constituency Tharaka needs roads. We have numerous historic projects in Tharaka Nithi County, like every other part of the country. We need all these infrastructural development projects revived, completed, so that Kenyans can also enjoy development like the rest of the world. Electricity, he actually made a point on this, because there are many of the rural areas, including my constituency again, and my county, where the percentages are too low. Tharaka constituency possibly is at 30%. Gatundu South, Gatundu North may be at 100%. Let's move the money that is meant for those who are in 100% constituencies to those that are actually behind. This is what is called equalization, and we should not be shy to say these things, because some areas in the country are more developed than other areas, as a result of which we are lagging behind. The president is the symbol of unity. We have said so. Let's embrace him. Let's support his legislative agenda. Let us support his budgetary plans, whatever comes, for as long as it is geared towards assisting Kenyans, so that Kenyans can live better lives. Kenyans, even our counties, can actually develop. We can collect more money. We can do whatever is good for the country. I have heard it said we may not have spoken, he may not have spoken much about corruption. Corruption, in as much as the monster in this country, does not require songs day in, day out. Sometimes the more you talk about corruption, the more we think that you may be actually trying to shield ourselves, to shield our eyes from hearing this. So it's going to be part and parcel of the agenda. Let me congratulate His Excellency, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, because he's also a hands-on man. He has promised to assist the President deliver on the agenda, and we are looking towards this. Let me also thank His Excellency, the President, for he has done, or he has actually given us a historical event by appointing one of our own from Tharaka Nithi County, from Tharaka constituency, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Thank you for that. We have never had a cabinet minister, a cabinet secretary before, but now we have one. Thank you, Your Excellency. We know Professor Kindiki, and we promise he's going to deliver to the country. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Gilgil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to first of all congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of this House and the Deputy Honorable Sholei. I also rise to thank Almighty God for this very distinguished opportunity and privilege to serve in this House, now for a third term, having served with you in the 11th Parliament, in the Senate, and elected to this House in the 12th Assembly, and now elected for a second time in this 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity to thank the people of Gilgil from the 5 wards, Elementaita Ward, Malewa West Ward, Gilgil Town West Town Ward, Ebrumbaruk Ward, and more in that ward for having the confidence to get me represent them in this house, Mr. Speaker. I don't take it for granted, and I can promise them that the opportunity and the foundation that we put in the 12th Parliament, this Parliament can only get better and can only get bigger, and we will definitely work towards making it a model constituency, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to also congratulate my colleagues in this house, and Mr. Speaker, I take it as a special opportunity to congratulate the women elected members who are representing single member constituencies in this Parliament, the 29 of them, Mr. Speaker, and the 4 of them coming from the great Nakuru County. That is Njoro, that is Naivasha, that is Gilgil, and that is Bahati, Mr. Speaker. And we have shown the way that it is possible and it is doable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to this 13th Parliament for one reason, that it is a vibrant Parliament, more re-elections than have ever been in history. Mr. Speaker, we have never had 60% of us being re-elected in this house. I think it is a major milestone. That means that we have the institutional memory that is required to run this Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, this Parliament has also been restructured in terms of the committees. We know a lot of the work goes to the committee level, Mr. Speaker, and having 39 committees, that is 19 departmental and 20 that are select committees, will mean that work is spread out very well and the workings would be better, Mr. Speaker. I am also very proud that you served as a senator, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that these bicameral relations, just like was noted by the President in his speech, will improve in this 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because we represent the same people. We represent people from our constituencies and from our counties, and that these relationships, the sibling rivalry that we have seen before, will reduce, that we work for Kenyans, whether you serve in the Senate and whether you serve in the National Assembly. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have gone round, because some of the people who are in the 11th Parliament in the National Assembly ended up being in the Senate, in the 12th Assembly, and they were complaining. So, and the same have also happened to others who have become governors, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that we realize in every place that we have been elected, that the sovereignty that we actually practice and are proud of, Mr. Speaker, is donated by Article 1 of the Constitution. It actually belongs to the people. So I hope that even the issue of the bicameral relations that we are talking about, even sponsoring of bills that is across by members from the two houses, can actually be actualized so that we have a better, smoother house, Mr. Speaker. I am looking forward to this Parliament because what we had yesterday is a good start of the 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that this house becomes the area we debate more. We don't throw punches, we don't throw words. It becomes a debate floor, Mr. Speaker, that we can be able to respectfully debate regardless of what party you represent. And Mr. Speaker, that was also in the presidential speech, that it does not matter you came in through what party in this house. At the end of the day, Parliament is one. We must do our role of legislation, our role of representation, and our role of oversight as one house, Mr. Speaker. And to the presidential speech, Mr. Speaker, I'll pick a few issues. One thing he noted is that the unity of this country is not something we can bargain about, Mr. Speaker. Even if he was elected by the majority, the minority also must have their say, and he represents including the minority. And I think what he has already started to do, Mr. Speaker, even traveling to areas like Mutembei last weekend and areas that he did not get majority of votes, Mr. Speaker, has shown commitment that he is willing to embrace every person, regardless of the area you come from. And I hope that we can get out of the mood, even as leaders, Mr. Speaker, that even if you're elected through Azimio or you're elected through the minority, when the president in your area, you show up. Because at the end of the day, we are serving the same people and elections are done, and now we have work to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of bipartisan support from this house, Mr. Speaker, the president actually was appealing, and not to direct, it is to appeal to this house, Mr. Speaker, that we support his legislative agenda to push the things that he would want to achieve at the executive, Mr. Speaker. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that even if you're in the minority, if something is good for your people, you don't have to just oppose it just for the sake. And the same, you don't have to also support something that does not work for your people, because at the end of the day, you will be accountable to your people. Mr. Speaker, the issue of health, which is very partisan, which is very pertinent, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. The issue of universal health care, we spoke about it in the 12th Parliament, but how much was done, Mr. Speaker? Just yesterday, a lady from an area called Gomongo in my constituency was in the office. She's called Mama Kamingo in the office, Mr. Speaker, in my office. She's 73 years old. She uses NHIF to get treatment, and you know, at old age, Mr. Speaker, you will always need funds to go to the hospital. She has not been able to contribute for a whole year, Mr. Speaker. It may look small, but with COVID, with the drought that has ravaged the country, raising that money to actually put in the NHIF card is not easy, Mr. Speaker. What we had last Parliament is the issue of getting the elderly covered under NHIF and under UHC without paying. Mr. Speaker, we have good proposals, we have good policies, but where is the implementations, Mr. Speaker? Because at the end of the day, you get the cash transfer as a 70-year-old, 2,000 shillings per month, which, by the way, has not been updated for the last 3 or 4 years, Mr. Speaker. People who have reached that age are not getting that money. And even those that get it is late. And at the end of the day, if you have 2,000, you end up spending all of it on health issues, because you have arthritis, you'll have diabetes to manage, you'll have hypertension to manage, Mr. Speaker. You end up taking all that money to health. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, every person, and I don't think there is any member in this House who does not have a WhatsApp group to raise funds to actually raise medical bills, even to get bodies from hospital. Mr. Speaker, this agenda has to be thought out well, and I hope that the nominated CSs, especially for health, will be very at the forefront to ensure that every person gets a good cover and is actually assured of treatment, Mr. Speaker. And the other issue on health is that as an agenda of the executive, it has to be a shared agenda with the governors and the county Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, under Schedule 4 in the Constitution, this issue is at the devolution, at the devolved units, Mr. Speaker. The issue of having dispensaries and health centers operationalized is very critical, Mr. Speaker, so that we read the issue of getting people going for malaria, going for ARVs, going for immunization in Kenyatta National Hospital or Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and we take it to the dispensaries, Mr. Speaker. That level should be able to cater for issues of malaria, of diarrhea, of immunization, of ARVs, of the issues that are small, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to leave the issues of referrals at the national and at the level 5 hospitals, Mr. Speaker, and level 6, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of education, and I think the President also touched on that, and that also is coupled by the nomination of the CSs. If there is something we must get right in this country, is the model and the issue of education that we are talking about. And I'm happy that he has also started the issues in policy in terms of getting task forces to look at the model that we are looking at, and we are talking about the CBC, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't mess up a whole generation of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. This issue of education right now, and I will tie it to the issue of CDF. Right now, so many children are at home. And I know many members are getting to be asked, we need bursaries, we need to go back to schools. Teachers are saying we cannot allow children in school because bursaries are gone. We need to get this generation back to school. The issue of free secondary education, Mr. Speaker, has not come out properly. People are suffering, and children, a whole generation will be lost if we are not careful, Mr. Speaker. The other issue, maybe to close it, Mr. Speaker, will be actually to talk about the issues of water, issues of housing, and I know many of us have slums, that this housing agenda of the President must be cascaded to the level of the constituency level. I have an issue in Bondeni, in Kasarani, and I hope that we can be able to actually expand that agenda to the rural constituency, but I take time to note, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Rahim Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first let me congratulate you for being elected as our Speaker, and as well as the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Sholay, and all the members of Parliament from the 12th Parliament who have been re-elected, and from the 11th, as well as, Mr. Speaker, the independents who have been elected to this Parliament, being 12, and that I think has gone a long way to show that sometimes we do not believe in parties because parties shortchange us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to even thank the people of Northern Menti for electing me now for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, being elected as an independent was a very, very tough job. But I thank my people of Northern Menti for having faith in me. Mr. Speaker, I am the 5th MP since independence in my constituency, which had another constituency which has been split, Bori constituency. And Mr. Speaker, the first MP was Harvester Angaine, who was the king of Meru. After that came Honorable, I think it was Ntere Mbogori, and I'm glad we have our Mama County, Meru County, Honorable Elizabeth Kailemia, the daughter, is with us now. And then after that we had Honorable Muiraria. Then we had one-term MP, Silas Murioki. So me being the 5th MP since independence, I'm very happy, and this is my third term. Mr. Speaker, going on to the President's speech, first of all, I would like to congratulate the President Ruto, together with his Deputy Rigathi Gachagua, on the election. It was a tough campaigns, and the worthy competitor, the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, together with my former leader of NARC Kenya, Martha Karua, congratulate them for accepting that they did not win after the Supreme Court judgment. And I heard Honorable Nikal talking about the terms which were used in the Supreme Court. I mean, those were not offensive at all, according to me, but that being what it is, there is a government of the day, and the President has been chosen. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the President's speech, where he talked about reducing the price of fertilizer. Yes, the price of fertilizer has been reduced to 3,500. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that is as far as it goes, because if you go to the cereals board, yes, you will buy, some people will buy at 3,500. As soon as you are out of the gate, the prices go up to 5,000, and not everybody gets it, even those who have registered. I have complained to the administration, national administration. Mr. Speaker, we should go further, because we have devolution in place. We have got devolved units. We have got even the Ngao, that is the ACCs, the chiefs, assistant chiefs. We need to take the fertilizers up to the point where the people are, to the sub-locations, to the locations, to the divisions, and not just to the county headquarters, because unless we do not do that, then we will not achieve what was meant to be done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to know regarding the Hustlers Fund. I believe it is a good idea if implemented well. Mr. Speaker, the members of Parliament who are here and who were there in the 11th Parliament, they know about the Uwezo Fund. And many funds in many constituencies, the Uwezo Fund has been depleted. Unlike some who are doing good, like my constituency, my Uwezo Fund from 16 million right now, I have dispersed up to 60 million, Mr. Speaker. So we need to replicate the Hustlers Fund, probably be based within a Member of Parliament's office, so that we can join it together. We reduce the paperwork and the red tape and do it through the Uwezo Fund. It would be much better and easier to manage, but we should even do it in a way that people are told, the members of Parliament are told, that this is a revolving fund and not for free. It's not money for free, because until we do not inculcate that into our people, then people will not repay that. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke about informal settlements as well as housing. Mr. Speaker, we, like in my constituency, we've not had titles for one or from independence. Mr. Speaker, it is very important, if we are to empower our people, they should have title deeds. If develop what they do not have papers for. So, Mr. Speaker, my place in Meru, which we have done surveys for a long, long time, and I wish the incoming CS for lands and housing will look at Shauriako, and that is an informal settlement. I'm not saying Shauriako to our speaker, but it is an informal settlement which is called Shauriako, which is next to the sewage plant in Meru, and next to the biggest open-air market, Gakoromone market, in the whole of East and Central Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, up to date, we have not got the titles. Mr. Speaker, the housing dream is a very good thing. One of my colleagues has already spoken about Kibera will change. I think it was the Deputy Speaker, she talked about Kibera being changed. Mr. Speaker, we need change everywhere. Where there are informal settlements, let's have slum upgrading projects, which were there initially, but the funding was not there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is good that our President has promised the judiciary more funds so that justice can be dispensed. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we are saying justice to be dispensed, we would, and I think the President spoke about it even yesterday, judiciary, even the head of judiciary comes from my constituency, the Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome. But I would want even her and the whole judiciary not to put roadblocks on any legislation which comes out of this parliament and delay whatever is supposed to be done. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking, we are, you know, we are speaking from two sides of the mouth. Once where we are talking about the CDF Act of 2013 being said it is unlawful, yes. But we did changes in 2015 where now it is NGCDF, and it is two different things, because I believe in law, something is a different name is not the same as the other. So, Mr. Speaker, the President in his speech talked about CDF being a game changer. I think we need now to know whether he has said in private, yes, he supports us having a CDF, but we need now to move with haste so that we can entrench this NGCDF into the Constitution. And I believe there is already one of our members of Parliament who is pushing for that, and we as members of Parliament, we need to ascertain that we need NGCDF, because kids are at home right now because the bursaries are not there. And if the bursaries don't come, and if we are not, when we talk about free primary or free secondary education, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing like free. Just yesterday I got a call from one of the parents telling us we are asked for this money for one thing or the other. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is about debt. Mr. Speaker, we need to reduce our debt. And I agree with the President that we need to reduce the 300 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, the 300 billion should not be removed from the development budget. It should be removed from the recurrent expenditure, not from the development budget, because we all need roads, we all need a lot of things in our constituencies, and we need that money for CDF. So they should not even think, when they are going to bring a supplementary budget, to remove the 45 billion of CDF, because that supplementary will not pass in this House. I believe that is the feeling of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and want to congratulate you again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kilgoris.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I also wish to begin by giving thanks to the people of Kilgoris for electing me to Parliament. It has been noted that this has been a long hiatus away from this House, but, Mr. Speaker, I have also spent useful time serving as Kenya's ambassador to China, and though that was a very useful moment. And I want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, for your election to this good seat. I know you are quite capable, and this house will sometimes enjoy some of your good humor. I hope you still have it the way I used to know. And I wish to congratulate the Honorable learned friend Gladys Boss for her election as your deputy. Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, there was an opinion poll that held that Kenyans were the most optimistic people around in the world, I think. And you know, 10 years ago, we attended a very colorful ceremony at Kasarani. The ceremony was the inauguration of the Jubilee President and Deputy President, very well conducted by the now Deputy Speaker. And I was sitting next to some prominent Kenyans, and they watched, and we watched the way Kenyans were watching the presentation of the agenda of government at that time. And I asked my senior colleague of mine who was sitting next to me, what do you think about what do you think about the new government? What do you think about the president and the deputy president? And that senior colleague, who is now deceased unfortunately, said to me, I think these two people will perform very well. And he was very optimistic that Kenya was going to go places. And they actually digitally showed us the Kenya of their dreams. And we were all very hopeful, and we went back home. Some of us went back to our legal practice and waited for the great moments to happen. 10 years later, Mr. Speaker, the successor of President Kenyatta had this to say. He says, I have news, and it is not very good news. Our financial situation is not very good. Mr. Speaker, the President of Kenya has said that the financial situation is not good. The economy is bad. In fact, the Deputy President has used much clearer words and said the economy is very bad. Mr. Speaker, of course there are questions that would be asked, that we would like to ask, as to how we arrived at this situation. From a situation of optimism to a situation where we have now declared our economy to be very bad. We would have loved to do some postmortem on what actually were the causes of this situation. But I don't know whether that would help much. The situation as we find it now requires our attention. And this parliament should consider itself not as a war government or as a constitutional government or parliament, but in fact as a parliament that must sort out the economy. And more than anything else, the thing that will pain us, the things that we must set us to scratch our heads is how to bring back the economy to shape, because we aren't doing any good. The many things that we promised our people on the campaign trail depend on the economy. And unless we sort out the economy, there is very little else we are going to do. So we now wait for the government to present to us their economic policies to see what can be done differently. Because what I know, Mr. Speaker, is that most of the people who are in the Jubilee government are also in this government. The only consolation we have is that I hear that the president is very well advised by economists. I hope these economists will now crack this nut and tell us what ought to be done so that we can come out of this conundrum. Mr. Speaker, the economy is what has caused a lot of unemployment. And of all the problems honorable members will face in their constituencies, I think we will be able to tackle many. But I think the one that will give us a lot of disappointment is the employment issue. Where are we going to get jobs for the many young people we have today? if we don't sort out the economic problems we have, I tell you, many of us will not be re-elected because the young people do not want to hear about it. They want jobs, and they don't want you to go back and tell them that we went and faced I think sharks on the Jordan, because they do not know in the first place that there was a Jordan to cross. So we have to sort out the economic issues today and not tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the President has laid strong emphasis on agriculture. And coming from an area of where agriculture is the main activity, must say that the President's efforts should be supported. But Mr. Speaker, the problems are because of production. Production in agriculture is a very expensive thing in Kenya. Not just the fertilizer, but beginning from the tractors that you hire, the fuel that you put into it, and therefore the fertilizer. However, it is a good step that we have addressing the issue of fertilizer. Unfortunately, if you get farmers to go to the NCPB to buy fertilizer and say that they must be registered farmers, that is not good, because that is creating red tape. In fact, that will encourage corruption. Put this fertilizer on the shops, in the shops, so that people can buy them from there without having to get a signature from the DO or from the chief. They need to buy to access their agriculture, their fertilizer from the shops. Mr. Speaker, the President has addressed the issue of health. And as far as I can see, health is a very, very touchy issue. We are looking at it from the point of universal health care, and I think that is okay. But I would also like to ask a question, whether this house, although it is a house that believes in devolution, whether health is actually ripe for devolution. I think myself, Mr. Speaker, that by giving health to people down there at the county, before we prepare them properly, we are risking the lives of many of our Kenyans. And I think it is time for this house to reconsider and to whether this issue, health, shouldn't be brought back a little bit to where the experts are more, because not every governor is ready to see health the way the rest of the country would like to see it. I believe myself that we should not have devolved health too soon. We still need our doctors to be controlled centrally, to be posted centrally, so that we can be able to develop the facilities well. And Mr. Speaker, I think at some point the government decided to hire machinery, which they would have bought at the same price. We should now target the acquisition of X-ray machines, of MRI machines, of cancer machines, and place these within the hospitals in our localities. Mr. Speaker, I wish therefore to register my thanks to this speech.
Honorable Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to register my thanks on the President's speech. First and foremost, I want to congratulate you, Honorable Speaker Moses Wetangula, for your election as the Speaker of the National Assembly, and also Honorable Paul Cholet for being elected as the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the great people of Endebess for having seen it fit to elect me as their Member of Parliament for the third time consecutively. I want to assure them that I'll continue delivering the services as I've done before and make sure that there is great development within that area. Honorable Speaker, when you read our Constitution, in Article 1, it says that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through this democratically elected representatives. On 29th, Honorable Speaker, I was glad that when the President came to this House, we had all the three arms of government, because the Constitution recognizes in the same Article 1 that the sovereign power under the Constitution is delegated to the state organs, and that is Parliament, the judiciary, and the executive. And when the three arms of government were able to be in this House during the President's speech, it brought us as a country together, and that was very important, Honorable Speaker. I listened, and I've read again the President's speech. When my senior colleague in the profession, but also the same, we are in the same category as members of Parliament, Honorable Nyikal, referred to Article 10 as being divisive in the President's speech, I had to reread it again. And when I reread it, the President said, I submit to you that the fact that the election was so close is an indication that what unites us is always much more greater than what divides us. With the support of Kenyans, we've locked ethnicity as the central organizing principle of our politics, thereby retiring it for good, the ethnic mobilization and personality cults, together with their culture and practices of exclusion, discrimination, patronage, tribalism, and nepotism. Many of the young Kenyans in the street, Honorable Speaker, they do not look at themselves as Kikuyu, Sabot, Luhya, or anything. They look themselves as Kenyans. This issue of people talking of maybe the Kalenjin nation, the Kikuyu nation, it is we politicians who are polluting the Kenyans. But when you sit down with your child to speak at home, they never think of themselves as any other person. They think themselves as Kenyans. And it is upon us to cultivate that culture among our people. In the President's speech, Honorable Speaker, the President talks of his administration allocating 50 billion every year to the Hustlers Fund, from which micro, small, and medium enterprises can access affordable credit to start and expand their businesses. Many Kenyans outside there are looking forward to this Hustler Fund, and they are looking into this House to see what legislation we can be able to provide, because as far as the President is concerned, he laid down his policy. He didn't have to give the details. It is upon us, because I've heard some people talk about why we've seen the President's speeches being very short. It lacks the details. It is the details that it is upon this House to come up with. How do we operationalize the Hustler Fund? The President has said we can be able to allocate that 50 billion every year to make sure that Kenyans are able to access affordable credit. They are able to access the Hustler Fund and do businesses. The mamambogas, the border-borders, and everybody who is outside there, your constituents. So this calls for the unity of this House to come up with legislation and regulations in which to be able to operationalize this Hustlers Fund. The President went further and said there is tremendous opportunity for the House to fully take up its role in resolving the systematic issues that limit access to affordable homes and affordable finances. And we've seen the President the other day going to Mukuru Kwanjenga and launching the housing project. We've seen him going to other areas and talking about the same housing projects. My friends, Honorable Kaluma and others from Homabay, you missed an opportunity, because I think your people, I don't know whether in Homabay town, people must be, I don't know whether they have enough affordable houses. Your governor was away, Honorable Kaluma was away, and you tweeted to say that you needed to have been informed. But it was in common knowledge that the president was going there for church service. But it was upon you to make sure that you welcome the president and raise the issues concerning your people, especially in housing matters. In the president's speech on matters health, which I'm passionate about, considering my background as a medical doctor and a consultant surgeon for that matter. The president talks about universal health care.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly afternoon sitting. This is the first session of the 13th Parliament on this day of the 4th, on this day of the 5th of October. The order of business for the members of the National Assembly in this afternoon sitting, there is a procedural motion by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Shalei, on the extension of sitting time. Deputy Speaker will be moving this procedural motion on the extension of sitting time, that the House to sit up to 8 p.m. with respect to this afternoon sitting of Wednesday, the 5th of October, 2022, Thursday, the 6th of October, the year 2022, and Tuesday, the 11th of October, the year 2022. This is a procedural motion that will be moved by the Deputy Speaker on the time extension of the plenary sittings for this afternoon, Thursday's afternoon, and next week, Tuesday. There is also a motion on the debate on the address by the President. This is under the second allotted day. Remember, the National Assembly has allocated 4 sittings, consecutive sittings, to debate the address of the President of the Republic of Kenya that was made during the joint parliamentary sitting on the 29th of September, the year 2022. 4 days or 4 sittings have been allocated for members to debate on this address. A number of issues were raised in that particular speech that touch on the legislative agenda, that touches on matters of the leadership within the National Assembly or within the members of National Assembly, matters such as the National Government Constituency Development Fund, issues also around the oversight, Senate Oversight Fund, issues also touching on the appearance of cabinet secretaries on the floor of the House to articulate issues concerning the government. Members were requested to look at the standing orders and give room for the cabinet secretaries to be able to appear before the floor of the National Assembly to be able to articulate issues. Issues also concerning the budget, debt management, the cost of living. There's a number of issues that members since morning, the first sitting when they started the debate, touched on, and this will be a continuation of those issues or those matters. They will be picking, each member will be having 10 minutes to talk about that or give their opinions on that. Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. He will preside over this afternoon sitting. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in collaboration with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa ya viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu ya jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tunakutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion: that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 33A, hours of meeting, this House resolves to sit up to 8 p.m. with respect to the afternoon sittings of Wednesday, 5th October 2022, Thursday, 6th October 2022, and Tuesday, 11th October 2022. Honorable Speaker, you will recall that while moving the motion on limitation of debate on the President's address, I indicated that the time is limited even though we have 4 days. At the end of the 4 sitting days, not all members would have got the opportunity to speak. Therefore, this has necessitated that the need to extend the time of the sitting of the House. Honorable Speaker, I'm also cognizant of the fact that the newly elected members need to make their maiden speeches, which can only be possible if sufficient time in form of extended sitting of this House is availed on Wednesday, 5th October 2022, Thursday, 6th October 2022, and Tuesday, 11th October 2022. Honorable Speaker, it's against this context that I'm seeking extension of time of sitting through this procedural motion to afford more members to debate the motion at least 3 more hours. Honorable Speaker, I urge members to support this procedural motion on the extension of the sitting of the time to avail more time for the debate on the President's speech. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Owen Baya, 2 seconds.
You have the mic?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, this being a procedural motion, I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, hours of meeting, this House resolved to sit up to 8 p.m. with respect to the afternoon sittings of Wednesday, 5th October 2022, Thursday, 6th October 2022, and Tuesday, 11th October 2022. Is that the mood of the House? I now put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, hours of sitting, this House resolves to sit up to 8 p.m. with respect to the afternoon sittings of Wednesday, 5th October 2022, Thursday, 6th October 2022, and Tuesday, 11th October 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Debate on the address by the President, second allotted day.
Honourable members, we will continue with the debate like we advised in the morning. All honourable members who are new in the House, this is an opportunity for you to make your maiden speeches. When you make your maiden speech, nobody will interrupt you with any points of order, and it's an opportunity for you to put your footprint on the debates of the House, and also for you to probably acknowledge your voters for giving you the privilege to serve them in this House. You have 10 minutes for each member, as we had advised earlier. We have the member for Soy who was on the floor, and the records show that you had 6 minutes to go.
Honorable Speaker, for giving me this time to proceed from where I had left. Maybe I can request the chair to recount because of the interruption of thoughts. So maybe you can give me an extra 1 minute for that. What I was saying before we break was we really want to thank the President for that speech and address that really covered most of the areas that needs to be covered for the economy to prosper. And one of it, as I had said, given that Honorable Speaker, you know, Uasin Gishu is an agricultural county, and the subsidy on fertilizer is really welcome by the citizens of the county of Uasin Gishu, and we call upon the government maybe in future when the economy improves, especially during the planting season, it is reduced further to 2,500. And there is also need to really streamline the Ministry of Agriculture. There are a lot of cartels and a lot of brokers that at the end of the day, farmers are not making profit. So I call upon the ministry and this house to put, we put legislations that are going to assist our farmers get rid of these cartels and these brokers. You remember around 3 years ago, there was a lot of victimization on the farmers from Uasin Gishu, and I want to inform this house, up to today, those farmers are still suffering. They were taken through prosecutions, and their money is being held up by the government. So we want also to call upon the new government to really release those money to those farmers, because they were victimized and they were not importers from Mexico. They were just real farmers, and their farms can be confirmed. So they have also sent me to make sure that at least those money can release to them. It is amounting to about 1 billion shillings. So if they can get, at least it is going to improve their conditions of farming. Thirdly, on the issue of energy, I know the speech did not cover a lot in terms of energy, but that is a very critical component when it comes to the challenges that our people are facing. Mr. Speaker, sir, you know very well the government tried on the issue of the last mile, where there was supposed to be maximization on all the transformers that are already in place. I want to call upon this House to set up policy and regulation that is going to ensure that every transformer that has been installed is maximized within 100 days. It will really assist and will jumpstart the suffering that our people are going through. On the issue of the economy and the debt, I support the President. We need to have austerity measures so that we can get money that is going to jumpstart this economy. The 300 billion, we can get it within our current budget by ensuring that those issues that are not important to the people of Kenya, they are not important to the economic development of this country. Things like travels, things like flowers, things like tea, we can do away with them, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that part of the money is injected into the ASLAS fund and also the funds that are necessary to jumpstart this economy. I think if we do that, because at the end of the day, we cannot continue digging a hole and continue borrowing to sustain our economy. We were being told that currently the ordinary revenue is amounting to around 2 trillion, and the current debt that we are paying is around 1.4 trillion. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you do your simple maths, it follows that you remain with around 600 billion, which is not enough. So it means this economy is being run by debts. So it is important that we cut it and we support the President so that within 3 years, at least we are in a sustainable levels that we can develop our country without a lot of debts. On the issue of education, I know currently we have a task force in place to review the education sector, especially on the CBC. I think there is a lot of confusion on that, and we support the President to make sure that at least the CBC is reviewed, and all those issues that seems the teachers have not gotten it very well. I was reading another story whereby for every experiment, especially when you are looking at the chicken, all the kids have to go with chickens, and you can imagine a teacher will have around 30 chickens, and it was only one experiment, so he will put all the others on the fridge. So we really have to induct our teachers well, so that if we are going to go forward with this CBC, at least we go with CBC that everyone can understand. All the stakeholders can understand, the parents can understand, the kids can understand, and the teachers can understand. So for that, we as the people of Soy, we are looking upon the government to make sure that the challenges that we have, especially in electricity, roads, and the bottom up, that is the ASLAS fund, those ones are implemented so that our people are going to benefit. Because of time, and I really want to donate to my colleagues so that they can be able to proceed. I don't want to take a lot of time.
You are donating nothing. You have finished your time. Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Gakuya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having this opportunity. First and foremost, I want to congratulate you for having elected the Speaker of this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to thank my electorate who has given me a third term without tire, and it's an honor, as for sure it's not easy in this city to get elected 3 times frequently. Mr. Speaker, as a Nairobian, this city has many angles that will require to be tackled with, and especially in the measures that the head of state put or highlighted during his address to the public. I would like to take note that, especially to the area of hustlers, this city is the hub of hustlers. And taking consideration that we have a very serious effect of COVID, which turned most of our SMEs to bankrupt, I think an urgent measure has to be taken to make sure that SMEs are back to their track of business. And as far, in terms of hustler fund, I would like to take the first move to support this fund that I am very much aware that will go a long way with our SMEs, because Nairobi will depend from our pocket. Here we does not grow anything, we are not farmers here, and we rely in our pockets. And therefore, we require such a support so that hustlers can be able to make their food on the table. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to thank the head of state for taking a lot of concern into areas of banking sectors, where you realize that our people have become bankrupt because of the CRB, that they cannot be able to access the readings from the various banking. And it's a very good step that the head of states have taken to make sure that the hustlers can be able to be lifted from where they have been hanged by the CRB. And therefore, this to me is a very serious mark that will give our SMEs and hustlers an opportunity still to access funding from various financing areas. Mr. Speaker, as I speak about the hustlers in the city, we have also a very serious acute of housing, and this housing sector is a serious matter that you realize most of the Nairobians settles themselves in what we call informal sector, and it's a high time that we need to make an inroad to make sure that in fact these informal sectors are converted to formal. And therefore, the agenda of housing is a very serious agenda, and especially to the hustlers of this city who are in formal sector. I would like to congratulate the head of state for coming up with a strategy on how both the formal and informal sectors can be incorporated in this particular housing program. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank that the head of state took a very serious measure on how the hustlers can also be, the informal sector hustlers can be also put into what we call formal, what we call saving programs. Mr. Speaker, it is of importance that as most of these formal sectors are able to save, these informal sectors are forgotten areas. But the head of state came with a very incentive program that in fact, once these informal sectors can be able to save 2 shillings, they can be able to be topped up with a ceiling. And this one is a big mile that will take our informal sector to a higher level. In this particular case, I would support that program should continue, and for us to rebuild this country and build our economy. Various sectors the head of state tackled are of importance. And I would like to state very clearly, we have agriculture, which has been a key to drive the economy of this country. And the head of state was very clear on how we can come out of these subsidies and try to be able to support the production of our sectors. In this case, I would support the highlighted measures by the head of state that the farmers, and this includes those who does farming of what we call green groceries, those who does maize, those who does sectors like tea sectors, coffee sectors, horticultural areas, because all these areas are important to drive our economy. And therefore, we require to make sure that we have given the enabling environment so that our farmers can be able to earn, and especially they can be able to save something at the end of the day. With the more our farming inputs will accelerate in terms of costing, is the more the costing of our food will rise up. And therefore, a serious measure is supposed to be taken so that this government can be able to ease the prices of our commodities. And this case is an area that we should, all of us, support to make sure that once farmer has been given an incentive that will give a production in a lower cost, then the people of Nairobi will be able also to enjoy the prices, the food cost, the food costing. When the food have increased, those people who reside in capital city, another big town, becomes the biggest sufferers of this particular area because they depend even to buy a sukuma wiki from their pockets. And therefore, I urge that in fact the members will support this particular drive to make sure that at least these commodities will come down as we support the agricultural sector. I still, Mr. Speaker, brief in what we call how to bring back this economy, and there was a proposal of the head of state on how to seal the loopholes and the wastage to make sure that in fact at the end of the day we can be able to save from our current budgets going forward. And therefore, I urge that in fact that particular area also is given a big support so that these sectors that actually sometimes are not well monitored and where the wastage gets its way out is areas that we need to oversight and make sure that our role as parliament, we take it on a serious note so that in fact we can be able to save a lot for this country. I believe, and this morning one of the speakers was very categorical and very critical on the area of corruption. And I think if we can put a stamp on this particular area where we can make sure that we can zero rate this corruption, we can be able to save enough and be able to have enough to share for economy. As we know that at least the point we are almost at the red flag in terms of borrowing. Mr. Speaker, there are serious measures that have to be taken to make sure that in fact we are within our levels of survival without being tagged to what we call borrowing every other day. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to arrive to this dream if we can be able to make sure that our country has zero-rated this element of corruption. Mr. Speaker, I'm also of the opinion that, Mr. Speaker, if the area that we have that we call Juakali sector, the area that we call the informal sector, and especially in this particular city, is an area of a serious concern. And therefore, those who live here, those sides here, without proper arrangement, I think they will be on a very bad position. And that is where we urge that, in fact, as we consider other areas, we should not forget about the city. This city generates about over 60% of contribution to our revenue. And Mr. Speaker, it's also important when we are making sharing of these particular resources, let us not be forgetting that actually it does contribute such a hefty amount of money. And therefore, we would like also to be in that particular basket to enjoy what we just generate from within this particular city. Let the hustlers of this city also enjoy. You realize, Mr. Speaker, even our roads, sometimes, and this is a capital city, you find still we have roads that actually are what we call maram roads, and this is a capital city. It's a city that must be in the level of competing with the other cities of the world. And therefore, I would think that as we share revenue, let us consider that the capital city is the capital city of the country, and the capital city that requires to be given enough so that as the city flourishes, the Kenya flourishes. And when the city is
nominated member Dorothy Ikiara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me take this early opportunity, like everyone else, to congratulate you on your election as the Honorable Speaker for this House. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to congratulate the President and his deputy for duly being elected to serve the Kenyan people for the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to say today is a very special day for us as the teachers of this nation, because the teachers are celebrating the World Teachers' Day. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's important to note the very, very important role that the teachers of this country play. Personally, when I look around this House, Honorable Speaker, I can proudly say if 68% of the registrators seated here today, if they were in my village, I would have taught them 42 years ago. Mr. Speaker, sir, the theme of today's World Teachers' Day is the transformation of education begins with teachers. This is the more reason why I would want every member who can read and write to say thank you to a teacher in a very, very special and small way. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I know this country today, we are all agonizing because of the looming anger. The teachers bear the biggest brunt of watching and seeing the suffering of the young ones. The young children report to school every morning, and it is the responsibility of the teacher at that level to ensure learning takes place. Today, what I'm getting and the messages that I'm getting across the country, it is teachers are only doing tender care of ensuring that the children who come to school without any meal, they are given glucose to keep them at least in class. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the reason why I want to thank His Excellency the President for ensuring that food security and the relief food that was flagged off has reached the hard-hit areas. And I want to implore upon those that have been entrusted with the distribution of this food to ensure that it reaches in the schools. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to join the rest of the registrators in thanking His Excellency the President from the community where I come, Meru, for being given a CS, Honorable Mithekari Nchore, who has been given a very, very important docket, that is the agriculture docket. It is my belief, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this docket will directly benefit the Meru community, which is an agriculture-rich community, and the pocket for food security. And at the same time, this ministry will also be able to take care of the President's agenda on agriculture, where he has said productivity in agriculture is not an option. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, was the point of order. She's making a maiden speech. I thought we had said we resist the temptation to raise points of order. She cannot be interrupted. She's making a maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for ensuring that I'm not interrupted, because this is my first day to speak in this house. I have taught you, my son. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I say food productivity is the one that will take the country, this country, to greater heights. Mr. Speaker, sir, a country without food security will always be prone to what we are experiencing now. And therefore, for this reason, I want to say a very big thank you to His Excellency the President. Going on my reaction to the President's speech, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to react on the culture of savings. I know it is very difficult for people to inculcate a culture of savings. One, it is because the experience that people have had with savings, especially when they are told, put here, at the end of the day you get this, it becomes very difficult for the ordinary people. NSSF is a body that has been in place for many years, since its inception in 1965. But you realize, Mr. Speaker, sir, NSSF was meant to take care of people in the formal and informal sector. But as it stands today, NSSF takes care for apparently about 5 million Kenyans who are in the formal sector. Therefore, the pronouncement by His Excellency the President that the mama bogas, the border people, can be included in the saving culture is very, very much welcome. And more so, the promise that every 2 shillings that you save, you get an additional 1 shilling. Mr. Speaker, sir, this will make our people feel that they are saving for themselves and not for anyone. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is well known that the most difficult phase of everyone's age is the age that you are not able to tender for yourself. A lot of parents today are a burden to their children, and in most cases we assume that old people should always be confined to hospital. Honorable Speaker, it's important to know old people sometimes don't need drugs as much as they need proper nutrition. And it is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that I want to support His Excellency the President in ensuring that every person, even at old age, is able to realize their full potential and ensure that they can be able to live quality life. We have experiences, Mr. Speaker, sir, of countries like Italy, where we have an aged population, and this aged population is able to tender for themselves because they have very, very good social security pension schemes that take care of them. In our country, it is completely different, Mr. Speaker, sir, because when you get old, you are only left at the mercy of your children. When they give you and when they don't give you, the next stage is you say you are sick and the next place is in the hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to confine myself once again to say that the President was very categorical that the universal health care must work and should work for us Kenyans. The universal health care, because NHIF is a scheme that has been in Kenya for quite a while, and more often than not, it does not provide the quality health care that you would expect it to offer. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my prayer that with the unveiling of the new universal health care, we should be able to ensure that every sick person gets access to quality medical care. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this cognizance and taking to ensure that I will be part of this.
For the member for Kabuchai. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker also join the rest of my friends, legislators, to congratulate you on being elected as our Speaker of this Honorable House, leading these honorable professionals called members of Parliament. The Speaker, I also want to thank you very seriously, because, Mr. Speaker, when I thank the people of Kabuchai, having elected me, Mr. Speaker, with 90% of the elected people, Mr. Speaker, your vote, Mr. Speaker, was the first one to elect me. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, because you woke up very early in the morning with your family, Mr. Speaker, and you went to Namahele Primary School, where you voted Majimbo, and I'm here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would not have said any better than that, Mr. Speaker. You also mentored me, Mr. Speaker. You remember where you raised some of us, Mr. Speaker. We came from far to reach where we are, courtesy of your tutelage and the courtesy of your training, Mr. Speaker. I will forever remember your upbringing, Mr. Speaker. Now, back on this speech of His Excellency, Mr. Speaker, I want also to take my time and thank His Excellency the President for taking cognizance, Mr. Speaker, that in this country we have people who have barely anything to eat in every morning and evening, Mr. Speaker. The best and where they can draw their money is through Fuliza, and sometimes, Mr. Speaker, those kind of low Fuliza, Mr. Speaker. Remember, Mr. Speaker, when I had a meeting recently, His Excellency the President had a meeting, and they brought down to 40% the churches, Mr. Speaker, where these Fulizas are. Mr. Speaker, as we talk today, we have people who are benefiting from that excursion, from that good organization of the President. Mr. Speaker, I will not have said much and better than that. Also, Mr. Speaker, for this nation to grow, we cannot borrow and use what we have borrowed, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of paying salaries and for purposes of other things, Mr. Speaker. We must borrow for development. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, if we have to move that direction, I will encourage this House that when the President will bring to this House the budget cuts, Mr. Speaker, those that we can have less borrowing, Mr. Speaker, for this nation to grow, Mr. Speaker, this House will expedite that with the easiest and whatever, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not forgetting the fertilizer. You know, Mr. Speaker, if you don't plant food, if the country has no food, that country, Mr. Speaker, will spend on buying deer cars. That country, Mr. Speaker, will spend on building prisons. Because, Mr. Speaker, without food, anybody will go and steal anything, and that, Mr. Speaker, will lead him to that jail term, Mr. Speaker. Without forgetting that, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency made a very, very noble statement, Mr. Speaker, where he said that all CSS, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, the last Parliament, where you put a question, Mr. Speaker, to a CS who doesn't know how we run this constituency, Mr. Speaker, they respond the way they want without taking in much seriousness. So if, Mr. Speaker, the proposal of CSS coming to answer question on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, to us, we shall have now the time to use the hammer that we have to show them, Mr. Speaker, that we really work, and therefore they will perform in their fields, Mr. Speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this House, we shall do the proper legislation to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that that comes up and we make it fruitful. Mr. Speaker, not forgetting the judiciary. When the President, Mr. Speaker, saw how the backlog of cases in this country, and then he, on day one, the Speaker of his office, he decided, Mr. Speaker, to increase the staff of the division, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, he looked at how to bring out the finances and how to run properly, Mr. Speaker, so that we can avoid the issue of case backlogs. And the best way, Mr. Speaker, to treat the pandemic of lack of completion of corruption cases in this country, Mr. Speaker, is to do what he did. There, Mr. Speaker, I wish also to put forward the point that, Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency congratulated the House and the maturity of democracy in Kenya by having single constituencies, Mr. Speaker, electing 29 women in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was notable. We really say this is the best, Mr. Speaker, the country is maturing. But Mr. Speaker, the much I know you, Mr. Speaker, and from where you come from, Mr. Speaker, don't try this at home. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you try this at home, some of us will lose jobs, Mr. Speaker. I want to come up again. But, Mr. Speaker, you are very happy when the President congratulated this country that the democracy is maturing. We have improved to single constituency member of parliament, improving to 29 members. So, Speaker, that is very good because he gave it was not very well done, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, don't try this in Bungoma. Don't try this at home. Some of us will lose jobs because, you know, we are not to that extent, Mr. Speaker. I would also want to put this. But, Mr. Speaker, also CRC. Mr. Speaker, CRC, Mr. Speaker, SRC, Mr. Speaker, should come to terms. No, excuse me. It was CRC. Yes, it was CRC, Honorable Bokose. CRC, Mr. Speaker, is listing, Mr. Speaker, people in this country, CRB, in this country, Mr. Speaker, and the listing, Mr. Speaker, is punitive. So when we move to that direction, Mr. Speaker, we want only CRB to be used, Mr. Speaker, to give corrections and advice, not to the level of making Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, look like they're slaves in their own country. So to that extent, Mr. Speaker, I would wish also to give, Mr. Speaker, the President, he talked candidly well about peace, Mr. Speaker, after elections. He was happy, and in his speech, Mr. Speaker, we believe that Kenya's democracy is maturing to the level that we can have a general election, complete the general election, whoever does not get satisfied with the result, Mr. Speaker, move to court and respect the institution, Mr. Speaker. That way, Mr. Speaker, we respect that the speech of the President, Mr. Speaker, was well put and placed properly before us. So, Speaker, I'm not forgetting something about CDF. Mr. Speaker, the President said that he was the MP before CDF. He was the MP during CDF. And he is the President during CDF. He knows the enormous, he knows the extent to which CDF has supported the Kenyan child in this country, Speaker. So, Speaker, therefore, we move together to see that we entrench CDF. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, we have the affirmative action, Mr. Speaker. That money is not adequate enough, Mr. Speaker. We have to look for how to bring that money up so that even our women representatives, Mr. Speaker, in this country can get a better money upwards. And this will make them even lessen the burden that we carry as single constituencies. Mr. Speaker, if we move that direction, we shall be empowering this country. Mr. Speaker, finally, he talked well about how to empower our Senate and give it power to oversight. Mr. Speaker, you cannot go to the farm without a djembe. We cannot go to the farm without a hoe. And if that's the case, Mr. Speaker, we also look for ways of how to empower the Senate through funding, Mr. Speaker, to do proper oversight, because we have a lot of money that go to the counties to governors, Mr. Speaker, and they are not well off-sided. That way, Mr. Speaker, we shall be making this country a better home to govern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I have 1 minute to donate, Mr. Speaker, I donate. But thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time.
Member of Parliament for Migori County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the Almighty God for this day. I'm very grateful that we are here today. And I thank God too, Mr. Speaker, for your life. As a member of Migori County, I want to thank the people of Migori County for having the courage to vote me in as an independent candidate and having faith in me that as young and a single mother, I can represent the men, the women, and the children of Migori County. Mr. Speaker, sir, this journey took me approximately 15 years, and I thank God that all the tears that I've shedded have turned to be a beautiful laughter with a dimple. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to inform you and the House that I'm a feminist. And I'm inviting you, Mr. Speaker, sir, with a beautiful rose flower to join the club of feminism. All handsome men are feminists, and I'm starting to think you're one. Welcome to the club of feminism. And just to elaborate further, feminism is not about women having power over men, but having power over themselves. Welcome to the club. Mr. Speaker, sir, Migori is a beautiful county. We mine gold, we have fish, we do sugarcane, and all beautiful women come from Migori County. Welcome to Migori County as investors, as friends of the county. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm grateful that I had an opportunity to see the president at a close range. And I watched his lips, and I expected that every time he'd open his mouth, I expected to hear the word corruption. And I watched with very big eyes. His mouth opened once, and I said, he's going to spill it. And I looked at the judges here, and I said, today is the day when Mr. President is going to breathe fire into your ear. On a soft note, he gave a soft moment on it. I got disappointed. Please let him know Fatuma is disappointed, and my network is fully disappointed. I expect him to speak more on corruption. The moment we don't mention corruption all the time, then we start thinking it's a norm to live with, which is not. As much as the Bible mentions Jesus, so should any member or any leader of this country open his mouth. You should say corruption, even if he has nothing to talk about. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am glad that he mentioned about the Hustler Fund. And he again mentioned that he is glad there are more women who have been elected to this house from a single constituency. Mr. Speaker, most of these women came in and started as county women representative, and through their hard work and through their faithfulness, they made it as single constituency members and even made as a governor. And congratulations to Gladys Wanga as the first Luo woman governor. Mr. Speaker, sir, on this note, I think we have showed the country and the world that honestly, women's hands do come clean most of the time. I am not saying our men's hands are dirty, but I'm saying, given the small opportunity that we have been given, with small fund as little as 6.8 per financial year per sub-county, we have showed a good report. On this note, I request Mr. President to hand over the Hustler Fund into the hands of the women who are the county MPs. Reason being, we are the people who in our docket we serve the disabled, the women, and the youth, who in a nice word are called the hustlers. And so we are closer to the hustlers. Kindly put this fund into our hands, and we promise you that you will see transformation with that fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we are not careful, then the hustlers will be hustled down, and the rich will pocket this money as the hustlers. Please take a great note on this, as I believe you have a daughter, a youth somewhere in your backyard who are also hustling. Mr. Speaker, sir, more has been said about the president's speech, and I will not sit on it much. We will continue talking about it for the next 3 days, but I'm here urging you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if you see anything that is touching on women, give it a smile, put your pen down, put your signature, and Allah will give you more days to live. My fellow honorable members, some of us are new here, and we might sometimes step on your toes. Please just tap on our back and tell us, it's not done like that, sister. Don't embarrass us. Our constituents are watching. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't have much to say, but I'm thanking all the voters who voted other women candidates, who gave them the opportunity to serve the great people of Kenya. And I'm asking Mr. President, I come from a county called Migori County, a sub-county called Nyatike. In Nyatike, we have an island called Migingo. Migingo has been our island for quite a long time, but we have a problem. Some of our neighbors are claiming the land belongs to them. Kindly ask Mr. President to give us back our land because it has our fish. And as the Luo community, that is our staple food. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Migori County at large we do mining. And so most of our miners who are Juakali people, who are the hustlers, are really being exploited from the price that they are being given by the rich, by those who buy, who in most cases are outsiders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I request the President, because we are looking into not borrowing as much as we have been borrowing. Gold is great, and I'm wearing one because I come from Nyatike. I request him to humbly protect the gold miners. They work under very difficult situations, and mostly it is the women who dig the gold, who wash the gold, and the men give the price on it. So I beg you to talk to the President to look into our gold diggers and give them an opportunity and support them with the Hustler Fund so that they can do it in a better area, a better place that can also protect their lives. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are also sugarcane growers, and in Migori County we have the beautiful Sony sugar, very sweet sugar, and our company is not doing so well. Because he talked of farmers, I request him to look into Migori County. I know he knows that we did not vote him so much, he got very little, but he should just blink his eye and support Migori people, because after all, we are all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will donate the few minutes so that I can show that the newcomers are very good people, the women are very good people, and they can also donate power. Kindly, men, donate some power to us. God bless you all.
Member for Kuresoi South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also to pass some messages. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate you together with your deputy, Madam Bosch Cholet, for having been elected Speaker and Deputy Speaker. With you, Honorable Speaker, with your deputy, these members are very secure. With your drug record, from your drug record, and from even your recent remarks, you are even better placed to assess these members, to evaluate these honorable members than even the SRC. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the great people of Kuresoi South for voting for me for the second time. They gave me almost more than 99% of the total votes cast. So I want to assure them that I will use extra energy and extra time to deliver services to them. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the 5th President of this country together with this deputy. They were voted into office not because they come from a certain region in this country, but because of their impressive track record. For the President of this country, he has been a minister for education, he has been a minister for agriculture, and he has been the Deputy President of this country. And his track record speaks for itself. Concerning his speech, Honorable Speaker, I just want to commend him. From his speech, there is a clear indication that he understands this country. From his speech, there is a very clear indication that he will take this country to greater heights. So I want to commend him for that powerful speech which he gave recently. In his speech, he talked about the Hustler Fund, which will give hustlers affordable credit. In his speech, Honorable Speaker, he also mentioned that he respects the rule of law and democracy. That is also a very clear indication that Parliament will be independent and the judiciary will be independent. He also talked about having ministers, facilitating ministers to come to the floor of the House. For those of us who have been who were around the other time, the 12th Parliament, you agree with me that it has been a challenge meeting these ministers or cabinet secretaries. But the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya has assured us that he will facilitate all cabinet secretaries to be coming to the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, fertilizer prices had the prices had shoot up. So we are happy to note that the President mentioned that the prices will be reduced from 6,500 to 3,500, and that we have seen it happen. So I want to commend him for that. He also talked about the CDF. CDF, Honorable Speaker, that is a fund, one of the funds which is ensuring equal distribution of resources all over the country. It is a fund which is touching all corners of this country. It is a fund we are seeing the effects or the impact. So I'm happy to note, I want to commend the President for assuring us that CDF will be sustained. Honorable Speaker, I don't intend to make a very long speech. I just want to appeal to all leaders and Kenyans to give our President support. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Isiolo North, Honourable Samal.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for the abundance of grace. I secondly thank the people of Isiolo North for having confidence in me to represent them in the 13th Parliament. I first represented them diligently in the 11th Parliament. I also wish to congratulate you and the Deputy on your election as the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker in the 13th National Assembly. Further congratulate all other members elected and nominated in this Augusta House. Mr. Speaker, on the presidential address, the President's address was inspiring and touching on the number of areas, including reminding us on the just concluded elections and the supremacy of the people and the decisions that on the leadership. I will address 4 key intentions raised in the speech: accountability and justice, agricultural productivity, infrastructure and development and CDF, national CDF. As a representative of the people of Isiolo, I believe the cabinet secretaries ought to be directly responsible to the parliament. I welcome the idea of the cabinet secretary to appear and respond on the issues raised by the representatives of the people, so that whatever assurances they give can be followed to be and implemented by the people on the course of the Parliament Committee. This will enhance oversight, parliamentary oversight, and I will support amendments of this House, standing orders to the effect, to this effect. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of fairness and transparency in the government and access to justice is importance to my people in the Isiolo North. The intentions to increase the funding to the judiciary means more courts will be established in the far-flung areas of Isiolo North. And thereafter, my people will easily access the service, the justice. The unavailability of courts in the far-flung areas of this country has delayed and denied millions of Kenyans the justice and they so much require and deserve. The desire to have fairness in the governance is most welcome for the marginalized communities. It rekindles hope for the ones they will be represented in the government and enjoy development and basic government services like many other Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, to issue raising access to water from 60% to 80%, the arid and including the constituency that I represent, the water scarcity and accessibility is very low, at less than 20%. The promise to increase the accessibility is most welcome and most. So if this will be focused on the arid and semi-arid areas and not just major urban areas, as the case in the past 59 years of independence, where major investment in the water sector targeted urban and most populous areas. Public-private partnership in the water sector will no doubt greatly accelerate water access in the rural areas. However, there is need to regulate. There is need to regulate the investment lest further exacerbate water scarcity through pursuit of profits. The county government should be involved in the process, and the government stake should protect the users from the product.
Is this time up? The Honorable Rindigiri Mugambi.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the speech by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. But before I do comment on his speech, I want to congratulate you and your deputy for election to the position of Speaker and the Deputy Speaker respectively. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate my President and a mentor, together with his Deputy President, a friend and a mentor also, for election as the President and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I also take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to express my gratitude to the great people of Bori, the constituency that has brought me back for the second time. I want to tell the people of Bori, I joined His Excellency the President in the National Building, and I shall ensure that I serve you with dedication, like I did for the first 5 years, to ensure that my people, you people of Bori, benefit from the government that you elected. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the speech from our President, it gave me an impression and a stamp of confirmation of a man who understands where Kenya has been, where Kenya is, and where Kenya is going. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke with confidence because he moved around this country during the electioneering period. He sat with so many professionals in every county to understand their economic, political, and social requirements as we move forward. And I'm sure through that interaction, His Excellency the President created or gave us an impression he is the best choice to lead this country. And he did. On 9th of August, it was confirmed by the citizens of this country he is the best man to lead this country. I therefore congratulate him, and I have no doubt in my mind that His Excellency the President will steer this country to greater heights. Mr. Speaker, this speech, I'm sure, was written with commitments. Mr. Speaker, the His Excellency the President started by talking about governance. And I want to thank him because he is one person who has suffered because of a regime that did not honor the governance in this country. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has committed himself to the rule of law. He has committed himself to respect the independence of judicially and the independence of this parliament. And I thank him for that. Because what we saw in the toll of the parliament, Mr. Speaker, is the executive putting a string around the legislature. I am saying this, that has come to an end because His Excellency has said he will respect the autonomy of this House, he will respect the authority of this House together with the Senate. And that's very important as we advance governance and democracy in our country. Mr. Speaker, someone has said that the President did not speak about corruption. He captured the element of corruption in his speech. And that's why he argued that we need to support judicially so that they can help fight corruption. We cannot spend the whole day talking about corruption in a speech like this. But he took time to give us summary that if we offer support to the judiciary, then we are very confident that the fight against corruption will be successful. Mr. Speaker, I come from...
What's the point of order? What's the point of order, Honorable Coit?
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Didimas Barasa to walk with the naked head, Mr. Speaker. In the last parliament, it had been ruled that he should wear his official hat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think his hat was stolen by Junaid Mohammed. We have to have a fundraising for him to buy a new one. Mr. Speaker, before that interruption, I was alluding to the fact that the President has given us guarantee to the rule of law. And I'm sure the element of corruption has also been captured in his speech. I come from a very agricultural constituency. And Mr. Speaker, I congratulate you for coming to my constituency during the campaign times. You are the second speaker to come to my constituency. Mr. Speaker, food security is a key aspect in our community. Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House that it has never rained for the last 4 years when the handshake was held between the two brothers. It's like they brought the curse of rain. Mr. Speaker, when the President was giving a speech, that the day it started raining in my constituency. So you can imagine 4 years without rain, and now we have no food. I want to thank the President for ensuring that the theme of his Asra movement, agricultural factor, is to increase productivity. And that's why I'm so happy to see the prices of fertilizer being reduced to an affordable rate. However, the fertilizer amount is not enough. And I would like to ask the President to ensure that we increase the volumes, because my constituency alone requires 100,000 metric ton of fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President because he has also committed himself to ensuring that the farming advisory services are extended to our farmers. Mr. Speaker, agriculture cannot be what it is and to reach the level that the President wants to be unless we have water. I want to thank the President because of his effort to bring in and encourage public-private partnership in mobilization of resources for water, because we all need water. This country needs water. And therefore I thank the President for thinking that direction, because we as private investors, if we encourage and join the government, we will have companies coming up to dig dams, to dig boreholes, and that will help in supplementing the input for water in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in the insurance sector. That's my business. I kept on saying NHF need to be restructured. And I'm so happy because the President said, yes, it needs to be restructured to the effect that it become an universal health care. Mr. Speaker, I would not like to continue from there, but let me say, the President said this. The tax regime is very discriminative. Indeed it is. And through his administration, I am sure the tax regime will be brought back to where Kenyans can afford, and it should not be discriminative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, people of Bori. We will continue working together. We will continue enjoying the freedom that has come after the Asla nation has become a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mbunge wa Jomvu.
After stopping Lege.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia nachukua fursa hii kukupongeza kwa kuchaguliwa kama spika, na vile vile Mheshimiwa Boss Sholei kama naibu wako. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile nachukua fursa hii kuwashukuru sana watu wangu wa Jomvu kwa kunichagua katika bunge hili kwa muhula wa 3. Hii haikuwa kazi rahisi, na kama Mheshimiwa Spika wanavyoniita kule mtaani, kijana mwepesi, Garangi Dimabiori, mzee Fula Ngenge, nataka kuambia kuwa niko hapa kwa nguvu ya Mungu nitawahudumikia kama vile nilivyohudumikia vipindi viwili. Vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, natoa pongezi kubwa sana kwa watu wa Mombasa kwa kumchagua mwenzetu ambaye tulikuwa naye hapa, Mheshimiwa Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir, kwa gavana wa mji wa Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wa bunge 12 nilimweleza Mheshimiwa Mturi ambaye alikuwa spika wetu, nikasema mimi mjumbe wa Jomvu sikuwa na wazimu kusema Abdulswamad atakuwa gavana. Kwa hivyo na leo juu ya uongozi wako tunashukuru gavana wa Mombasa na Mheshimiwa Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir. Vile vile nikija kwa hotuba ya rais, Mheshimiwa Spika, hotuba ya rais ilikuwa nzuri, ilikuwa fupi na ilikuwa kuchokesha, na alisema mambo mengi, moja likiwa ni jambo la CDF. Katika hotuba yake kipengee cha 49 alizungumzia maneno ya CDF, akasema CDF imeweza kuleta mabadiliko makubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninavyofahamu mimi, CDF ina kitengo cha mazingira, kuna kitengo cha basari, kuna kitengo cha michezo, na vile vile tuko na miradi. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi sasa wazazi wetu wote katika constituency zetu zote, wajumbe sote tusumbuliwa kwa shauri ya watoto karo za shule. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni muhimu sana kwenye hili jambo la CDF kuona hata kama tusubiri kulipitisha kikatiba, ni muhimu kama serikali tuangalie kitengo hiki cha cha basari tutakifanyia namna gani. Kitambo cha kusubiri kipengee ama mambo ya CDF kupita, tuweke kipaumbele mambo ya basari ili tuweze kugawanyiwa katika kila constituency, tuweze kuwapatia watu wetu. La si hivyo, tumeona rais ameondoa maneno ya fuliza kwa Safaricom, lakini tusipochunga tutakuwa na fuliza ya elimu ikiwa hatutaweza kupata hizi pesa kwa haraka. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona Mheshimiwa Rais katika kipengee cha 29 ya hotuba yake amezungumzia juu ya mambo ya makaazi ama affordable housing, na vile vile watu kupata haki ya kuona namna gani wataweza kupata makao. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni jambo muhimu kwa sababu tukiangalia jambo la hatimiliki ni muhimu kuliangazia, na tumshukuru rais ameweza kuliangalia. Kwa maana hiyo, watu wangu walioko Alidina, Bangladesh, Owino Uhuru, Vikobani na sehemu mbalimbali wataweza, ikiwa serikali itatia maanani mambo haya yaliyosema, kuona kuwa wameweza kupata hatimiliki za ardhi na hali waweze kujiendeleza na maisha yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kipengee cha 48 cha hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais amezungumzia juu ya mambo ya janga ama janga la drought ama ukame. Hili ni jambo muhimu, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tusema mara nyingi serikali ikiangalia jambo hili la ukame katika kuwapatia watu vyakula na usaidizi mwingine, huangalia maeneo kadhaa, na wakatuacha sisi watu wa Mombasa kuonekana kwa tujiweza. Lakini yafaa ieleweke pia, ndani ya mji wa Mombasa kuna watu katika vitongoji ambao hawajaweza kujiweza katika hali nzuri, na ni muhimu serikali ikitangaza majanga kama haya kutaka kuwasaidia pia waangazie katika sehemu hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kipengele cha 33 Mheshimiwa Rais amezungumzia juu ya mambo ya huduma ya afya. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika anasema jambo hili ni muhimu liangaliwe, serikali itoe huduma ya afya kwa wote, kwa sababu saizi tukiangalia sisi tuna karibu takribani milioni 910 ya CDF ambao tunapeleka kwa NHIF. Alafu vile vile tunaangalia pesa hizi pia zatumika kwa county. Pia ni muhimu serikali iangalie aidha mambo haya yabaki kwetu ama vile vile yao yatabaki katika kaunti zetu kuhudumikia watu wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Rais amezungumza akasema huduma hii atahakikisha kupatikane pesa ili iweze kulipa madeni. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimesimama mbele yako hapa, deni moja ambalo mimi mjumbe wa Jomvu niko nalo kwa serikali hii ya Kenya ni kwa watu wangu wa Uhuru ambao serikali ilisema walipwe baada ya ile sumu ambayo ya lead iliweza kuwapata watu hawa. Wakaambiwa walipwe pesa hizi. Katika bunge la 12 tulieleta maneno haya, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo Mheshimiwa Justin Turi ndiye alikuwa Spika, akatuma hoja hii kwa mwanasheria mkuu ambaye ni Attorney General. Mimi Mheshimiwa Spika nakusihi katika bunge la 13 litume tena jambo hili kwa Attorney General ambaye ni yule Justin Turi ambaye alikuwa hapo, ili ndio itakuwa rahisi kwake yeye kuwalipa watu wangu wa Jomvu, na hapo ataonekana fulangenge kweli ameweza kufanya kazi kwa watu wake. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, tuna matatizo mengi sana ambayo tuko nayo. Nikiangalia katika hali hiyo ya fidia, watu wengi walifutwa kazi katika KPA, na jambo hili Mheshimiwa Gavana wetu wa Mombasa alipokuwa hapa akiwa mjumbe wa Mvita aliweza kulileta na tukaweza kulisupport. Watu wale tungependa serikali ione kuwa ameweza kuwarejesha kujifanyia kazi katika sehemu ile ili waweze kukimu maisha yao. Na vile vile tumpongeza Mheshimiwa Rais kuona kuwa ameweza kurudisha utendakazi wa bandari katika mji wa Mombasa. Hili ni jambo ambalo tulikuwa tukilitamani kwa muda mrefu, na leo tumpongeza kwa kufanya jambo hilo. Lakini vile vile nataka kusema katika miji yote ambayo inaongozwa na iko na port ndani yake, mfano kama Antwerp, kama Long Beach kule Amerika, kama kule South Africa Durban kwenye municipality inayoitwa Ithikwini, hawa watu hupata pesa kutokamana na hizi port. Kwa hivyo na sisi ni hamu yetu tukiwa watu wa Mombasa kuona kuwa maadamu poti hii iko ndani ya Mombasa, tutaweza vile vile kupata kipato katika poti ile ya Mombasa. Lakini la zaidi, nashukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa yale ambayo ameweza kuiangazia, na vile vile kukupongeza na kupongeza watu wa Jomvu kwa kutuchagua na wenzangu wote kwa mara ya 3 kuja hapa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mwenyezi Mungu atubariki.
Kimani Ichung'wah.
Kimani. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me also have my take on the President's speech, Honorable Speaker. And I'll just begin by first congratulating His Excellency the President, as I also take this opportunity to welcome him again to Parliament. I think those of us who are around this lunchtime, we were glad to welcome His Excellency the President as he joined members of Parliament and senators for lunch. And because, as you witnessed during his speech, He says he promises an administration that will be dedicated to the just and fair governance of all Kenyans. When he visits the precincts of parliament, he does so not just as a former member of parliament, but also as the head of state and a friend to this house, and clearly showing his very clear intent to work, as he said during his speech and his address to the nation, in a bipartisan manner for the best interest of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, you will see from his speech, other than appreciating the difficult election that was very close that we just came from, and the beauty of our democracy and how well our democracy is evolving, that for the first time in the last close to 20 years, we've been able to go into an election and emerge from that election without having to lose lives out of post-election or pre-election violence. And Honorable Speaker, Kenyans being able to get back to their places of work and their businesses and continue with life after voting and having their leaders in place. And I think it's not just something that we commend His Excellency the President and his administration for steering us through. Because I do remember, Mr. Speaker, when we were going through around the country campaigning, His Excellency the President was emphatic that there will be no people throwing stones. There will be no rigging of elections. There will be nobody swearing themselves in, and we shall have a peaceful country after the elections. And I think by God's grace and the gracious people of Kenya, we were able to attain that. Honorable Speaker, I must commend the people of Kenya that we have set in motion a new trajectory where we go into elections, vote in our leaders, and we continue with our lives and expect that those who lose elections accept the results of those elections and move on with life and help those that have won not only to govern but to act in the best interest of Kenya. And that is why even in his address to this House, His Excellency the President was quite clear that he intends to bring legislative agendas to this House that will require a bipartisan approach, because there is nothing in the plan. And when I talk about the plan, I talk about the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza coalition. There is nothing that we put in that plan that was there by mistake. There is nothing we put in the plan that was in the interest of anybody within the Kenya Kwanza coalition. But everything in the plan and everything in the manifesto and whatever legislative agenda will come to this House from that manifesto is in the best interest of the people of Kenya. And we are here in the 13th Assembly, Honorable Speaker, as representatives of the people of Kenya. And therefore, I want to ask each and every one of us that whatever legislative agenda that comes here, from the housing agenda that His Excellency the President spoke about here, and if you have listened to His Excellency the President, if you have been watching his actions over the last few days, you can tell that clearly he's very passionate on the housing agenda, he's very passionate, extremely passionate on the universal health coverage agenda, on the social protection and upscaling our savings culture in this country. He spoke very much about that, and more so also on the decriminalization of enterprise and supporting the enterprising young Kenyans and the business community through the Hustler Fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am glad that the President was also very bold. And I remember in his speech, Honorable Speaker, the President was quite dramatic when he said that I have news. Yes, indeed, if I can quote, the President said, I have news, and it is not very good news. Our financial situation is not very good. Honorable Speaker, it is true that this administration has inherited a country whose economy is not working for the interest of Kenyans. We, or the government, the present administration has inherited an economy that was only working for a few people. And the administration has a huge responsibility to make not just the hustler economy, but the economy of the Kenyan people to work for the millions of the Kenyan people rather than work for a few. Honorable Speaker,
during the campaign, those of us who campaigned with the Kenya Kwanza coalition, we spoke at length about state capture. And Honorable Speaker, you know, state capture in this country has been so real. And that is what has bedeviled the management of our economy and its affairs. It is state capture that captured the economy. And the economy stopped working for Kenyans and started working for a few people who wielded the instruments of power. Honorable Speaker, it is my prayer, and I am confident that part of the legislative agenda that will be transacted on this floor will be to reverse that state capture of our economy and make our economy work for the millions of Kenyans who voted for each one of us here, and also those who voted for and against the president, because we must act in a manner that we help our people. If not to do anything else, honorable members, to uplift our people from the poverty that millions of our people are living under today. Today, Honorable Speaker, people in close to 14 or 15 of our counties are going without food. There is a drought ravaging our country, Honorable Speaker, and we cannot be able to feed our people if we do not review our budgetary estimates for this year, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I know the President did mention a figure of 300 billion, and it sounded humongous that you could institute budget cuts to the level of 300 billion. But honorable members, I want to convince you and persuade you that it is possible. And you know the padding that is usually done in budgets, especially in the run-up to a general election. Honorable Speaker, you'll be shocked that immediately before, a week before the elections, and a week after the elections, the former regime was still padding the budget and making commitments. By the third week after elections, they had made commitments of close to 300 billion, 200 billion shillings over and above what had been approved by this House only in June, at the beginning of June of this year. And you wonder, Honorable Speaker, what is this that had to be done outside the budget under Article 223 by those who served us in the National Treasury, that could not be done and could not be done during the annual estimates only in April, 4 months ago. And Honorable Speaker, if you go through many of the things that they have committed to, Honorable Speaker, are things that emanate from state capture. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as His Excellency the President calls on us in this House to help him, because we are the budget-making House, to rationalize our budget for this financial year to make it work for Kenyans. We are not going to rationalize the budget to make it work for sections of Kenya. We will rationalize the budget to make it work for the majority and millions of Kenyans across the board. And that is why His Excellency the President, he said he wants an economy that will work and a government and administration that will serve Kenyans in all constituencies, in all wards, in all counties in the Republic of Kenya. And you have no obligation, Honorable Speaker, other than to support His Excellency the President. Honorable Speaker, I've had members question the President's speech on the talk about corruption. And indeed, the Honorable Fatuma from Migori County said she was disappointed with the President because he did not speak, he did not talk about corruption. I want to tell you, honorable members, President William Ruto does not need to speak about corruption. He needs to act about corruption. And he has started acting. He has ensured that we are resourcing the IG's office. He has given financial independence to our criminal justice system to make sure that we do not just become like the previous regime that talked and spoke about corruption from the first day in office to the last day in office and did nothing about corruption. President,
your time is up. Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance also to speak on this speech of the President. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to thank the people of Westlands for electing me a third time in a row. Mr. Speaker, it was not easy because I had went for the position of the governor, I was out there and then came back, but they still had trust in me. I don't take it for granted. And for the first time, I also won in all the polling stations in Westlands. So that is a feat. The second, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate you and the Honorable Gladys Sholay, my chair. She was my chair in my last Parliament, for being elected Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also speak on this speech of the President. First, the President talked about us amending the standing orders to allow the cabinet secretaries to come to the floor of the House and articulate the government policies and answer questions from members. Mr. Speaker, when the people of Kenya decided to have a new constitution, they wanted to have a pure presidential system. And this, Mr. Speaker, it makes sure that the executive does not belong to this House, Mr. Speaker. So for us, I believe the cabinet secretaries can continue to come and articulate the government policies at the committee stage, but not on the floor of the House, because that, as the Deputy President has coined a word called state capture, it will amount to the executive capturing Parliament. We would like Parliament to operate without any being twisted by or intimidation by the executive coming to be part of this House, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we can do better. The government can still function even without not having the cabinet secretaries to come here. This idea was in the BBI, but it was rejected. So I believe it is not yet time for us to allow that, because it's not a hybrid. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to highlight about the President talking about the CDF. The CDF was the first devolved fund in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure even you and your member of Parliament, you experienced the effect of the CDF. CDF has done much work and has reached the farthest corner of this country and the lowest unit of our economy. Mr. Speaker, the impact is out there and it's known. We have seen what CDF has done. Parents have no problem with children go to school because CDF pays school fees. CDF is the one doing development in schools, infrastructure, and many other things. So those who are hell-bent to kill the CDF, Mr. Speaker, I believe with the support of the President and all of us, Mr. Speaker, it will make sure that the CDF remains alive and it will continue to be there so that we can use it to support our people, Mr. Speaker. And the development in schools and security and many other things that the CDF has done. Mr. Speaker, the President also spoke about the affordable housing. This is one of the things that I wanted to do as a governor of Nairobi, because Nairobi City County is the owner of land, most of the land in Nairobi. And we thought of partnering with the private sector to build affordable housing for our people, the replica of Soweto in South Africa, where we have houses that are affordable and decent and with all amenities available to the people. Mr. Speaker, when the government can come in and continue with this program that was started by President Uhuru, I'm very sure we shall do away with this informal settlement in Nairobi and make Nairobians become homeowners by creating cheap and credit facilities and affordable providing land, and then the developers can now make houses much cheaper and people can use mortgages to purchase houses, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, we'll have many people owning homes in Nairobi, because at the moment 80% of the people who stay in Nairobi don't own homes. Homes are owned by just a few people. Mr. Speaker, I want also to say that as a representative of the people of Nairobi, we know the kind of life that people live in informal settlement in Nairobi. And when we have this kind of arrangement, Mr. Speaker, of having affordable housing, it will bring, Mr. Speaker, decency and dignity to the people who live in those informal settlements, Mr. Speaker, and also ownership of
yes,
houses,
point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise on a point of order on standing order number 97. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the interest that members have got on this discussion, you realize that the time allocated for each member is 10 minutes. So in 1 hour, we are doing only 6 members. I want to move a motion based on standing order 97-2 to limit the time allowed to each member to at least 6 minutes, so that we can be able to have 10 members speaking in every 1 hour. And therefore, in 1 hour, we'll have 10 members. So in the remaining 4 hours, we can do 40 members. Let me finish. I submit to the Speaker, and then you can contribute to the motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting that I move that motion, because that motion doesn't require any prior notice, that we reduce the time allocated for each member to 6 minutes. I submit. Thank you.
I think so far we're doing quite well. What I'll do is I encourage members, if you have made a point that has been clearly understood, you can always surrender a few minutes of your 10 minutes for others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and also talk about the hustle avant. Mr. Speaker, we already have 3 or more funds existing: the Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, WESO Fund. Mr. Speaker, if we can put more resources in these funds, they are more accessible. They have also done so much, and I'm sure with the Hustler Fund, 50 billion that the President is proposing, it can go a long way to improve also on these funds, because we have been using them, Mr. Speaker, to reach out to the smaller business enterprises and others, Mr. Speaker. And also building a credit facility for people who are the small businesses is something that we need to improve, because economies are developed by these small enterprises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on the issue of housing, Mr. Speaker, which I've touched on, and Hustler Fund. I believe that is all that I want to speak on this motion. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Member for Lunga Lunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that I subscribe to Christianity, first of all, let me thank God for this chance. Second, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate you for your election as our Honorable Speaker, together with your deputy. Mr. Speaker, Lunga Lunga is home of your party. And I want to assure you, we are doing well. But still, I want to mention that we have few challenges which I have to put across here, so that as I proceed with the speech of, to talk about the speech of the President, but I have some few issues to mention. One is about the elephants who are terrorizing Wananchi, more so in Moren Ward, and to be precise, a village unit known as Kwanyanje, or Kasemeni village unit. We have Ramisi Sugar Factory, which has become a menace. It is not paying the outgrowers, and we don't know even where the sugar is being taken to. Teachers are not, and today being a Teachers' Day, I wish to also mention that the teachers in Lungalunga constituency are expecting to get hardship allowance, which I want to assure them that through this chance they've given unto me, we will push so that it is available to them. Land grabbing is the song. It has already been mentioned by my colleagues. Water is also very scarce, but still we have this chance to make sure that we address those issues. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank the President and also congratulate him at the same time, because, Mr. Speaker, my former boss, Honorable Salim Vuria, God willing, if this House so wish, he will be the CS for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Authority. And this is a very good gesture for people of Kwale, and specifically Honorable Mvuria, because when he was the governor then, he did a good job in the sector or Department of Education. He has educated so many children to the level of university. Mr. Speaker, going forward, I want to applaud what His Excellency the President said in his speech, paragraph 14. He confirmed to the nation that he's going to actually be just and fair to the people of Kenya. I want to applaud or to actually say that going by that, he assured us that he's going to make sure that the judiciary is well financed. And to that, we actually congratulate, I personally congratulate him. Again, I want to comment on the issue of affordable housing. I personally visited Pangani. The project is amazing. I was imagining if this project was at the Lungalunga town, then even the people themselves could be even happy seeing, not even in, staying in those houses. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention something about the national government CDF. Yes, my colleagues have just said here that parents are calling, requesting for fees, all about the school fees and all that. Surely, students are at home. I would wish to say it here, that I know we are the people to conclude this issue, and I want to request, to urge my colleagues here to expedite the process so that we put this thing into rest and the people of Kenya enjoy, and especially the aspect of school fees. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention here that school education in Kenya is very expensive. And apart from crying about the national government CDF and bursaries and all that, we need to do something about the cost of education in Kenya. Because today, taking a student to Form 1, it is a nightmare. The requirements are so enormous that even the school fees are even lower than the items required. I don't see the correlation between a uniform and the content which the teachers are teaching. These are some of the issues which we should be looked into. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the resumption of port services in Mombasa. This cannot be left without being mentioned because the economy of Coast region has now come back to life. I want to also put into records that Coast region generally has potential to have as many ports as possible. We also have Lamu. We have another port which is also on the way to be established at Shimoni. And I wish to request the concerned parties, and I will follow up myself to make sure that at least the process has been started so that we have the third port in Coast region for our people to enjoy and have places where they can basically have jobs and also run businesses. Mr. Speaker, the issue of agriculture, this subsidy which has been mentioned, and actually the President has already acted, but I want to mention here that in Lunga we have mango farming, which needs to be also considered. And I wish to reiterate here that if we invest in this farming, I want to assure this honorable house that even the economy of that area will grow, and and also you'll have very sweet mangoes from the other part of the world called Lunga Lunga. Lunga Lunga is a constituency with all characteristics. Down there we have the seashore. Around Zombo Ward, it's agricultural. That's where mangoes are in plenty. But on the other side, where elephants are terrorizing residents, it is semi-arid. And water is a problem. I want to thank His Excellency the President because he asserted that he will do all means possible to make sure that he also avails water to our people. Electricity is another issue which needs to be addressed by this government because we have got so many transformers which are not working, especially in Lunga Lunga. And I believe, as we mention all this, the relevant authorities need to up their game so that we have power to the people. Infrastructure in the sides of roads, that is also another issue. We need to thank His Excellency the Deputy President. He has really supported us. 2-3 roads have been done, but still a bigger part of Lunga Lunga needs to be considered for good road network. And we want to assure His Excellency the President that we will present a memo to him if he so wish to ensure that he supports us into this venture. Having no much ado, I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Women Rep Laikipia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating you on your election as the Speaker of this House and to your Deputy, Gladys Sholei. Mr. Speaker, secondly, let me thank the great people of Laikipia County, the people who believed in me and overwhelmingly gave me their votes and allowed me to become their woman representative. Mr. Speaker, it would be unfair for me to just end my story at that, and I think it would be good to mention that my journey with Laikipia County didn't begin with the ballot. The great people of Laikipia County, when I was called to their university many years ago, contributed their hard-earned resources and gave me an education, and that's how come I was able to go to the university. For that, I will remain forever grateful, and I appreciate that they also gave me an opportunity to serve them. Mr. Speaker, being a daughter to retired teachers, it's also important that today I mention Happy Teachers' Day to all the teachers in this country and in the whole world. Now to the President's speech, Mr. Speaker. For me, there were 4 issues that went home for me, and the first issue is in regard to unity. In the morning, I listened to one of my colleagues say that His Excellency the President didn't put a lot of emphasis on unity, and I would want to mention, having read this speech very carefully, it's not once, twice, thrice, but 7 times that His Excellency the President places a rallying call for unity in his speech. The first instance is when he reminds us that the closeness of the election is an indication that what unites us is greater than what divides us. He later on goes to mention that he'll be a hardworking and committed president to every Kenyan in this country. Thirdly, he goes on to mention that his administration will be of service to each and every person, and he also mentions that his will be a just and fair government to everyone. He also mentions that he'll serve every ward, every constituency, and every county in any region of this country. To me, that shows a lot of commitment to serve this country and to serve this country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I move on to the second point, which went home for me, and that is His Excellency the President requesting this Honorable House to amend the standing orders to allow for cabinet secretaries to actually attend to the House and explain the government policy as well as articulate the government agenda. But most importantly, he mentions that cabinet secretaries will have an opportunity to answer questions from the members of this House. To me, Mr. Speaker, this is the most important thing that would happen in my tenure in this House, because, Mr. Speaker, every 2 a.m. at night, I receive a call from one of my constituents based somewhere in Kamwenje, asking me, Jane, the rustlers are outside my house, they're about to drive away with my cattle. On other occasions, I receive phone calls of members of my constituency telling me they have to sleep under their beds because the rustlers know how to aim their guns at the level of their beds. For me, Mr. Speaker, having a cabinet secretary attend to this House will enable me answer these people, and will also ensure that we restore security to our great county of Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, our issues don't end there, and having the cabinet secretaries attend Parliament will also enable me to end the human-wildlife conflict in my county. We live in a situation where our people plant, but it is elephants that harvest their produce. That way, Mr. Speaker, I will be able to engage the cabinet secretary, and there will be an end to these problems that my people face. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I received a call from one of my chiefs who informed me that there was a leopard roaming around in the village of Mutembei. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what I'll do with a leopard, but having the cabinet secretary here will enable me ensure full security for my people and safety in all that they do. Mr. Speaker, I also appreciate cabinet secretaries coming to the House, because in my county we have villages like Kafiro, Liki, Majengo, Manguo, and Minor Estate, where our people have lived without title deeds. This is a government that is committed to economically empowering our people. I believe when our people receive their title deeds, that will be a way forward for them, and they will grow economically. Mr. Speaker, I also talk of infrastructure issues in my county, which I believe a cabinet secretary will be able to answer me, because we have had promises over years of a road between Nanyuki to Rumuruti being tarmacked. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a new dawn for my county, and all this is going to happen. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have had promises of mega dams in my county. We all know we can no longer rely on rain-fed agriculture, and so our people are looking forward to have their mega dam built. Mr. Speaker, I know this is eventually going to happen in this tenure. Allow me to go to my third point, which is affordable credit. Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention that prior to joining the executive, I worked in the private sector. And having been an entrepreneur, I know the 3 challenges an entrepreneur has are access to information, access to markets, and access to finance. Of course, access to finance is the most difficult of them all, and having His Excellency the President mention that we're now going to have affordable credit through the Hustlers Fund, that is a very welcome gesture, and I know it's going to support most of these small businesses. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I speak on agriculture. I am very glad that the prices of farm inputs have gone down, starting with the fertilizers, and I believe our people will be able to produce better. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude by borrowing words from His Excellency the President's speech and saying, let us all work together to ensure that every Kenyan is proud to call Kenya their home. and I wish to actively participate in this House on my matters of legislation, representation, and oversight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Peter Orero Kibra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Of course, they are saying it is Teachers' Day. I am called Mwalimu Peter Orero Kibra. Now, when you are not here in the morning, I think that seat, maybe it is synonymous with you. Some of my colleagues kept on saying, Madam Speaker, sir. So I hope we'll not continue talking like that. Now, I want to first of all thank the people of Kibra for having confidence in me and electing me overwhelmingly, giving me their votes, and putting their aspirations and trust and faith in me to come to this august house to articulate their issues, and also to let those who are here with us know that I represent the biggest slum, not only in this country, but almost in the world. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the powers that you have, overwhelming powers that you have, when you look at our standing orders, those powers and any issue that is not within the Constitution and the standing order, you have the authority to say, I would want you today to declare that Kibra should be a hardship area, that when you give food relief, you also start with Kibra, because I have residents who live not only below $1 a day, but sometimes you find I have residents who cannot afford their meals, not one meal, but all the meals in a day. I know some of my colleagues have not been to slums. One day I will take you to see how slums look like. Some of you have not seen poverty. So I would wish that the Speaker take this very, very seriously. In fact, when I heard His Excellency the President pronounce that he's going to bring a hustler fund, I thought the only constituency he had in mind was Kibra constituency. And that is more reason that I stand here today. That touched my heart, that my people this time will be taken care of. I want to say that in Kibra, it is a slum that even the health facilities that we are talking about, we lack health facilities. Now you know that also if you cannot have 3 meals in a day, it means the immunity level of your body goes down, and we will know time that you are susceptible to diseases, and our life are normally shortened. So I want to say that we need to hasten this idea of health care, because it is going to benefit my people more than any other people that we have around. So because of that, I really support the speech of the President, because it talked about the health care. You know, the first time we are speaking, we told now this is our maiden speech, and I hope that when I heard the President speak, he made one paragraph. I think it is the shortest paragraph in his short speech. I think 37. And he said, Honorable Speaker and members, I have news, not good news, because this country, our financial status is bad. Now, when you look at this speech, in almost all the paragraphs, we are just talking about the state of the economy in this country. And when I look at our state of the economy, you realize that when the governor, the central bank governor came to talk to us, one thing he said is that the debts that we have, that we are servicing, is about 8.5 trillion in this country. And he projected that within the next 1 year, one financial year, it might move to 9.2 trillion.
But when I looked and I heard the speech of the president, he said that 65% of our revenue still goes to pay for our debt. We must look at mechanisms, structures on how we are going to lower our debts. And when we see that we are going to offer 300 billion as a cut, I want to concur with one of our members who spoke here that the first priority we look at each department in our government and see how much was not spent in these departments. That is called the absorption. Which department did not absorb? Looking at all the departments, I have realized in the governments that the absorption rate, sometimes you find that some departments only absorb up to 60%. So instead of having budget cuts across the board, we go by looking at the absorption rate of these departments, and from there we can raise the 300 billion. Now, we also realize that our expenditure, recurrent, is more than what our revenue. And we are told that maybe within the next 3 years, we will be able to have more revenue than the recurrent expenditure. Now, this requires a lot of strict measures, and I will urge those concerned, the technocrats, to take this very, very seriously. Now, I would wish to talk about education. I'm an educationist, and that is why I'm called Mwalimu. And now, the speech of the president should have put a lot of emphasis on education. Education is what equalizes the people, whether you are poor or whether you are rich. Now, the education system in our country is at a balance. I have seen that we have a committee. I don't think it is a task force. It is a committee that will look at reforms required in education. I believe that these reforms will not affect the real stakeholders in the education system. The major stakeholders are the teachers, the parents, and the students. Most of the parents have been talking about a burden in this CBC. However, when you talk to the parents very keenly, the only thing they are complaining about is they are given also homework to help their students. And that is the only thing the parents are talking about, apart from also that it is expensive. So I would rather ask those who have been charged with this duty of looking at the reforms required in education to consult widely, especially with the Health Association and these major stakeholders, to see that if we bring these reforms, it will not take us less than 20 years again that we need another education system. I also urge the members of the parliament that when we need such of these reforms, they must be brought into this house so that we debate about those reforms properly before we enact them into laws. When the president talked about the Hustler Fund, I went and looked at the various funds that we already have. And today I saw the member of parliament of Matungulu, I think Mr. Mutinda, has already brought a bill, and I think he has written to the speaker to look at some of these funds so that we ground them in law. I have seen that he has written about the national government, CDF, Constituency Development Fund. Then I have also seen that he has put the NGAF for women. He has also put the Weather Fund, the Youth Development Fund, and then the Hustler Fund. I think the Hustler Fund should not be merged with the Weather Fund. This Weather Fund has been used, especially in the slum areas. This is what has helped the people to start their small and small businesses. The Hustler Fund should be treated on its own entity because we are pumping around 50 billion. When we spread this to all the constituencies, I think it is going to give a big impact, especially to the young and small entrepreneurs. So I would say that when we look at the legislation and at this bill, let us not combine the Weather Fund, the Youth Fund, the NGAF, and the Hustler Fund. let them be treated differently so that we have more avenues for our young businessmen so that they can grow with this fund. I would also want to look at the separation of
time is up. The member for Turkana North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the people of Turkana North for giving me a chance to represent them in the 13th Parliament. Most of you might not know where exactly Turkana North is. Turkana North borders two international borders, that is Ethiopia and South Sudan. And the community in Turkana North is purely pastoralist community. So when you hear about drought, the long dry spells, most of the people in Turkana North are affected because of the pastoral arrangement. Now, Turkana North people placed their hopes and aspirations on me, having worked with them before in the previous assignments, and they believe I am able to represent them and ensure that their hopes and aspirations are taken care of. Now, going to the President's speech, I want to pick out a few things that concern people of Turkana North and Turkana in general. The government needs to put in place and take into consideration the mainstay of the Turkana people. And their mainstay is in the pastoral economy. Looking at the speech and what has always happened, we have a lot of initiatives that look into strengthening pastoral economy. But the problem has been implementation. A lot of strategic papers have collected dust in government offices. But this time around, we want to urge the government to look into the pastoral economy, because we do not want to always make noise on the drought situations, provision of relief food to our people, because in essence, if the government takes interest into what we are calling the pastoral economy, the people of Turkana and northern Kenya in general will have drought and relief food provision as a thing of the past. Now, one thing I really want to bring out in terms of interventions on the pastoral economy. We realize we have KMC in Nairobi, which is way far away from northern Kenya, where pastoralism is practiced. What the governments, subsequent governments have been doing and expecting is pastoralists who have engaged in business. And I want the honorable members, Mr. Speaker, to know that our people have begun engaging in business with their livestock. It is not as it used to be. And we want, going forward, we want abattoirs to be established in each of these pastoral counties so that our people don't have to move their livestock, their cows, goats, all the way from, say, Lokitang or Todonyang or Kibish all the way to Nairobi, where there is a KMC. So government should be proactive and look into the needs of our pastoral communities. There is also need to engage in climate change initiatives. That is presently what is discussed all over the world. And we all know what is causing the droughts, the long dry spells, especially in those areas, is the climate change that is affecting our rain periods. So the government should take this into consideration, because when I was watching the president give his speech in the UN General Assembly, he mentioned that Kenya will be proactive on interventions on climate change. So this we will look into. We will continue reminding the government that Northern Kenya and Turkana in particular will look forward to these initiatives. Now, the other thing that I want to bring out in the President's speech is there is no mention of insecurity in our county. When the President was sworn in, after a few days in office, you realize there was an attack in Turkana East and it was happening within the boundaries of Kenya. A number of police officers were killed, including civilians. This issue of insecurity should be taken seriously, because we know for a long time operations, security operations have been undertaken in these areas, but the results have been the same. So there is need, and I thank the Deputy President because he was able to meet us and engage, but we want results. That was a meeting, a boardroom meeting. We agreed on a number of issues. We are yet to see what happens what comes out from that operation. You know very well, we cannot have development. The areas under attack are grasslands. And so, in essence, this has contributed to the loss of, livelihood and mainstay of this community. So, even within the borders, even within the country, the government should be proactive to bring this thing to an end. And I don't say it's only happening in Turkana, but it is happening in areas within Kerio Valley. And there is hue and cry over this insecurity situation in these areas. The government should come out very strongly in taking care of this. Lastly, so that I can also donate my time to my colleagues who are first-timers. In the international border where my constituency is placed, this is a community that has protected this country for a long time. And we have and we will continue to engage the government on this so that we can have NPRs. The intervention on NPRs has paid off. These are, we are bordering hostile communities from the other side. Like in Ethiopia, we are bordering Merile, Basnach, very hostile to our community. We are also bordering Nyangatom in Ethiopia, very hostile to our community. And you realize there is little presence of government in this area.
Honorable Member, Nyaribari Church MP.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Zahir Janda, Member of Parliament, Nyaribari Chache constituency. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate you for being elected together with your able deputy, the Honorable Madam Boss Shelley. Mr. Speaker, it is also my singular honor to thank the people of Nyaribari Chache who gave me this opportunity to lead the It is also my singular honor to thank the people of Nyaribari Chache constituency, the people who voted for me. It has never happened in the history of Kisii since independence, where I got the highest number of votes in my constituency since independence. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the President's speech. I will make it very short. I want to support the President's speech because he talked about having fruitful discussions with the operators of Fuliza and Mshwari to reduce the cost of credit by about 40%. He also promised his administration will allocate 50 billion shillings every year to the Hustlers Fund so that the micro, small, medium, and micro, small, and medium enterprises can access the credit and leverage on them. Mr. Speaker, the issue of low-cost housing is a very good initiative because in my place, the Kisii County, we have issues of land. But this will not lock us out to be beneficiaries of the low-cost housing because whenever they are building up the houses are being built with going upwards. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to remind my fellow Kenyans, especially from Nyanza where I come from, that the presidency is a symbol of national unity. The presidency should be respected. We came from an electioneering period. The election is behind us. We have to come together as a country and support the government. But I'm not happy with my people, especially in Nyanza, where His Excellency President William Ruto was there last week. The leadership of Nyanza refused to attend deliberately for political reasons, but it is very sad, uncouth and barbaric to have such leaders do that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I also want to encourage other leaders to work with the current government. We have a government that was elected, and they should not discriminate because these leaders, they have a salary, they are earning money, but their people are going to suffer. That is not correct. We will not agree, and we want to encourage fellow leaders to support our Kenya Kwanza government. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kisii County, especially Nyaribari Chache where I come from, they have entrusted me and looking forward for me to be able to legislate the agenda and the promise that I made to them in these 5 years. Mr. Speaker, that is it. Thank you so much, and I wish to donate my time probably to my brother Mohammed Ali, who is next to me.
You can surrender your time, but you cannot choose the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
For Manyata.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for this opportunity to give my maiden speech. And first, I want to start by thanking God and the people of Manyata constituency for giving me this opportunity to share with my fellow members of Parliament, as the President called it, a premium platform of the chosen few, and I'm privileged to be one of them. I want to tell the people of Manyata that I'll try my best to represent them fully and ensure that their voice is heard. I also want to join my brother from Umia's East to request that we, the newcomers, be given a very good share of the time in this house so that we can air our views and those of our constituents. I also want to say that I'm looking forward to working with my fellow members to solve various issues that are affecting this country, especially joblessness of our young people. Honorable Speaker, we have many crises in this country, but the crisis of lack of jobs is one that requires serious attention. I'm looking forward to bringing motions in this House that are going to help solve that menace. And while we are at it, I would like to say that in the presidential speech, he was able to say a few things that will be able to solve this issue and at least have our jobless youth getting an opportunity to work and be able to continue with their lives. He spoke of Hustlers Fund, and he said that he will be able to give 50 billion at first so that the Hustler Fund can help our young people. I hope that this money will be able to be given good legislation by this House so that it gets to the right hands. We have had issues where funds, some of them being mentioned by my fellow members here, don't get to the right hands, and they don't make an impact to the right people. I'm looking forward to being part of that team. The issue of procurement of government equipment and tenders, we had a good role that can help solve the issue of joblessness. And there was a promise of 30% procurement. We would like to see and ensure that this House legislates that if people don't follow such rules, they are supposed to be brought to books. Honorable Speaker, the issue of CRB is an issue that has affected many young people. We have had more than 19 million Kenyans having been listed as not creditworthy. I'm happy with the presidential direction. It is the step in the right direction. We are hoping to improve on that and ensure we give legislation where CRB will be ranking our people instead of blacklisting them. We are hoping also Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, Women Fund, and the Hustlers Fund will be digitized so that these monies get to the most remote areas of this country, those that cannot reach even the towns of our constituencies or our counties. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President spoke a lot on the issue of agriculture. I myself, from Manyata constituency, come from a very agricultural area, an area where we farm a lot of coffee, tea, horticulture, and maize. I'm very happy with the issue of fertilizer. And I would like to say that, Honorable Speaker, the fertilizer is reaching in Manyata constituency, but there is a need, as my fellow members have said, to improve and ensure that we have more and more people getting the fertilizer. But that being said, we also want to ensure that we provide seedlings and good seedlings to our farmers so that we don't give them fertilizer, but then they are left with a loss of 3,500 shillings per bag because they don't have good seeds. So I appeal to the government to ensure that the fertilizer gets to our people, but also good seedlings so that we can be able to farm. And Honorable Speaker, we need to feed ourselves as a country. We are not able to feed ourselves. And Honorable Speaker, from what I can see from our neighbors in Uganda, we might be attacked. So we should be ready in case such thing happen, so that we don't get our eggs from Uganda, our maize from Tanzania, and all those things that we get from our other countries. Kenya has enough land. All we need is to improve on our agriculture and ensure that irrigation is done in those semi-arid areas. Honorable Speaker, the issue of corruption has been mentioned a few times. And I want to correct my fellow members who are saying the President did not touch on the issue of corruption. The fact that he's talked about empowerment of our institutions, he clearly and vehemently talked about corruption. Corruption has gotten where it is today in this country because most of our institutions that are supposed to handle it have not been able to handle it well. The increase of fund to the judiciary is a step in the right direction. And Honorable Speaker, if that happens, you'll see corruption cases being solved better. The autonomy of the police service is also important, and that His Excellency the President has done very good. We need to empower institutions such as EACC so that the issue of corruption, and including this House, is supposed to be solved, and we are not supposed to be speaking about it, as one of the members said, every now and then. Honorable Speaker, if we do that, we will be able to protect the agenda or the plan that the President has given. And the only way we can have all these projects and these dreams coming true is if we solve the issue of corruption once and for all. Honorable Speaker, the issue of CDF is an issue that is very passionate to the people of Manyata. And I would like to say that CDF should not be understated on what it has done to our people. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we need to increase that fund. We need to have more money so that we can be able to ensure our people school well. Those that cannot be able to get school fees, we are giving them bursaries. Our schools, sometimes they are in very bad conditions. We need to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that we improve the standards of living. And Honorable Speaker, as I say that, we need to realize the future of education in this country lies in the day schools that were started by one Honorable Mwai Kibaki. The day schools of this country depend wholly on CDF. And I hope these members will fight for that fund so that it does not go anywhere. And I still don't understand why the law of 2013 is said to be illegal, but
Member for Bumula.
Mike. Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Wanami Wamboka from Bumula constituency. I will start by thanking God, my family, and the great people of Bumula for giving me an opportunity to serve. Mr. Speaker, I want to promise my people that I will serve them with dignity, honor, and total humility. I've been in this journey for quite some time, Mr. Speaker. I started this journey with the late Wamalwa Kijana as a defender of people's rights. I moved on with Musikari Kombo, and as you know, I'm a student of Moses Masika Wetangula, and finally, Eugene Wamalwa. That gives me enough experience to serve my people and to fulfill the dreams and aspirations of my people. I want to speak to the speech given by the President, and I want to start on a point, I think point number 14, where the President promised to lead an administration dedicated to the just and fair government of all Kenyans in order to deliver a Kenya for everyone. That's where I'll start, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure every Kenyan is aware that going into the election and after the election, the President got 50+1, which is about a third of Kenya. His competitor, Raila Odinga, got 50-1, which is about a third of Kenya, and the other Kenyans didn't vote. Mathematically speaking, Honorable Speaker, we have a government that is a minority government going by the votes delivered after the elections. I want to appeal to the President that he must impress all Kenyans by ensuring equal distribution of resources and positions in government, starting from the CS positions to PS, ambassadors, and all the senior positions in this government. Honorable Speaker, every Kenyan must feel part of this government. The President must navigate as much as he can to make us all feel Kenyans. I'm also aware about some naked truth that very many people would not like to talk about. We have a Kenya of 43 tribes, which has only had all the presidents from 2 regions of this country. I want to now address the Honorable President that there is some volcano brewing in this country that we want him to come and heal, or else it will erupt. I come from a region that has been neglected in terms of government projects, in terms of resource distribution. Honorable Speaker, I yearn for a day a Samburu will have a choice or can be president of this country. I yearn for a day a Kamba, a Luya, a Luo, a Turukana can get a chance to be president of this country. The day that happens, then we start talking. I know very many people will be uncomfortable with that, but that's the reality of the matter. We want a clear, fair distribution of resources. I said, Honorable Speaker, the region I come from is marginalized. We have very many projects that have been started that have stayed for so long without completion. In mind, Honorable Speaker, a road called Musikoma-Mungatsi, which is now going to 10 years, a road that hardly costs 350 million shillings. It has taken 10 years and it is not complete. A road Mungatsi, Kimaeti, Luahaha, it's a nightmare, and yet it's supposed to offload heavy traffic from the northern corridor that feeds this country. A road called Misihu Brigadier, which has taken almost 10 years to completion. Honorable Speaker. A road from Dorofu that links Kakamega County and Bungoma County, Dorofu Musikoma, which has also taken all these years. Whereas we have seen new roads coming up, dual carriages, from Nairobi to Nyeri, for instance, started the other day, it's now into completion. We've seen a road on the outskirts of Nairobi, the bypass, dual carriage, which started the other day. As we speak, it's now into completion. Madam Speaker, it is incumbent on the President to ensure that an Ekesa, an Otieno, anybody sitting anywhere in this country starts feeling like a Kenyan. Because at this point, it's not necessary to be bringing presidential ballot papers to other parts of this country. And I'll be proposing maybe you only take them to the two regions, that is Central and Rift Valley. Honorable Speaker, my attention also goes to the economic situation of my region, which is largely agricultural. I've seen government interventions trying to address and heal the problems of the Majani people and the problems of the Kahawa people. I want to plead with the President and his government. Where I come from, which is a sugar belt, that Nzoia is collapsing, we need urgent measures to mitigate so that our farmers can continue earning a living. We need urgent interventions for Mumias sugar. Madam Speaker, we need cooperation from government to complete the gold mining factory, same as a granite factory in Vihiga. My heart still bleeds, Madam Speaker, when I imagine how the mighty pan paper was sold and collapsed the economy and the imagination of the great people of Webuye. Very soon, we are going to revisit that affair, and Mr. Rai must be brought to book, Madam Speaker, brought to account, because there is no way we could have sold pan paper for less than $1 billion shillings, whereas pan paper has a property in the Mutaiga, in the outskirts of Nairobi, one property that costs 1.4 billion. Madam Speaker,
thank you, members. Sorry for that. Before I call the member for Kisii County, just want to confirm to members that you don't have to come and appeal to me in person right here, because in fact, once you do that, then I'd have to skip you, so that I don't create the impression that if you come here in person, then I will put you to skip the line. So I think just hold your horses, and your turn will come. We have plenty of time till 8 p.m. Thank you. And now I call the member for Kisii County.
Wow. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, allow me to pass warm regards from the people of Kisii and the top leadership of Honorable Paul Simbarati and Senator Richard Onyonka, who are members of this hallowed house. Let me also thank the Almighty Father for giving me and blessing me, because it is a blessing, and also to congratulate you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and all the elected leaders in this hallowed house. I'm very delighted because we are sharing our experiences, the challenges that our people face, and they're fresh in my mind. During the campaigns, as I moved around the entire Kisii County, I noticed that our people face real challenges. When I visited most of our health facilities, Madam Speaker, I realized that patients still share beds, up to 3 patients in one bed. It's a mirage. I also realized that even the kind of food that the patients are served, when you want to slaughter a cattle, we have the inspectors who will always inspect that exercise. I wonder if health officers even do move around to even test the kind of food that is served to our patients. We can all agree that fruits are essential, good food, so that to give them appetite. Unfortunately, when I moved around, the kind of food that was served, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, it is pathetic. Also, there are cases that are looked down upon. For example, if you are watching television and there is a rape case, most of us will always want to ask for a remote to move to watching to a different story. Why? Usually rape cases, you are treated as a suspect because you are told, why did you wear a short dress? Why did you walk out at night late? Why were you in the company of men? That is how we treat rape cases. it's worrying, Madam Speaker. I even watched news last night where there was a young girl who was raped to a point of she lost her life. Madam Speaker, as I proceed with the cases that I looked down upon, today I'm going to dedicate my maiden speech to the plight of the young girls out there. Rarely do we see the orphans get justice, the elderly, even the teen mothers. The rate at which teen pregnancy is rising is alarming. If I could go back to Kisii and maybe I project on how these cases of teen mothers come by. The fact that we've not stopped practicing FGM, you find that when these girls have been circumcised, initially at the age of our grandfathers, they could actually mutilate everything. It was total mutilation. As we progressed by, it has become partial. So our young girls will always know they've graduated from childhood to motherhood. So they will start practicing sex early, hence resulting to early mothers. These teen mothers will not even have courage to go back to their homes because the fear of being laughed at. They will end up in the streets as sex workers. These are proceeding with the cases, Madam Speaker, that are looked down upon. The cases of GBV. If you went to a police station as a woman to report that maybe you had a fight and your husband beat you, you will be told that, Madam, you are lucky you've not died. I had a case of a woman who died last time. Police station don't solve love matters. Go home, have peace with your husband. That's how these cases, Madam Speaker, are looked down upon. As I proceed with GBV rape cases and teen mothers, you will even find that in our societies, even the political class, with the political class, religious leaders, even parents are not in support of this. As I stand here today, I pray that we will have laws. In fact, Madam Speaker, I want to sponsor a bill on teen pregnancy. If not, we revive on the ready existing laws and put more strength on them so that we can once and for all deal with this issue, either having punitive measures or even having sensitizational programs and then any other that can see that these problems are addressed dearly. Let me move now to the issue of good roads. In this era, Madam Speaker, we should not be talking of having a good network of roads, or we could not be even be debating on having water in our social places. Surely, to dignify the lives of our mothers, we should consider that in maybe we give 2 years coming, all our homes should have piped water, so that we relieve our mothers, even our school-going children, from trekking for long distances in search of water. Let me now move to the President's speech. Let me congratulate our President. The speech was good. On the issue of affordable fertilizer, I see it was a good move, though long term. Why do I mean long term? We had short-term measures that you could have taken, like lowering the prices of basic commodities like milk, cooking oil, and cooking flour. bearing the fact that our people, Madam Speaker, are wallowing in abject poverty. And on the issue of reducing, the President said he had instructed Treasury to work with the ministries to find savings of around 300 billion. In my view, he could also have thought on ways of sealing the revenue leakages. Lastly, let me make a plea to the members in this House. Attending to the President functions is not betraying your people who didn't vote for him, but a show of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Kisii County. I now call member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make my maiden speech on the floor of this House. First, I would like to start by congratulating His Excellency, the President, and his Deputy on their well-deserved victory. And secondly, to congratulate the Speaker and yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, again for a successful election, and wish you Godspeed as you execute your mandate. Madam Speaker, allow me to start by thanking very sincerely the people of Tetu for bestowing their faith in me as their 8th Member of Parliament. Although my constituency now, I believe, holds the absurd or awkward record of never having re-elected any of its MP for the last 35 years, I believe, and I'm not blaming them, it's because we have an abundance of good leaders which makes our local politics hyper-competitive. This is the constituency that produced Dedan Kimathi, the most celebrated freedom hero, and Nobel laureate Professor Wangari Maathai, who was also our 4th Member of Parliament. As such, Madam Speaker, I do not take this mandate lightly, and I would therefore like to promise on the floor of this House to the people of Tetu that I will execute my triple duties of legislation, oversight, and representation to the best of my knowledge and ability. Madam Speaker, my constituency is largely rural and agricultural. Our land holding is on average 1 acre. Madam Speaker, my people practice subsistence farming. We grow tea in the upper parts of Tetu neighboring the Aberdare forest, and we have coffee in the lower areas. We do small-scale dairy farming, and we have emerging crops such as macadamia and avocado. When I sought the mandate to represent the people of Tetu, I made certain pledges and promises to them. And when I listened to the President's speech in this House, I was very happy to note that most of the President's priorities neatly ticks into the boxes of the most pressing needs of my constituency. I'll start by agricultural productivity. Food insecurity is now a real threat in my constituency. This is because of climate change and also the high cost of inputs of agricultural products. And as such, the move by the President to lower the cost of the fertilizers has come as a welcome move. I'll, however, note that there is no NCPB, National Cereals and Produce Board depot in my constituency, and my people have to use upwards of 1,000 shillings to travel to Kiganjo, where we have the nearest NCPB depot. Also, the registration process to access this fertilizer is cumbersome, and it is important that going forward, we utilize some permanent database of farmers which can easily then be used to allocate the subsidized fertilizer to the farmers. For our cash crops, and in view of what the President said about using agriculture to improve incomes, I'm hoping that the motion on guaranteed minimum returns will see the light of day in this House. And I also intend to bring legislation to guide the processing and marketing of our emerging cash crops, that is macadamia and avocado, in the same way that we do for tea and coffee today. I call upon the government to support my people in agriculture, to support some of our ongoing irrigation projects, such as Kaigoji, Mutoigo, Huhoine, Hovoine, and others, to ensure that our people reduce their dependence on rain-fed agriculture. On education, Madam Speaker, the President has set up a committee to review the CBC system. This is very welcome. Last week, I actually had a chance to move around my constituency assessing CBC transition readiness, and I noted that there were more questions than answers. Still, there is no clarity as to whether the junior secondary will be domiciled in secondary schools or primary schools, and whether they will be boarders or day scholars. And as such, the request by the President in his speech that the CSs come to the floor of this House would offer us a very good opportunity to have such issues clarified. Madam Speaker, I have about 10,000 unemployed and underemployed youths in my constituency. While we are working hard to organize them into groups so that they can engage in viable economic activities, we eagerly wait for the Hustler Fund. So we hope that the 50 billion Hustler funds come quickly so that it can boost these groups as well as support our micro entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, again, Teto has a third distinction as a constituency without a bank or a petrol station. Nothing to blame is because we are very, very close to Nyeri town. But again, I would like to work with the national government institutions to ensure that we move more and more of our offices to Tetu so that they can be a catalyst for urban growth. Specifically, we welcome the President's move to increase the judiciary fund, and this gives us an opportunity to bring the first magistrates court to Tetu. On electricity, we hope to increase from the current 87% to 100% in the next 5 years. On our road network, Madam Speaker, we have the ongoing Mau Mau roads, which occasionally stall, and we are hoping that the President's speech, which said that he will prioritize ongoing projects, will be a welcome relief to ensure that these projects are completed. But specifically, Madam Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to the Ihide Donyujero Road, which is supposed to link the counties of Nyeri and Nyandarua through Tetu and through the Aberdare Forest. This road, or the construction of this road, has been frustrated by some government agencies who have falsified environmental impact assessment reports sponsored by foreign conservationists. The people of Tetu have waited for this road for 19 years, and Madam Speaker, today I had a chance to mention this to His Excellency the President, and I was very glad to note that he is very well appraised and seized of the matter of this road and promised to help us seek a resolution at the soonest. To improve on availability of water, I would like the government to consider the proposed Mohoya Dam so that we have sufficient water for our people for both domestic and irrigation use. As such, as highlighted by the President in his speech, we welcome the use of public-private partnerships for water, and I would like to volunteer that Mohoya Dam can become a pilot project for this great initiative. We also welcome the alignment of CDF to the Constitution, and Madam Speaker, it's only fair to mention that this is causing anxiety among my people because they are not sure which way forward. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I really look forward to making my mark and my contribution in this House as a great debater, informed contributor, and diligent committee member. And hopefully, I can break the one-term jinx in Tetu. God bless Tetu, God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Tetu. I now call the member for Narok North.
Madam Speaker, for this opportunity that you have given me. And before I go on, I would like to congratulate the Speaker and you, the Deputy, for this opportunity that you have gotten to serve us in this House. And allow me to thank the people of Narok North for having elected me to come and represent them in this great House. And I want to promise them that I will represent them, and I will also make sure that I articulate issues that are affecting them. Madam Speaker, I want to tell you that it was not easy for me to be elected first woman in Narok as a member of Parliament. I come from a constituency that holds on culture, conservative, that don't see women like they can be leaders. And especially having a history of vying for a position that was once held by the famous Honorable Olendimama. So when I was going on with my campaigns, they were all wondering how this woman will go and represent them without a rungu. I kept telling them I don't see rungus in Parliament. And today I want to tell them that I am here and I've not seen any rungu. That means that this will give hope to our women. And then having a background of going through all the villages, telling our people not to practice female genital mutilation. I am on record, having even taken some of them to court, to make sure that I fight for the rights of our young girls. So when I was going on with my campaigns, they could all be talking of a woman who goes around carrying a model that shows all the parts of a woman and the effects of female genital mutilation. So nobody was sure that I was going to be elected. Even the political parties did not want to associate themselves with me. I happen to have come from a constituency that was an Azimio area. And whenever I go nearer to the Azimio leaders, they all didn't want to associate themselves with me. Sure. And I want to thank Jubilee, who came out and gave me a ticket, and now I'm here. And I want to say thank you to Jubilee. They considered giving me the ticket. My constituency has a lot of problems. At the moment, the roads are pathetic. And they are farmers. We bring all the food to Nairobi, but at the end of it all, that you find that it doesn't benefit the farmer, it benefits the middleman. And this is because of the roads that we have. We have no roads, we have no clean water, and when it comes to the hospitals that we have, they are also in a pathetic situation. And I doubt if we were right to have devolved health, because health is about people. And I don't think that the county governments have the capacity to run these hospitals. When you go there, there is no medicine, the dispensaries, no water, no electricity, there is nothing that goes on. So this is an issue that we, the members of this House, need to relook at and see if we really did any justice to our people, because women and children are suffering.
Going to the speech, the presidential speech, it was brief, short, but articulate. It articulated issues that are affecting our people. When I listened to the issues, I remembered what I promised my people, because the promises I made were water, roads, and hospitals, good hospitals. And when I look at the speech, they were all there. So I want to say that as in this house, we need to look at areas that are really affected with these problems of not having good roads, hospitals. And that's why when we think of CDF, this is a fund that is really known by everybody, including children from where we come from. You find a woman asking you about CDF. Is CDF still on? Because this is the money that is used to pay the school fees for their children that are in school. And I want to say that we need to come out clearly and defend CDF and make sure that what is not there, we have put into action so that we can have these funds coming back to the people. If it is an oversight, I think we need to come out with the laws that will make this money come back to the people, because we seriously need these funds to come back to our constituency, because without these funds, we shall not be doing anything much to our communities, because we promised them a lot and we are ready to work for our people, but without these funds, I don't think members of parliament will be doing anything to change the lives of the people. We have our secondary schools congested. They need the dormitories, they need the dining halls, and you find that without these funds, we cannot still be able to give them a comfortable time in schools. When we come to education, our people still lag behind. And when we talk about girl child education, it is time that this community is appreciating taking their children to school. And most of our girls have really gone to school and have gone to colleges, and they are now teachers. But you find them still at home. They are not being employed. And a way of appreciating education, we need TSC to look at those areas and make sure that they give a priority to the local people when it comes to employment. Our schools have a shortage of teachers. Primary schools have a shortage of teachers, and the high schools still have a shortage of teachers. And you find them employing those teachers who have stayed long at home, while we in the community don't have those teachers. Our teachers are just 4 years or 5 years at home. So I would ask the TSC to make sure that they employ the locals so that they can also agree to go to the schools that are in the reserves. Because after employing these teachers who come from far, they come there, they don't want to go to the interior parts of Narok, where they want to be around town, they want to be near the roads, while the other urban areas are suffering. So for me, I find it wise for TSC to look into that issue so that they can employ our teachers who are at home. And again, when I look at the speech, I saw the affordable houses, and I also want to say that these houses should not only be done in towns. They should also we should also have programs in our counties so that we can also have houses that will show dignity to our people and that will give comfort to our people. And in the speech again, there was the issue of CRBs. Our people are farmers, wheat farmers, and so many of them have loans. And because they have been unable to pay the loans, they cannot borrow money so that they can go back to farming. So I was also impressed to show that he was able again to come up with a solution that will make our farmers go back to farming. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Narok North. Your accomplishments are well known by many women in Kenya. Thank you for that. And I now call Member for Kiambaa constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Speaker and yourself for being elected as the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I also want to take this opportunity to thank and to congratulate the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, and his able deputy, Dr. Rigathi Gachagua. We are coming into terms of calling him His Excellency the President. We have been used to the term the Deputy President. May I also take this opportunity to appreciate and thank the great people of Kiambaa constituency for electing me again as their Member of Parliament, and also because they have given me a small opportunity of 1 year, and now they have given me another 5-year term so that I can continue to implement and to read them in as far as the development of our constituency is concerned. Madam Speaker, allow me to discuss further the presidential debate, the presidential speech that His Excellency the President tabled in the floor of the House on matters pertaining the CSs, that they'll be coming to the floor of the House so that we can be able, to discuss and to ask questions to the cabinet secretaries. Madam Speaker, let me say that the 12th Parliament, I had a lot of challenges because the moment you ask some questions and they are given to the committees and waiting for results or waiting for the response, it took a whole year to get a report in terms of loads within my constituency, in terms of the insecurity within my constituency. But now we are going to support the President's agenda to make sure that the cabinet secretaries will be coming to the floor of the House so that they can be asked questions and so that we can be able to get direct answers to take to our people and the issues affecting the people that we represent. That is a milestone, and we are willing to support the President's agenda. Number 2, it was the issue of decriminalizing enterprises. That you will realize in my constituency we have so many small and medium enterprises. But for a short time, you normally realize that KLA is not friendly. And that's why I think the President has come into terms that we really need to change Kenya Revenue Authority to Kenya Revenue Services, so that those people need to realize that they don't have to criminalize small enterprises, but come up with modalities and ways for people to pay their taxes and to make sure that it is a friendly service that they are offering to the members of this great republic of ours. Number 2, he talked about the Hustlers Fund. Madam Speaker, it is in order for us to say that the Wezo Fund that we have been having, the Women Fund that we have been having, the Youth Fund, it has been of great importance to our people. And I realized that when the Hustlers Fund is introduced, and we are going to make sure that we registrate and implement the Hustlers Fund, we'll be able to empower millions and billions of hustlers who elected us in this 13th Parliament and who formed the basis of our campaign in 2020, this particular year, so that at least we can have a way to make sure they are empowered. Those mama bogas in my village, those wauzaji wa miwa in my constituency, they'll have an access to credit so that they can be able to better their lives and so that they can be able to put food for their families and to educate their children. So it is very important, and I'll ask the House, when that time comes to support the bill on Hustlers Fund, we all join hands together without caring which kind of political side you come from, so that we do what we are supposed to do and make sure that we better the lives of our people. Number 2, Madam Speaker, the President also mentioned about the NGCDF. And he said it categorically. He was a member of Parliament before the CDF, and he was a member of Parliament during the CDF. and he knows the importance of National Government Constituency Development Fund. And it is shocking because majority of the people that we have been able to take to school is because of this fund, Madam Speaker. You realize that there are those students who performs very well, but they have no way to enter a classroom door. But because of the National Government Constitutional Development Fund, we have been able to give bursaries to millions and millions of Kenyans. Many students, many children have been able to see the door of a high school or maybe university because of the NGCDF. Therefore, when it comes to that matter, we will all join hands together and support National Government Fund, because it has nothing to do with a member of parliament, but it has everything to do with a Kenyan who is poor, who is at that lower moment. Right now, the messages we have received, people asking us, is it possible for us to get bursary? And yet we are yet to form the committees, and we are waiting to form the committee so that we can continue doing the great work we have been doing. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, we are innovating schools. We are building classrooms. You'll realize in a place like called Kawaida Primary School, you'll find that one classroom is hosting 120 students. And therefore, without NGCDF, there will be no way we can be able to expand these classrooms and to make sure that those students get better education by trying, to increase the classrooms within their schools. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the NGCDF, it is here to stay, and we are going to do all we can to support it, not because of our own interest, but because of the things that we have been able to do within our constituency. Madam Speaker, he also spoke about public-private partnership. You realize that, and he talked about water. In my constituency, in a place called Ruaka, which is very densely populated because of its developments, and many people are constructing apartments within Ruaka, which is within my constituency, that we don't have water. We have been chasing water since I became a member of parliament, with Earthy Water, with Ministry of Water, but you realize that we have not been able to achieve because of funding. I believe public-private partnership will come in handy so that it can help us to bring water and to restore our water baskets within our constituency, and help us also to bring water to help our farmers and the members of our constituency so that we can be able to make their lives easier. So therefore, we are supporting. When that agenda will be brought in the floor of the House, I'll be the first person to support it, because I know even if we are told to pay, we have so many people who can be able to pay the few coins that will be asked by the government, but at least at the end of the day, we'll make sure our homes, we have tap water within our homes. He also spoke about housing projects, and we are willing and ready to support the housing project. The legislative agenda that will be brought in this floor of the House, we are going to support it, because we really need this kind of development and technology, because when we have some villages in my area called Dendero, a place called Kefarage, this is the only way that we can be able to give them a decent home, not because they have a very small area, but the moment we decide to go vertically and maybe probably give them a decent housing, we'll be able to, improve their lives and give them a better place to take care of their children. Madam Speaker, allow me also to mention something that the President mentioned about the saving culture. He mentioned, and he said that from when you are 18 on, when you are employed, to the time that you retire, you only save 200 shillings in every month. And at the end of the whole period that you have been working, you are able to save about 74,000 shillings. I think it is high time that we rethink this model. And he said that in every 2 shillings, that every member of your community, because now we have to regroup our people, especially those people who are in the informal sector, and make sure that they save their 2 shillings, so that the moment they save a 2 shillings, the government will rematch their 2 shillings with the 1 shillings, so that at the end of the month, we can be able to see how much we save, and so that we can also be able to help our people to save more. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I support the President's speech, and we are here to support the President's agenda. And when we bring all these issues for us to register, we promise that we are going to support him fully. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kirinyaga County, and you'll be followed by member for Mandera East.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to be here in this house, and this being my first time, I would like to give my maiden speech. I am Jane Jerry Maina, the County MP, Kirinyaga County. La kwanza ni kuwashukuru wana Kirinyaga kwa heshima walionipa kuniteua kama mbunge wao. I commit to serve diligently for the next 5 years. Well, I believe you were directed to give us leeway to learn.
Member for Kirinyaga, if you start in Kiswahili, according to the standing orders, then you will speak in Swahili for the whole time. But if you start with English, then you will follow through with English. Thank you. For the purposes of the record of the Hansard.
Very well. Admittedly, I profoundly miss breaking into dance with my constituents, from which they gave me an affectionate moniker, quote, Gashaigaito. To the young people of this nation, you have a role to play in the social, political, and economic empowerment of this nation, but you must no longer stay in the shadows. You must step forward and take charge, for power, they say, is taken, it is not given. To my father, tragically taken from me before the elections, before he could see that this child indeed became great, your name shall echo beyond the halls of Parliament. To my family, my best friend Andrew, who was there every day after I lost my father at the height of the campaigns, you are an invaluable addition in my life. Madam Speaker, it would be a disservice if I do not forewarn my colleagues that where I come from we milk lions while seated on porcupines. Madam Speaker, as pertains the President's speech, it gave hope to a bedridden nation. It was short and succinct. Of great importance was the rollout of the subsidized fertilizer, as my people are farmers. It therefore deeply concerns me that there are some farmers in Mwea and across Kirinyaga who are unable to access the fertilizer merely because they do not own land. I implore upon the relevant authority to ensure that all farmers, landlords or not, enjoy the subsidized fertilizer. Moreover, I implore upon the 13th Parliament and the Executive to cater for the young people of this nation. We must address the pressing needs of our young people: unemployment, mental health, drug and substance abuse. The future must be secured by all means necessary. I wish to congratulate the President and his Deputy for having shown the goodwill to engage, mentor and consult young leaders, culminating to the signing of the Youth Charter. I assure them that the young people will hold them accountable to their promises. I further want to thank the President for taking the bold step to ensure that we no longer have subsidies. It would have been the easier way, having come from campaigns where we promised our people that we will lower the cost of living. Madam Speaker, lastly, I want to give thanks to Almighty God for seeing it fit to have me in this house. I will commit to serve diligently, and I pray that my colleagues in the 5 years, you're able to ensure that as new members are able to learn from you who have walked before us. May God bless the 13th Parliament. May God bless this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kirinyaga County. That was brief and concise, and in fact donated 5 minutes. I think she needs an applause for that. And also a very amazing speech. Now it's time for member for Mandera East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
May I take this opportunity first and foremost to thank the people of Mandera East for electing me and having faith in me. I thank the Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me health and this opportunity to be in this August House. May I take also this opportunity to congratulate you and the Speaker of this Honorable House. I come from the farthest place from these parliamentary premises, and that is Mandera. I come from border point 1, where Kenya's first beacon is. Mandera has a lot of problems, including insecurity, poor roads, and lack of essential commodities. This is a place where we lost 2 senior chiefs and 2 assistant chiefs within a span of few months through terror activities. 2 chiefs were killed in Arabia Mandera Road. The 2 senior chiefs of Arabia and Umar Jilo were killed by Al-Shabaab just few months before the election. And their 2 assistant chiefs were also killed just few months before the election also. This is as a result of the poor roads in Mandera. In 21st century, we have no tarmac road in Mandera East other than Mandera town, which was really started after devolution. That has really eased and helped the terror team to plant IEDs on the road. When we were campaigning, we could not move freely for fear of these IEDs. You can be easily blown anytime. Sometimes we were forced to use helicopters to campaign within our constituency. I therefore request this Honorable House to assist us in pushing the government to tarmac the roads from Lefe, Arabia, Mandera Road, and the road Ramu, Mandera, and the road from Ramu, Talalio, Mandera Road, the quickest possible, because one life is more expensive than billions of shillings that can be used, to build those roads. In Mandera, we normally have KBRs, that is Kenya Police Reserves, and MPRs, National Police Reserves, who normally man our borders in addition to our gallant forces. These KBRs and MPRs are extremely poorly paid, the tune of 10,000 shillings. You can imagine a KBR or an MPR. Maybe you may not know the difference between KBR and MPRs, but people from the borders like Turkana know very well. The KBRs are the locally employed by the counties, and MPRs are employed by the national government. That is our national security. But if you investigate and maybe get to know the amount of money that is paid to those people, you will be shocked. Those people normally lose their lives following these terror activities. Just recent days, we lost 8 of our gallant KBRs without compensation and getting maybe 10,000 shillings. And their families are now living in poverty, abject poverty. I want to appeal to the government to take this matter very seriously and pay these people at least, to the tune of the other Kenya police and other forces, so that they can be motivated and do the job very well. They understand all the routes and they understand the area very well, and they can do better than the other forces, only if they are paid well. In Mandera, we lack basic needs, including food, shelter, and clothing. Food in the sense that people live, other than few percentage that have the middle level and maybe few that have been, you know, very successful in business, others live in abject poverty, most of them. And they live through the relief foods and cash transfers that are now given by the NGOs. We really thank World Food Program and USA for helping our people through cash transfers and water tracking. We have a problem of shelter because during rainy seasons and even other times, our people live in huts, or horios as we call it. We want the government to help us build houses for these people, low-cost houses. They normally concentrate, the housing ministry concentrate on, you know, the headquarters, I mean the city and other maybe high-range areas, and not the county level or the constituency level. We want this translated to the local people so that our people can now graduate from the huts to permanent buildings. The other issue is water. Our people normally live with boreholes that are salty and not treated. And I'm sure this has led to so many of them having cancers, because the salty water, you know, may not be fit for human consumption, but they have to, because they have no otherwise. They have no any other way to live other than using that salty water. We want the government to use experts all over the world to make sure that fresh water is provided for the people of Mandera East and the entire Mandera County. Unemployment is also extremely very high in Mandera East and Mandera County in general. Other than few employment opportunities provided by the county government and few in the national government, most of the graduates live in abject poverty. We want the government to give us opportunities and provide employment for our people. Somalis, normally, who are the majority in Mandera, are very aggressive people in business. If at all you can provide funds, they can easily extend and start business and even provide work opportunities or employment opportunities for other Kenyans, which they are already doing. Few of them are already doing, because Kenyans, other Kenyans from down Kenya are now moving to Mandera to seek for employment. So we expect the government to provide free interest loans to the people of Mandera, because for me, I can't take money with even less than 0.0% interest because of my religion. So I expect the government to provide free money, free interest loans. I also request this parliament to consider providing free interest loans, mortgage for parliamentarians, because I can't take right now the mortgage you guys are taking. I can't take personally because of my religion. We have river dawa in Mandera, and imagine our people are crying of water. River dawa. The areas that are a bit far from Mandera, I mean from the river, don't have water. If at all the government can bump in some money and
Member for Mandera East, I thought you were going to pick the cue from the record of the brevity and impact of the speech of the member from Kirinyaga County. I think she only matches the president's speech at this rate. If I knew that anyone else was going to meet that record, then probably you'd get priority. I think now is the member for Wajir County.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate you and the Speaker for your recent election. My name is Fatuma Jeho from Wajir County. Madam Speaker, I want to make my maiden speech, and I would like to dedicate it to the women of Kenya and the mothers of Wajir. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the good people of Wajir County for their overwhelming support and giving me this opportunity to serve them in 13th Parliament. I do not take their trust and confidence for granted. As such, I will endeavor to champion for their rights, to their voice, to bring unity, equity, equality, transparency, accountability, ensure peaceful coexistence among ourselves across Kenya and beyond our borders. Madam Speaker, today as I stand here, I am sure the good people of Wajir County are fixated on their TVs or phones to watch their daughter, how their daughter is going to participate in the first sitting and going forward. I assure them that as humanly possible, I will serve them diligently and the county with the last ounce of courage, strength, and blood left in my body. Madam Speaker, I am here for a reason, and it's an interesting story. Today, I want to tell you about pressing social issues. It's not about climate change. It's not about our path to attaining nuclear energy or power. It's not about party politics. Rather, I would like to talk about us, our respective roles and responsibilities, as well as we all fulfill our campaign manifesto. Honorable members, we must deliver our mandate to the millions of Kenyans who entrusted us and give them hope, reassure them that bei ya unga na mafuta itashuka. It's about time, as the 13th members of this noble house, to rise to the occasion, work together in a bid to attain unity, equity, equality, transparency, accountability, and bring progressive-oriented programs to our communities that we represent. Why do I tell you this? Because my objective is to highlight the plight of our mothers, single mothers, widows, our sisters and daughters, some who were raised as orphans and taking care of orphans right now. Some of us were lucky to be brought up by single mothers who are strong, hardworking, and resilient. To all our mothers, I can't thank you enough. In Wajir County, Madam Speaker, majority of our breadwinners for their respective families are our mothers, who toil day and night to ensure that our children have something on their table. They pay keen interest on their progress in school and madrasas. They are giving their all to make sure our children are happy. And I'm sure that is what an ordinary mother in Kenya does. Despite the trials and tribulations that our mothers, that is my mother, these are our mothers, and they all represent the women of this country. Today, as I stand here, my story is a testament and to inspire all orphans, single mothers, widows who are currently struggling with their daily activities. Today, The young orphan from Bula Jogo in Wajir East is all grown up, fought all odds to be here. It was not easy, Madam Speaker. This is by the grace of Allah and the sheer hard work of our mothers. I encourage them to never give up. Your efforts and patience shall yield fruits. My prayers and best wishes are with you. Owing to the above, I challenge this House to wipe the tears of pain our mothers have endured over the years, and let us work together to bring joy, prosperity through women, youth, and persons with disability empowerment and actions or policies to cushion them during these trying times, necessitated by the ongoing drought and inflation that has resulted to the skyrocketing of basic daily commodities. As such, as a matter of priority, we should be deeply concerned about these vulnerable Kenyans. We work on how we can reduce taxes and prices of day-to-day assorted food, item and fuel price. My fellow honorable members, we should ask ourselves, are we a gift to this world and our respective constituents or burden? I strongly believe that we are a gift. As such, we should also pay attention to malnutrition status, GBV status of women empowerment, and their rights, among others. Madam Speaker and my fellow honorable members, allow me to update you on the current overview of drought situation of Wajir, and this is where I come and ask our President, just like the Hustler Fund, we would like him to consider drought fund. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, arid and semi-arid areas of this country are currently facing severe drought. As pastoralists, we are going through difficult times. Scarcity of water due to ongoing drought has greatly affected our livestock production and markets. This is our source of livelihood. As a result, scarcity of milk has also affected our children due to increased cases of malnutrition. Madam Speaker, the recent data we have, Wajir County government in the latest drought reports indicates that the county is currently at alarm and on worsening trend. Wajir County received depressed rains in 4 consecutive seasons, and the 5th one is likely to fail. On health and nutrition, Madam Speaker, increased cases of malnourished children 6 months to 59 months, with the number of malnourished children requiring treatment rising from 62,283 in February 2022 to 80,968 in June this year. The outbreaks of opportunistic infection related to drought, such as Kalaza, it has so far killed more than 477 as we speak. Madam Speaker, the issue of water is a problem in Wajir. Madam Speaker, the water source in the county includes boreholes, shallow wells, and water pans. The current water condition is below normal compared to previous 4 seasons, increased distances to water source of both human and livestock. Madam Speaker, education is not even for us. We hear education when you come here. Where I come from, education people think is not a priority. Madam Speaker and my fellow honorable members, low pupil admission, especially for early learners, migration has increased absenteeism and school dropouts as pastoralist parents shift with their children to areas with better pastures and water. Madam Speaker, security is a problem from where I come from. Just like my brother from Mandera East said, a day to election, we were also burying more than 4 people from Wajir West, a place called Hadado. Madam Speaker, we will ask the government to help us to bring sanity along Wajir-Isiolo border. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I finally, I honestly implore the relevant ministries to scale up their short and long-term interventions and cushion all the vulnerable Kenyans during these trying times. May God bless Wajir, may God bless this house and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Now I call upon the member for Kajiado North constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also take this chance to congratulate you and even the Speaker on your election. I wish to begin by thanking the Almighty God for giving me an opportunity to serve in this 13th Parliament, and thank the great people of Kajiado North for electing me on the 9th of August. Not only electing me, but also upgrading me from an MCA to a member of Parliament after serving them for 2 terms. The real meaning of bottom up. Madam Speaker, I sit in the shoes of the great Member of Parliament, the first Member of Parliament, although tip, the late John Keane, Member of Parliament for Kajiado North, the late Philip Odupoi, Member of Parliament, Kajiado North, and of course, the gentleman who said there comes a time that the nation is more important than individual, the great Professor George Saitoti. And I'm humbled and honored to serve in this assembly. And I can only assure the great voters and also this Parliament that I will give my best with the help of God. Madam Speaker, on the presidential speech, first of all, I want to congratulate His Excellency the President for being elected the President, and because it is only God who made him President and the people of Kenya, I want to say he comes in at a very defining time. And Mr. Speaker, desperate times also call for desperate measures and also outstanding leaders. When you read a book by Lee Kuan Yew, From Third World to First World, you see a leader who comes in at a time when Singapore was about to sink and get back to be joined with Malaysia. But they put in measures to make sure that the country stands out. And once you look at the current Singapore today, it remains to be a country that has made steps towards becoming what it is today because of decisions that have been made by a leader and great leaders that have served the country. So, Madam Speaker, the President William Samoei Ruto made a short and very sweet speech, just like Sauti Sol would sing, short and sweet. But on the issues, there are several issues that were raised. One, on the issue of transparency. Madam Speaker, you realize that Westminster Parliament, it is what it is because of the Prime Minister's hour, where you're able to query government on issues that you may want to. And the nature of Parliament is that you get answers on the floor of the House, and you raise issues on the floor of the House. And this Parliament was once very alive when CSS, by then ministers, would come to this House. And therefore, having an opportunity, and the President intending to have his CSS answer to this Parliament, is such a great honor. And a trust that is given to this House. And not only that, he wants to address the issue of transparency, that he's leading government and he wants to be put on check. Madam Speaker, nothing would be greater than that, especially at such times when you hear decisions were made in the last government that are not appropriate, that have put this country into great issues that we are dealing with at present. Number two, on the issue of environment, the President is very clear that he wants to do something on environment, this being a global issue, and also an issue that some of us are sensitive to that believe in environment. Madam Speaker, as an environmental impact assessment analyst, you want to to look at the environment. And they say nature is very unforgiving. And Wangari Maathai said, if you don't take care of nature, nature also doesn't take care of you. And therefore, on issues environment, these are some of the issues that as a member of parliament, I would want to see my government do at a time when I am serving. On the issue of CDF, I think doesn't need more emphasis that Constituency Development Fund has had its impact, and more so National Government Constituency Development Fund. And like he said, is that he believes it can work. I also believe it can work, not undermining the Constitution and the current state of the courts as they had declared. On the issue of affordable housing, Madam Speaker, the best example that every one of us should look at is what Singapore has done. 85% of Singaporeans own houses. It became part of why their GDP, part of the reasons why their GDP grew, but most importantly, the affordable housing provided for the Singaporeans an opportunity for all of them to be able to own houses, and therefore, part of what they call decency, giving people homes, it is the government that has provided them with the same. And when you see the last prime minister, the first prime minister there, and even the current, you see efforts towards making affordable housing a reality to everyone. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, the issue of universal health care, having worked in the county government and the
giving me the privilege to serve them in this 13th Parliament, and also to thank you for being bold to stand and be our Deputy Speaker, bringing back the memories of our sister, the late Joyce Laboso. We want to say thank you for that. We want to thank our Speaker, Papa Roma Wetangula, for also getting that opportunity to serve this 13th Parliament. Madam Speaker, having said that, I think one of the things I'll start with is to appreciate that Nairobi is a very unique county. A county that serves in nearly 7 million people, 4 million who come in the morning and go within the environs of the metropolitan that we have, but indeed, those who remain in Nairobi are Nairobians, and they deserve better. They deserve to be given services like any other county. Madam Speaker, when you look at Nairobi today, we are talking about drought, we are talking about famine, and I think, Madam Speaker, one of the things we need to say is that in Nairobi, we have many families today who are sleeping hungry. We have children who are unable to go to school because of lack of school fees, some of them lack of food. But I want to really thank our leader from Dagoretti South, the Honorable KJ, for bringing in a program, a feeding program, the Honorable of Nyali, and all those honorable members who are feeding their children within their constituencies, giving us a role model that we are going to really embark on and see how this House can also amend the CDF Act or come up with a policy to ensure each constituency is able to give lunch to their children. Madam Speaker, coming to the speech of His Excellency the President, I think one of the things I want to say is that yes, indeed, it was a short speech, but when you look at the 52 paragraphs, I think he has outlined within his policies, and more importantly, food security, which is in agriculture. He has outlined education, he has outlined the SMEs within trade, he has outlined health, which is important on NHIF. He has outlined the issues of youth and especially women. And for me today, I just want to speak among a few things. One, first to congratulate our teachers as they celebrate their day today, but also to appreciate the President's will in terms of bringing in now the task force, and to request that we need to relook at everything and to ensure our children who go to public schools do not become guinea pigs to be used to be testing education in this country. That we are able as Kenya, that is within the East Africa, to look at the education that we have and ensure there's universal education where a child from Kenya can go to Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and have the same opportunity the way these other children have. But that doesn't mean also we need to scrap completely CBC, because also CBC brings in back the intention of a parent taking also advantage in the growth of the child. And so if I am asked my opinion, standard from nursery to standard 3, we agree CBC has to be there. 4 going up, we give our children the universal education that is there for them to enjoy the way every other Kenyan and every Tanzanian and every Ugandan is enjoying education. Madam Speaker, looking at the debt, I stand with the President on this, and I think it's important to look also at different proposals and to say that we have natural resources. This House has to first look at the loans that we have taken, ask ourselves, we might find ourselves with the loans that we took, but we have not started using, maybe because of even the guidelines we were given. Those are loans we can agree as a country to return. We can also now ask ourselves through our natural resources, is there a way, and government has its own natural resources, that we can tap on some to ensure we are able to pay the debt, and then we now start a new formula in Kenya to taking care of ourselves and not really relying on borrowing as we continue to do, and as we continue to support the president in looking for the 300 billion. But remember also we have Kenyans who are looking upon us, who we have their pending bills, monies that they used, monies that they took from banks, and we have to also ask ourselves, how are we ensuring these Kenyans are paid their resources and they are able to also pay the banks that they had gone for their loans. Madam Speaker, we need to also ask ourselves as this House, how are we going to assist Kenyans who come from the airport? You arrive at the airport, Madam Speaker, and the taxman is there waiting for you. You are carrying one laptop, and the taxman is telling you it is above $500, and therefore you must pay tax. I think those are some of the barriers that have made Kenyans go really below, and we must come out with a solution that if a Kenyan is coming back to her country and is carrying his goods or her goods and they are not for sale, then indeed should pass at the airport and even get that hospitality of being welcomed back home, instead of them now finding ways of, you find somebody at in Europe, you are about to remove everything from the boxes just because you'll come at the airport and they will censor that you are carrying a new stuff for you to pass. So, Madam Speaker, this House has a way, an opportunity to just reverse some of the barriers that were done with the previous administration. I think it will help many Kenyans, especially those who have gone, students and all that, who come back in this country. Madam Speaker, when we look at health, I think it is for all of us, and we know very well that indeed NHIF is going to really support many of our families, many of those who are unable to afford. And every honorable member who is here, I know in your phone, at every minute you have a patient in Kenyatta, in Moi Eldoret, everywhere. And each of them are just requesting one thing: assist us to clear this bill, assist us to do this. In Nairobi, we are even more vulnerable because, Madam Speaker, you find every time we have different burials and funerals, and these are our people, and we must stand with them. But we must look of solutions of how to really ensure that families are able to afford. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say that when I look at what the President has requested this House, he has really requested, number one, he has not told us that we bend our rules and not fight corruption. I think he's very clear on what we are supposed to do in corruption. But I always say this is a culture that has eaten all of us. We blame each other, but all of us have something in our closets that we need to ask ourselves, how are we changing that before even we look forward? Madam Speaker, I want to thank him also for the team that he has given us, and to thank indeed the different CSs who I appreciate. I've worked with them when we were honorable senators and honorable members. I really want to thank him for giving Senator Murkomen that opportunity, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, Honorable Soipan. I think these are people we will stand with. These are people we've worked a journey since 2013, and we know. My chair and my mentor, Honorable Alice Wahome, who I worked as a CEO when she was my chair, and I think these are people who will understand the politics that are there. And I think what Kenyans want to see us do is to see us change the style on how we do things and appreciate that they have moved on. And I want us to move on and start changing lives of people. Madam Speaker, lastly, I want to talk about the Presidential Music Academy. This is an academy that has been helping many of our children in talent. And I think it is for this House to see, and I really want to plea with the President that it will remain at the Cabinet so that we are able to see many other young talents. These are the children you find during Mashujaa Day, Madaraka Day, but
Member for Moiben constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity
to thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Speaker as well for being elected to serve in this 13th Parliament. I'm sure the members believed in you, and we believe that you are going to take this House, this 13th House, to the greatest heights. I want also to take this opportunity to thank the people of Mutembei for giving me an opportunity to serve them as a member of Parliament for the first time. I want to appreciate the people of Karona Meibeki, the people of Mutembei, the people of Tembelio, the people of Kimumu, the people of Sergoit, all who belong to the entire Mutembei. Those are the wards which form Mutembei constituency. I believe I'm up to task and I'm going to serve them diligently. I want to pay tribute to my predecessors, particularly the women who have been elected to serve in Mutembei. I want to start with Honorable Chelagat Mutahi posthumously, and also Honorable Professor Kamal, who have given service to the people of Mutembei. And Mutembei is very interesting. It sets a very high bar for women. It is almost becoming that for you to qualify as a member of Parliament for Mutembei, you must be a professor. And I hope that they also set the same for our male counterparts. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the women who prayed for me, who tied the traditional Kalenjin legetio. For the entire season, I was campaigning. I want to thank the men, the old men particularly, who gave me the traditional saliva as a blessing. I want to thank the young children who gave me the long string of saliva, that one which is unending, as a blessing as they cheered me during the campaign season. I am telling them that I am going to serve them and serve them very well. I want to take this opportunity to make a comment on the President's speech. I want to congratulate Dr. William Samoei Ruto and his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, for their election to serve Kenya. I want to say that when the President made his speech, he told us, or he gave us the scenario as that now in the country, that we are carrying a burden. He gave a very sad situation. But what is very interesting is that his speech was full of hope. He did not behave like now we want to close shop in Kenya and go elsewhere. But he promised that in as much as the situation is as it is, there is still hope and we can still take Kenya to the next level. He touched on so many issues: electricity, water, health, education, and so on. Things which are very key and very dear to Kenyans, not particularly to my people of Mutembei. For example, agriculture. Moiben used to be the agricultural basket of Kenya. People of Moiben plant wheat, maize, they keep cows, and it used to be their cash crop. They used to be doing very well. But unfortunately, these days or today, we are having a sad situation in Moiben. I was a product of maize and milk. That is how I managed to go to school. But now, the farmers in Moiben can hardly even pay for fare to go and buy fertilizer in Eldoret town. So the situation is very sad. And I can see the president vividly captured that in his speech. We already started receiving the low-hanging fruits, that is the subsidized fertilizer. We are hoping that come January, February, March, when it is the major planting season for the people of Moiben, we shall have sufficient fertilizer. He also touched on education. In as much as now we have a task force to look at the CBC, which has become a talk in every home state. In the social media, we have all stories about what is happening in schools, which I don't think is true, like a situation where it was said that teachers were telling children to bring chicken. Already there are people working on the future of CBC. I would also encourage that we look further, not to the primary education, but we also go further and deal with education in totality. We have our Kenyan institutions of higher learning. They are grappling with debt issues. When a country's institutions of higher learning are having issues, and that is where international ranking is done, then it becomes problematic. When we have no credibility in our institutions of higher learning, then education in Kenya will be questioned. And when the education of a country is questioned by the international world, I think it will not be in very good taste. I also agree that this is the time we are going to implement the universal health care. Madam Speaker, in Moiben, in our hospitals, we have so many bills. We have so many patients who have been held in hospitals. We have bodies in mortuaries. People cannot bury their people because they cannot afford. The poverty index is so bad. And with the promise, with the agenda the President has set, I think what we are required as legislators is to support the President. He promised that his administration will be fair, and he hopes that we will have to legislate issues which should not bring, which could be bottlenecks to this very great agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and let me also use the chance to thank again the people of Moiben. Thank you very much. Member for Nyali.
Shukran sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Ningelipenda kwanza kutangulia kwa kutoa shukrani zangu zote za dhati kwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuweza kunipatia fursa ya siku ya leo, na vile vile kuweza kutoa shukrani zangu kwa wakaazi wa Nyali kwa kunichagua kwa mara ya pili, licha ya changamoto ambazo tuliweza kupitia wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu uliopita, wakati ambapo asasi za usalama, hususan viongozi wa asasi za usalama, walitumika sana vibaya katika kaunti ya Mombasa kujaribu kubadilisha maamuzi ya wakazi wa kaunti hiyo. Nataka kusema ushindi huu ni ushindi mara tatu kwangu binafsi. Ushindi wa kwanza ni ushindi wa kuchaguliwa kama mbunge wa UDA peke yake katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Ushindi wa pili ni kwa mara ya kwanza katika historia ya Kenya kwa wana Mombasa kuweza kutoa 44% na kumchagua rais wa wananchi William Samoei Ruto. Na ushindi wa tatu ni ushindi wa rais kurejeshea watu wa Pwani bandari ya Pwani. Nikirejelea katika hotuba ya rais, ni kwamba katika hotuba yake, kilele cha hotuba yake ilikuwa ni masuala ya uchumi, na ambayo imekuwa ni donda sugu tangu serikali iliyokuwa mamlakani kuondoka, na serikali ya sasa ya wananchi ambayo inataka kutatua masuala ya uchumi, kuipatia kipaumbele na kuhakikisha kwamba bei ya bidhaa hususan chakula zitaweza kutafutiwa mbinu mahsusi na kuweza kuzirejesha katika hali yake ya zamani. Rais aligusia masuala ya deni, ushuru, uwekezaji na kutoa mfano si katika bunge la taifa peke yake, bali hata hapo nje katika shughuli zake za ujenzi wa taifa, na kusema ya kwamba angelipenda kuona nchi hii ikiekeza ili Wakenya wasiweze tena kuenda kuomba pesa nje. Tuwe tunafuata mfano kama nchi ya Uchina, ambapo serikali ya Uchina inakopa katika asasi za serikali ndani ya taifa hilo. Pia rais aliweza kuzungumzia bunge la kazi. Alitaka bunge hili lishirikiane na serikali kuu ili tuweze kuleta mabadiliko kwa mpigo na kuweza kuwahudumia wananchi wa Kenya, hususan baada ya kupewa taifa lililobakwa, demokrasia kuharibiwa, mali kuvujwa, na waliofanya hivyo kuondoka kama wamemwachia rais nchi uchi. Vile ambavyo amewachiwa nchi hii kwa hakika ni vile ambapo hayati Emilio Mwai Kibaki aliweza kuachiwa nchi hapo awali, kabla ya kuwaomba Wakenya na kuwaambia wampe muda ili aweze kuboresha uchumi wa taifa hili, na alipopewa bila shaka aliweza kufanya hivyo. Rais William Ruto amejipata katika mwanya huo huo, lakini kutokana na utendakazi wake, bidii, kutolala, kutopumzika, ameweza kuonyesha ishara tosha ya kwamba anaweza kuleta mabadiliko ya haraka na kukwamua taifa hili. Kuna baadhi ya wabunge wameweza kuzungumzia hotuba ya rais na kusema ya kwamba hakuweza kutaja masuala ya ufisadi. Tunataka kuwakumbusha kwamba hatuna wakati wa kutaja ufisadi, kwa sababu tunajua wafisadi ni kina nani, na kazi ya rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni kuhakikisha kwamba wale wote waliovuja pesa za wananchi wataweza kushughulikiwa na kuhakikisha kwamba pesa hizo zimerejeshwa kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Pia ningelipenda kuzungumzia masuala ya Hustlers Fund, ile kitita ya pesa ambayo iliwekwa. Ni jambo ambalo amekuwa akitembea nchi nzima na kulizungumzia, na ninaona ni jambo ambalo pia litaweza kufikia kina mama zetu, wale wa mboga, watu wa bodaboda, watu wa mkokoteni, ili kuweza kuwasaidia, kwa sababu ile ya CDF haitoshi na ina mipaka ya vile ambavyo tutaweza kutumia pesa hizo. Pia hotuba yake iligusia masuala ya mawaziri kuweza kufika katika bunge hili la taifa na kuweza kuulizwa na wabunge ambao ni wawakilishi wa wananchi masuala nyeti kuhusiana na sehemu zao. Ni wazo zuri zaidi, na mapendekezo haya ya kuweza kubadilisha na kuhakikisha kwamba hawa mawaziri wamefika itakuwa jambo la muhimu sana, kwa sababu ikilinganishwa na bunge la 12 wabunge walikuwa wa mawaziri kumradhi walikuwa wanajipiga kifua sana na kujiona kama miungu binadamu, hawawezi ulizwa maswali wakati ambapo wanafanya makosa au wakati ambapo kuna dhulma katika taifa hili. Tunataka hadhi na heshima ya bunge hii irejee kama zamani ili tuweze kuuliza maswali. Pia swala la CDF ni swala ambalo limekuwa likizungumziwa, na tuna hakika ya kwamba umuhimu wa CDF, mimi kama mbunge wa Nyali nimerudi hapa katika bunge hili kwa sababu ya utumizi bora wa pesa za CDF. Kuna hata magavana wako na mabilioni ya pesa, lakini yale ambao wabunge wanafanya ni makubwa hata kushinda yale ambao hao magavana wanafanya. Pia pendekezo la kutoa pesa kwa seneti, bunge la seneti, ambalo pia ni jambo nzuri zaidi ili waweze kupata nguvu ya kuweza kusimamia na kuchunguza utumizi wa fedha katika kaunti mbalimbali. Mwisho nataka pia kusema ya kwamba masuala ya makazi yaliyozungumzia ni masuala bora zaidi, na bei ambayo imetolewa ni bei ambayo hakika mwananchi ataweza kulipa, na katika kipindi cha miaka fulani ataweza kuwa na nyumba na sio kuishi katika mabanda kama mkimbizi wa ndani kwa ndani. Hatimaye ujumbe kwa wabunge wenzangu na wananchi pale nje wanaosubiri kwa hamu na gamu kuona yale ambayo rais ataweza kufanya. Nataka kuwaambia hivi ya kwamba mtoto hazaliwi akaanza kula chapati. Mtoto anazaliwa, ananyonya, anatambaa, anatembea, kisha anaanza kukula. Kwa hivyo tuko katika hiyo sehemu ambapo rais apewe muda wake, aanze kufanya kazi taratibu akishirikiana na bunge la taifa na bunge la seneti ili na serikali ya kaunti, ili tuweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumekwamua taifa hili mahala ambapo tumeachwa. Yangu ni hayo tu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Pia nataka kutoa kongole kwa kusema kukupongeza wewe binafsi na Spika kwa kuweza kuchaguliwa, na tunatumai mtatuongoza katika njia salama na kuhakikisha kwamba sheria zimetungwa na ni sheria za wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Asante sana, na Wakenya wote nasema Mungu awabariki.
Thank you. I now call member for Kangema constituency, will be followed by member for Embu County.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine, first of all, is to thank my God who has made me to be in this house. Secondly, I want to thank the Kangema people who made me to be their MP. And also I thank His Excellency, the President of this Republic, who has been elected as the President and a good friend of us, and also a supporter for us, and his deputy. We also want to thank the Speaker for this Assembly, who have been very supportive, and also you, Madam Speaker, being elected as a Deputy Speaker. Mine, first of all, is to say that His Excellency the President's speech was excellent. As it has been said, it was short, but it had the real content that is needed. It was needed. And I want to put it clearly that, as the President did put it, that the campaign was about ideas. I want to put the record straight, mostly for us from Central Province, is that it was not about a tribe. It was not about ethnicity. It was about ideologies that the UDA and also Kenya Kwanza came with. One thing I want to put clear is that, Madam Speaker, I've been in politics at the lower level. Between 2007, I was a councillor, 2013, 2017, an MCA, and I think the aspect of bottom up and the ideology of Hasra is an ideology resonated with our people. And I want to put it that in the term for Kibaki 2007-2013, the aspect of Vision 2030 was very critical, whereby in every department, even in our institutions as councillors and local authorities, our management and our budgets were based on Vision 2030. And we worked along the Millennium Development Goals, which we had to achieve by 2015. And I think the government picked up the issue of, from where Kibaki left. And I want to put, as the one member did put that, about the tribes. There is nothing to do with the two tribes. The Vision 2030 has the aspects of political, and the aspects of political verbatim is, Madam Speaker, I can read. It says that the political pillar of Vision 2030 is democratic political system that is issue-based, people-centered, result-oriented, and accountable to the public. Therefore, I think as parties and political parties, we must 100% deviate from the tribal aspect. Let nobody write to somebody that will bring your tribe. Let somebody come with ideologies and issues that are there to change the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, the President talked a lot about agriculture, whereby my county and my constituency is about agriculture. I want to thank the President because today he acted on the same, on issues to do with agriculture. See here out today a container for tea that was going to Ghana. This is at the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I want to say that these are the ideologies that made our people to support the agenda that was sold by Kenya Kwanza. Like today, the issue of marketing tea is very critical for a tea farmer. Whenever a government says that it will walk the talk to see how tea farmers will be able to make a kill on their business, everybody will run on that ideology. I thank the Executive President. Today, our tea will be going to Ghana, and today he said that he's going to work on the issue of value addition to move it from 5% to 50%, and whereby I have seen him doing it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are going to support His Excellency the President on issue of agriculture. We support him whenever you bring issues on value addition, because tea being a very great foreign income earner, whenever the President says that he will be able to put the issue of value addition mostly on orthodox tea, when the government puts money on it, it will resonate whenever a government improves on foreign earning. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about whatever he talked about the issue to do with government working on how we'll be able to reduce, so that in our income, keeping the recurrent expenditure below the revenue. That's a move, Madam Speaker, we support. We have many projects which are going, like Mau Mau Road. Mau Mau Road, Madam Speaker, is a project that everybody wants to see it done. Therefore, as the President put it, we'll support him 100% to see that the issue of recurrent doesn't supersede the issue of development. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the issue of PPP on water. The issue of public-private partnership on water. Madam Speaker, the issue is well thought, because we don't need to say, we cannot mean also that in our budget allocation we not have budgets on water. But whenever we have big dams, we have Karemenu, which is ongoing. We have Vuake, which is ongoing. We have Kemarero, which was stopped politically, but I think everybody wants to see it be done. But whenever we put billions, like 10 billion, 20 billions on those projects, the most important thing in our budget, the local budget for the country, is to do on distribution. But now the PPP will be doing on major projects like dam. We need a Maragua Dam in Moranga, whereby we can be able to supply the residents of Moranga with water, as well as the residents of Nairobi. We need also to work on the treatment of the water treatment, that is the Dadora, as people say, Rwai, because most of the waters that come to Nairobi, like now we are adding around 140 cubic liters of water to Nairobi. 50% of that water has to be treated as it joins now to the Vuake Dam. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as I support, I say that the President's speech was well thought. We support him 100%, and we are going to work with him to see how we'll be able to build up our country and to see how, as a party, Kenya Kwanza, we'll move now with the ideologies, and Kenyans, we must move from the politics of ethnicity. Let's move to politics of ideologies, and we'll be one Kenya, and we'll be able to build our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the people of Kagema again, and I will serve them with all my effort, with all my diligence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Embu County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to address this House for the first time, being an elected member of Embu County as a woman representative. I also want to thank you for this opportunity. That I got, but whatever they are, I know they are cheering me on and saying, well done, my daughter. Madam Speaker, as I thank the people of Embu for electing me to serve them in the capacity of a county MP with overwhelming votes, it did when they said double N mapema mapema. They truly meant it, and they woke up early in the morning and they gave me over 141,000 votes, being the person who was leading in the county votes in Embu. And so I really thank them from the bottom of my heart. May God bless them, may God keep them, may God give them the energy even to continue with the same spirit. Madam Speaker, also allow me to congratulate the President for his wonderful speech, which was brief, credible, and well articulated. About the President's speech, the reduction of VAT risers from 6,500 to 3,500. This was a dream come true for our farmers, and we can only thank him for what he did. Although the process of acquiring the same is a bit cumbersome, like in Embu we have only 2 depots, in Embu town and in Ishiara, we can only have good manners to say thank you. For when good things are done to us, we can only appreciate and hope for the best. As I continue, Madam Speaker, with the President's speech and reactions, I want to support him for what he said about the Hustlers Fund, where about 50 billion will be given to the Hustlers Fund so that indeed the common mwananchi, the border, the mama boga can be able to access that fund, where micro, small and medium enterprises will access affordable credit to start and also expand their business. So I thank him for that, and I fully support him. Madam Speaker, due to to the current drought existing in the country, and especially in Embu, I can only plead with the government that even as they distribute food relief to the other counties, Embu should not be left alone, because some parts of Bere North, some parts of Bere South are really in need of relief food. So when this food is being distributed, I am praying that indeed the Embu County people will not be forgotten. As I conclude, I want to say that the issue of the elderly in Embu County, and I believe also across the county, is an issue, because the money that they are paid monthly, the 2,000 shillings, sometimes it takes so long for them to get this amount. Number two, they go for long distances to collect this money. And even when it comes to the issue of registration, they move from very long distances to go for registration. In the past, we experienced over 15 people from the same village who perished in a road accident when they were moving from a place called Mumenje in Bere North, coming all the way to Chicago for registration. So we are pleading that indeed this exercise may be made easier for the elderly, so that they can be able to access these services without a lot of problems. Otherwise, I didn't want to thank all of you. I also want to thank the people of Embu, and promise them that the matters registration, matters representation will be done thoroughly in this house, and I will represent them fully without fear and without any malice. May God bless Kenya. May God bless all of us. May God bless the Embu County people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Embu. I think you're the silver medalist for the brevity and impact. And now we shall have the member for Voi constituency, who will then be followed by member for Kajiado County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank Almighty God and the great people of Voi for electing me to serve them as the MP in this parliament. Madam Speaker, I thank the electorate in Kaloleni, Mbololo, Ngalia, Sagala, Maungu, and Kasira wards in Voi constituency. Madam Speaker, this journey for me has been a long one. I first attempted to come into this house to serve the people of Voi a quarter of a century ago. 25 years, 4 failed attempts, and by the grace of God, I managed to get elected to serve them in this 13th parliament. I take that responsibility with a lot of humility and seriousness it deserves. Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to congratulate you for being elected in that position and for our able Speaker. We look forward being very experienced legislators and leaders to provide leadership so that this 13th Parliament, especially the National Assembly, can serve the great people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I joined this Parliament at a time of very many challenges in Voi constituency, and I believe in many other parts of this great country. The issues include a long drought and attendant problems, notably in my area, the wildlife menace, lack of water and grazing, and food insecurity. The effects of this drought, if not addressed in good time, will lead to conflict and insecurity. In Voi constituency, like in many parts of the coast region, land remains an emotive issue. The squatter problem is enormous. Lack of titles in many areas. In Voi like Maweni, Mwakingali, Birikani, Tanzania, Msambweni, Kariakoo villages. And after 59 years of independence, this situation is unacceptable. The continued harassment of squatters, so-called, living in the ancestral lands in Mnaoni, Ndovuni, Msambweni, cannot be allowed to continue. I intend to follow up on these issues. Madam Speaker, the KWS, through the Tsavo National Park, occupies 62% of Taita Taveta County. That is a great contribution by the people of Taita Taveta, and we cannot see the return value by us giving that to this nation and to humanity. KWS needs and is required to be innovative. The ranchers and conservancies around get paid millions of shillings in carbon credits. While we are not aware whether KWS is paid or not, but if they are paid, then they are shortchanging the people of Voi and Taita Taveta constituency. If they are not paid, then we would ask why, what are they doing? We expect them to get paid so that compensations from animal and wildlife managers can be paid in a timely manner. But at the same time, I take this opportunity to thank them for releasing 200 million, around 200 million yesterday, after a number of leaders visited the headquarters, and we believe this might be a sign coming in from the incoming administration. On the President's speech, it was, in my opinion, short, precise, and gave a lot of hope. What is required now is the modalities for implementation, which we believe will be brought to this House for deliberation and approval or otherwise. The promised allocation of 50 billion for Hustlers Funds is being awaited with a lot of anxiety and hope. The expectation is that this fund will complement the good work of other devolved funds like Uwezo, the Youth Fund, the Enterprise Fund, but not a ploy to replace them in one form or the other. The people out there are expecting additional funds in the form of Hustlers Funds. Madam Speaker, there is great concern at the grassroots on the status of the NGCDF. There appears to be lack of clarity on its status following pronouncements by the courts, and this is a matter that requires to be resolved, and I fully support the petition that has been brought around by other colleagues so that this matter can be resolved in a timely manner and we start working and supporting activities in the field, and especially those children who are still out lacking fees in schools. However, the commitment by the President in paragraph 49 and 50 of his speech gives a lot of hope that this CDF will continue, and I believe it will get the necessary support from members of this National Assembly. Finally, Madam Speaker, I affirm from the floor of this House that I will diligently serve the people of Voi, which is very cosmopolitan, and by extension, this great nation, without fear or favor, in the benefit all Kenyans at large through my deliberations in this National Assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kajiado County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And just to say, we will be followed by member for Tangoren and then member for Sotik. And if there is any time, member for Bureti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Lea Sankare, a county member of the National Assembly from Kajiado. Before I make my contribution to the President's speech, I would like to make my maiden speech, since this is my first time to speak in the floor of this House, and so I will go ahead. I will also make it short, just like the President's speech, precise and to the point. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Almighty God for the gift of life, gift of family, and most of the gift to represent the great people of Kajiado County in the 13th Parliament. Like my colleague from Kajiado North, I was also a nominated member of the County Assembly, the first Assembly of Kajiado, and that makes me a true model of the bottom up. Secondly, I would like to thank my family, friends, and the people of Kajiado County from the 5 constituencies, namely Kajiado West, Kajiado North, Kajiado East, Kajiado South, and Kajiado Central, for greatly trusting me, enabling me to come here and represent them. I am humbled by the trust that you have bestowed upon me amidst other worthy competitors to represent you in this 13th Parliament. I am forever indebted, and I promise that I will do my best in representing you by always raising and seeking solutions to the issues that affect us directly or indirectly as a community in this House. I promise that I will do my best with the help of God. I'm happy that all the promises that we made to the great people of Kajiado County during the grueling campaigns are all captured in the President's speech. And today, I stand tall, contented with the administration that I wholeheartedly and passionately supported. And as the good book, the Bible, puts it, truly our expectations have not been cut off. I therefore want to kindly request you that we walk this journey together patiently, knowing that you are my business and my reason for me being here. And this I will not forget. Finally, fondly remembering our campaign slogan, Kule Tutafika, by the grace of God, we have made it here. And today, I embark on a new slogan that we will deliver. This will act as a constant reminder every morning that I have an obligation and a duty to perform to the great people of Kajiado County. With this, I thank you so much and looking forward to 5 years of proper representation, engagement, enhancement of livelihoods through various projects that I will embark on. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, and the Speaker of this House for being duly elected to lead us in this 13th Parliament. I would like to make my contribution to the presidential address. And first, I would like to comment on point number 4. And the point number 4 that says it's another milestone in the election of women legislators elected into single-member constituencies. It is in this spirit that we have seen the highest number of nominees to cabinet position, noting with pride that most of them, if not all, served as women representative or county MPs in the previous parliaments. On my behalf and on behalf of the people of Kajiado County, I take this opportunity to congratulate all women nominees and most of our very own Honorable Soipan Tuya. This will be the first Maasai woman nominee to ever hold the office of the Cabinet Secretary from our community since independence. This is a milestone, not only to the Maa girl child, but to the entire community. This has elevated our spirits and confidence to this administration. And we are happy that our girls have role models to look up to. As the women of Kenya, we are glad that ceilings are being broken every day. Congratulations to the women. Point number 24 says that we have an obligation to redeem our plate to our small traders, the hawkers, the mamamboga, the kinyozi, makanga, and altwesha, as we commonly call them back home. This was our campaign selling line, and it did us a great deal in being elected to these current positions that we hold. I am happy that it was not only a narrative, but His Excellency the President is committed to walking the talk. This will see our youth, our women, and all the people greatly gaining from this initiative. Number 28, point number 28 is the allocation of the Hustlers Fund. I am grateful that this is captured in His Excellency's speech, and I look forward that the 13th Parliament will support His Excellency the President by enacting legislation on the administration of the fund, giving consideration to the county women MPs in administering the fund. Since our fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, is so minimal, yet the Hustler Fund targets similar groups of people as the ones that we also target in our fund. And I hope that the men, our counterpart, the men, honorable members, men in this house, will join hands with us, because we are not competing, we are just complementing each other's job. And because they get a big share of the CDF fund, I hope they will be kind enough, as His Excellency the President put it, to hold our hands and complement our job, by also making sure that part of this fund is administered through the women representatives kitty. Number 48, which will be my last point, is on the ongoing drought. We are grateful for the relief supplies, but we need to look for a lasting solution on mitigation and adaptation of climate change. And I'm happy that Honorable Soipan Tuya has been nominated to that docket upon approval. Our hopes are high that she will deliver on the lasting solutions, because this has been something that has affected our community greatly, and we look forward for lasting solutions to this. With this, Madam Speaker, I thank you so much. I look forward to a robust assembly, to good engagements in this House, also protect us from senior members, so that we can have equal opportunities in contribution in the distribution of committees, because we are all here as representatives of the people, and I know the men here are kind enough to hold our hands and teach us the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your kind counsel, we look up to you. You are an inspiration to the women of this country. You are an inspiration to us here as the women parliamentarians, and I thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kajiado, for those very kind words. I'm humbled. And now I call upon Member for Tangore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the people of Tongaren for electing me overwhelmingly and giving me another, the first opportunity to serve in this house. I'm so grateful to them for this occasion. I would like to go straight to the President's address, and in his address, His Excellency the President alluded on the National Housing Plan as a remedy to affordable housing in our country. And as you know, affordable housing in this country may contribute and is going to contribute to the image and really dignity of our people as captured in Article 28 of our Constitution. Madam Speaker, I would like to link the National Housing Plan to the role of TVET. And records from the TVET department indicate that there are, last year alone, 86,000 students graduated from various technical training institutes in the country. That's a huge number of students, Madam Speaker, out of which 95% of those graduates did not get any employment. That is a very huge number. In Tongaren alone, last year there were 600 students who graduated from different technical training institutes. And in the last 3 years, we've had about 3,500 graduates in Tongaren alone graduating from various technical training institutes. And most of these have not had access to employment. And therefore, for many years, we've had a delinkage from between the trainees in the TVET sector and the industry. I want to think that the proposal by His Excellency the President will be the answer we've been waiting for, so that technical training institute trainees will then provide manpower that is required in the National Housing Program. And therefore, this will solve the unemployment that we are now seeing in the entire country. Madam Speaker, there are over 1 million young people in the country who trained themselves without having gone to class in terms of masonry, carpentry, plumbing, electrical works, and others, without having stepped in class. The TVET department has come up with a program called Prior Learning Program in order to get these people, these students who did not pass through school, but trained themselves to get certificates so that they can be competitive in terms of competing for tender and also earning their life in such a way that you know they can also support their family. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the housing program together is going to solve a very big problem in as far as TVET is concerned. Most of the TVET institutes in Kenya have a lot of machines that are lying idle. And I've been the secretary in charge of TVET in the office of the Deputy President, the President who is now currently the President, and we did a lot of statistics. And there are so many machines lying idle in so many of these institutions. And therefore, if this housing program will take off, I am sure that it will solve one of the biggest problems that we have been experiencing. In the area of education, which also His Excellency touched on, in my constituency, we have 130 primary schools and 53 secondary schools, with both secondary schools and primary have a total of around 80,000 students. Half of these students are not having access to education in a proper manner, because each day they are on the road because they have been sent to look for fees. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education is supposed to be releasing 22,000 shillings per student per year in terms of capitation. This money has been split so much by the Ministry of Education in terms of capitation, so that by the time the money is sent to the school, each student gets less than 10,000 from the 22,000.
Madam Speaker, the incoming Minister for Education must address this. And the second aspect of this issue is that this money is not released on time. The students take up to even 4-5 months before getting this money. For example, for the last 3 months, it is until last week that funding in terms of capitation was released to schools. And this is affecting education. And therefore, CDF has a complementary role, has a complementary role to play in the area of education in terms of complementing capitation from the national government. As you are aware, or you may be aware, Madam Speaker, 35% of CDF goes directly to bursaries. And then the remaining goes into construction and other activities. Now, as we are seated here, students are not going to school because they don't have fees. I am appealing to my colleague and of course to His Excellency the President to help us so that CDF will go back to the normal continuity of the CDF programs so that students can go back to school. There has been a misrepresentation of this CDF issue for many people to think that it goes into pockets of the MPs. CDF goes directly to education because it's a conditional grant from the government of Kenya. Finally, Madam Speaker, His Excellency also touched on the health coverage. In Tongaren constituency, each day we lose between 2 and 4 people, each day. This should be classified as a high mortality constituency. And every week in the entire constituency, we are burying about 5 to 10 people. I think that the universal health coverage, as touched by the President, is a solution to providing affordable medical care and preventive medical program to our people. Madam Speaker, I want to stop there because quite a number of my colleagues have not spoken and they are first-time MPs like myself, but I want to support the proposals by the President, especially on education, especially CDF, support him on the program of health and on the national housing program. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for your election as well as the Speaker Santos.
Member for Sotik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to also contribute on this very important motion. My name is Francis Sigay, MB Sotik. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Sotik, the very humble and wonderful people of Sotik who made a decision to elect me as the MP. Madam Speaker, as my colleague from Voi said, my journey has been very long, winding, and treacherous. And I thank God that I am able to come to this house. I have arrived. Madam Speaker, I have done this thing for 5 times. And this is the 5th time. And I thank our Almighty God for giving me the opportunity. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to people of Sotik. I'm grateful for people of Kipsonway, Jemagel, Kabetundo, Ndana Abosuwad, and Rongana Manari. I have special tribute to my family, who have stood with me for all these 5 times I've stood. Madam Speaker, it is not easy. But I'm here, and I thank God. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my campaign team for making it possible for me to come here. Once again, I want to thank the President of this Republic and thank him for making it as a hustler. Madam Speaker, you know, these 2 people in the highest office now have a unique history. Dr. William Ruto was a chicken seller. His Excellency Deputy President was a Mau Mau child. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that I'm happy. I'm going to be a classic example of people who have worked for so many years and made it. I want to thank the President and the Deputy President because Honorable Mr. Kachagua has come from the same historical background with me. He was in the administration, and it has come to show that anybody who has worked in national government can make it to the national level. Madam Speaker, I want to mention that Dr. William Samoei Ruto is the 5th president, and I am the 5th MP of Sotik. So we are both 50-50. And I have tried 5 times, so it's 5-5-5. So I want to say thank you, and I want to contribute on the speech of the President. Is it over? I want to contribute on very few issues because I'm glad that I'm here. Number one, I want to mention the issue of agriculture. Madam Speaker, if there is anything in this country which a government, and a government which values the people, is to invest in agriculture. Agriculture is the cure of 2 things: food security, and number 2, on the issue of that situation in the country. Because I know if you can remove the money which you used to buy and import food, will reduce the public debt. Madam Speaker, I think because of time, I want to thank you. I want to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, for getting it to be the Deputy Speaker. You're a great lady from our area. I want to congratulate Mheshimiwa Speaker Moses Wetangula. He has worked with me. I know him, and I know what he can do. And both of you can deliver in this country. Thank you so much, and I want to thank you for this day. Thank you. Close.
Thank you, honorable members, for those very fruitful and exciting deliberations and discussions and ideas. And the time being 8 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 6th of October, 2022 at 2:30 p.m.